Killer Recipe. Book 2 in the Stonehouse Inn. Trilogy by Julia Hess. Copyright 2025 by Julia Hess. Deep Creek Publishers, 2025. Narrated with virtual voice by 11 Labs. Chapter 1. He hadn't been in town long before he realized just how much he hated it. Rural communities gave him the jitters. Small-town residents paid too much attention to what was going on and were always looking at him with long, slow glances. They had the potential to identify him as someone who didn't quite belong, someone they couldn't place, and give him the attention he didn't want or need. The gun felt warm from its recent use, its weight heavy in his hand as he cleaned it carefully with a rag. The black metal glinted in the streetlight. He had no fear that anyone would notice his being there. The sole occupant of the only house on the lonely road was dead, and recently deceased at that. There was no one to alert law enforcement of his presence. Not that he liked to kill. He took no pleasure in the act itself. It functioned as the means to the desired end, the no longer here factor. The dead man deserved his destiny, after failing time after time to do his job. And his final slip-up, that he had considered running to the police, drew his last straw. He laughed to himself. Really? Going to the cops would not raise the threat intended. He was not afraid of the police and what they may do now that his operation had come so far. They moved a lot of merchandise through the town. It was a perfect setup. A couple of hours to the border, a couple of hours to the city, with a lot of eager takers along the way. The dead man inside the house would draw pressure from the local cops. They asked too many questions and got too close to the action. The police apparently worried about the increased volume of drugs in tandem with the heightened overdoses. They had the dead man in their sights. His nerves and anxiety about their attention had him thinking of flipping on the entire operation. What he knew of it anyway. No one understood what he actually did to make a living, and he liked it that way. Thank you very much. The dead man had not been performing up to standard. His work had been dropping off. They'd been for a while, and he'd taken no action to make them to rise again. School was in session, creating ample opportunity to grow more users in that vast field of green. Kids in high schools and the nearby colleges offered abundant opportunities that the deceased dealer failed to capitalize on. The man dropped his gun into his bag, wiping off his hands and checking his own reflection in the rearview mirror. He acknowledged he would need to stick around and make sure things ran how they should. If you want a job done right, do it yourself. He would identify someone else to install locally to be in charge and keep business rolling. Then he could step out again and go back to his way of life as usual. Arrangements could be made for what he needed to not draw attention to himself. In fact, word was that she was in the area. He would need to discover more about what she was doing here. Maybe it would work into his plans to include a little relationship building. He turned the ignition on and pulled the rental out of the driveway and down the long, uninhabited road. He'd left no evidence behind. Of that he was certain. Meticulousness, always his strong suit. He would drive the car back to counter at Logan, and it would be lost among all the same standard cars with the identical make and model. He would go back to his life as if nothing happened. Chapter 2. Maybe the idea of moving here was a big mistake, Gina thought, as she drove through the tiny town of Wilmington, Vermont. There was little to do. The offering of very few social activities was making her restless. The weather was beautiful with clear air and sunshine, and it was a lovely Thursday afternoon in October. She was just coming from the farmer's market, where she'd met new people who shared her interest in food. A basket of fresh vegetables and bread sat on the passenger seat, along with the best cheese she'd ever eaten from a goat farm in the area. Gina had plans to use it as part of an appetizer for the small gathering planned for Saturday, otherwise known as Christina and Kevin's wedding. A smile crossed her face, thinking of her friend and her beau. They were marrying after a brief engagement and would be taking their honeymoon directly after. The bride and groom had known each other for years, although there had been a several years gap in their relationship. The quick union was unquestionable. They were so happy there was no reason to wait, A deep sigh escaped Gina's lips as she drove through the quiet town. The delight she felt for her friend's marriage was heartfelt. It didn't mitigate the sting of jealousy. She still wondered, where was her Prince Charming? The events of her life, up to this point, had not exactly led to her storybook ending. She wondered if it was in the cards to even consider, and if a man from this quiet place could live up to her expectations. The streets were silent. She passed only a couple of other vehicles on her way back to the inn. The locals had told her that this time of year between foliage season and the holidays was typically quiet. Tourists were no longer in town to clog the roads or eat at her restaurant. It was the perfect time for Christina to escape for a few weeks and to plan out the festivities for the upcoming season. The inn had an opportunity to offer Thanksgiving dinners and holiday parties. Capitalizing on that potential would be paramount for their first year in business. They needed to do what they could to grow as a company. In addition, Gina had some loose plans for both a holiday cookbook and another specialty recipe book. It had always been her dream to have her own restaurant and a catalog of cookbooks. She was halfway to achieving her dreams, but a small part of her wished that the restaurant and tavern were not in the Vermont woods, as she craved excitement. Her original dream restaurant had been something upscale and metropolitan. She wondered if she would grow disenchanted with the historic inn and rural location. It was worrisome she felt that way already. More of a social life was what she needed. She'd been so focused on the business that she had little time to have any fun. Clearly, she was experiencing buyer's remorse. Coming here had been such a straightforward decision after Christina inherited the inn. Gina jumped at the opportunity to partner with her best friend. They planned for Christina to run the inn, and Gina would run the restaurant and tavern. The promise of success in the business remained. They'd already done better than projected for the foliage season, and they were just getting started. But she missed city life the most, the noise and the sheer multitude of things to see and do. It was lovely here, but a little too quiet. Overeager to do something, she shifted her position as she drove her car, reflecting on the purchase with its all-wheel drive. Supposedly, she would appreciate the feature once the winter came, and she had to drive the rural road up the mountain, with the leaves mostly gone from the trees. Everyone seemed to focus on when the first snow would arrive. It sounded cold, but beautiful. Snow in the city lasted only until the plows and traffic cleared it away. Looking forward to the snow and cold was something she never thought she would do. It definitely would slow down her usual pace of life. There was no one around. As she came closer to the turnoff for the inn, she passed no other cars on the road since driving out of town. Yet the only traffic light on the road for miles turned red as she approached it. It wasn't apparent at this time of day, but the light's purpose was to provide a safe turning lane for the entrance to the ski resort. In winter, it served its purpose well, but not so much in late October when there was no traffic to speak of. Frustration grew in her belly as the seconds ticked by. Even though she had no pressing need for the light to turn green, it simply seemed like a waste of time to be waiting unnecessarily. Fidgeting, she put the car in neutral and revved the engine. It was oddly satisfying to hear the machine's roar. A mischievous idea rose in her mind as she waited. Double-checking the area to ensure that no one was around, she stepped on the gas. The car lurched as she shifted into drive, speeding through the red light, squealing tires as she shot forward. A thrill rushed through her veins as she stomped the accelerator and sped up the abandoned highway, laughing aloud. Maneuvering the car well above the speed limit, she turned onto the dirt road to the inn. Hitting the loose dirt so fast it caused the car to slide. She struggled briefly to regain control. Dust, dirt, and stones flew wildly into the air. It wasn't Manhattan, but it was a bit of fun. A siren blared, startling her. Dread immediately took over her thrill. In her rearview mirror, she saw the sheriff's cruiser, its lights flashing. Swallowing hard, Gina slowed and pulled over, chagrined that her little burst of fun was going to end in a ticket and embarrassment. Shawn Johnson stepped from his cruiser. Gina was relieved to note it was him and climbed gracefully from the driver's seat. But her relief that a friend had pulled her over evaporated when she saw the stern look on his face. The stupidity of what she'd done rose in her gut. and combined with her guilt, Shawn had his own share of struggles with the growing drug and crime problems in town just yesterday. He had other more important things to do than to deal with her getting her jollies by speeding, she realized. "What the hell, Gina?" Shawn asked. He took off his hat, tossing it on the hood of her car. He ran a hand through his tawny hair and looked menacingly down at her. "What were you thinking? You ran a red light right in front of me, just took off like Smokey and the Bandit." "Smokey who?" she asked. His eyes glared down at her as he contemplated his next steps. "Never mind," as he scowled. Something stirred in her. She looked at him as though she had never seen him before, despite seeing him nearly every day since she moved here. He was tall and muscular, likely imposing to someone who didn't know him. He wasn't a stranger to her. They had become friends gradually as Christina and Kevin rekindled their relationship, often leaving them with each other as company. Shawn had a habit of coming to the inn daily, but his visits had dwindled after they found the remains of his old girlfriend buried on the property. He had sobbed in Gina's arms after that happened. They had been acquaintances at the time, but the incident had brought them closer and they'd become friends. Their friendship had grown as Gina worked to start up the restaurant. Shawn became a willing participant for taste testing for her menu creations and would show up at the inn regularly. He was a very good-looking man. Now, as he stood over her imposing and authoritarian, something in her shifted, and all at once, she found him immensely attractive. Confusion and shock streamed through her veins as she stood looking up at him. She found herself looking at him as if she had never seen him before. Her heart pounded against her ribs, surprising her with her response to his close proximity. Compulsively, she stepped forward, bringing their bodies closer. She found herself wanting to press her body against his. It was an unexpected, wanton need. What was happening? Stopping her forward momentum, she inhaled sharply. He froze at her advance, an absolute statue. Her sharp intake of breath had garnered a response from him. She looked up into his eyes, finding surprise and something else. A heat simmered in his gaze. A flash of electricity sparked between them as they stood on the abandoned roadway, inches apart. Compulsively, she drew herself closer, her eyes focusing on his full lips. He inhaled deeply, still unmoving. Her common sense kicked in at the last moment. She pulled herself back, her body and brain battling over what her body wanted and what her intelligence warned. Kissing him now would seem like she was doing it only to get out of a ticket. But she really wanted to press her lips on his. She swayed. Shawn responded, reaching out to steady her, his large hand on the curve of her hip. Both their bodies froze at the contact. It was clear that in those seconds, he wanted to kiss her as badly as she wanted him to. The energy that ran between them was unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was random and completely unexpected. A deep need rose in her. She wanted this man. But right now, when he had rightly pulled her over for a traffic violation, was not a good time to throw herself at him. Breaking away from his grasp, Gina opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. Shawn straightened himself up, replacing his hat and straightening his shirt, his eyes never leaving her. "Okay then," she asked, starting up the car. "I'll see you around," he answered hoarsely, stepping away from the car, waving his hand dismissively. She guided the car onto the dirt road and drove away, this time minding the speed limit. She gazed in the rearview mirror at the figure standing in the road, looking after her. A puzzled expression filled his face. Things just got interesting. Chapter 3. He hadn't seen her alone since the traffic stop. Now they were both in charge of keeping the bride and groom from seeing each other amid the chaos of people in the inn. Gina had been directing bartenders and waitstaff all morning. He didn't know how she had arranged all the food and decorations, but the inn looked absolutely transformed into a high-class wedding venue, suitable for the cover of magazines. Shawn had had some exposure to the planning with his frequent visits to the inn and was proud of his role of taste tester for Gina's dishes. His dress pants had felt a little tight this morning, but he knew they would have been tighter if he had not increased his physical activity by running and weightlifting. The exercise was necessary to offset all the food Gina constantly placed in front of him whenever he sat down. He hadn't tasted food like hers before, and admired how she fussed over each ingredient and recipe. Shawn was proud to say that he had tested and approved every item on the menu of the Stonehouse Inn. His favorite had been the tavern fare. On that menu, different variations of his favorite foods were served with a hearty pint of some local brews. His eyes followed Gina as she ordered everyone about. Her dress was covered in a heavy apron, and on her feet, she wore running shoes, but she was gorgeous. He straightened his tie as she approached. "You know what you were supposed to be doing?" she asked briskly. "See you in a few minutes at the bottom of the stairs." The orders were that he and Christina's stepdad, Victor, were to meet the wedding party at the bottom of the front stairs. From there, they would exit the inn on the arm of their escort to walk through the side garden to the waiting ceremony and reception. Gina and he would go ahead of Christina and Victor. Kevin, the eager groom, was pacing under the tent somewhere with his father. Having spoken to him already that morning, Shawn knew he was more than ready to marry his long-time love. Happiness seeped from his friend as he took these steps to join himself forever in marriage. To say that Shawn was feeling a pang of jealousy was an understatement. Having a family of his own to grow and build upon had been his lifelong dream. The chance had come too early to him and Annie. They were just kids when they dated, and he'd been a punk. Besides, before they could have figured it all out, she had disappeared. Distant memories came to him about those early times. They were from another phase of his life, when he had been a different person. He'd successfully made himself who he was now, largely due to Annie's earlier influences, and later, those of her mother, Ada. Agnes, the state trooper captain, also affected him greatly. The three women had believed in him, unlike his own family. If they had not influenced him early on, he would most likely be in jail or dead by now. Instead, Shawn was the elected sheriff of the county and held a position of authority and influence. It was also a position of accountability and responsibility, he reflected. His current struggles with the continued flood of drugs into the community were drowning the small police force in crime, as addicts were struggling to get their next high. Addictions and overdoses that were impacting families were becoming commonplace. It impacted the entire community, and he and his enforcement colleagues were losing their battle against the scourge. Re-election was coming up in the spring, with no results to show Shawn's effectiveness in fighting the drug war. He worried this would be his last term as sheriff. "Victor," Shawn said, shaking the hand of Christina's stepfather. Pushing his worries aside, Shawn pulled his mind back to the present and the impending nuptials of his two best friends. "Well, you surely clean up nicely," the older man smiled widely as he shook Shawn's hand. The two had seen each other last evening at the rehearsal dinner. However, they did not have the chance to speak at length. Shawn had always liked the older Brit. Victor was formal and a little stiff, but his kind-heartedness was clear. Christina was his only child, and was his by his later life marriage to her mother. Christina's mother had died a few years into their marriage, and Victor had never remarried. Victor had been an enormous help to identify the racket that Jeremy Stone had going, even though it was still not completely solved. Shawn's skin prickled with the thought of what had happened just a few months ago. They had a lot to rejoice about today, not only the love between Kevin and Christina, but because she had survived the attempt on her life. The case against Jeremy had been ongoing. After recovering from his injuries in jail, he had paid off his huge bail bond and was to be released the next week to await trial. They would check in on him, that was for certain. Agnes, in her role as state police, suspected Jeremy had some connections to the drug situation in town, but had no concrete evidence other than her own hunch. She had thought he had been laundering the money for someone else and was adamant that the numbers did not add up when she considered Jeremy's financial scheme with Ada. There had to be another source for the amount of cash he was working with. Shawn and Agnes were partnering to dig into the problem. He appreciated having the state police engaged. It would help them get closer to the issue. They needed to stop the flow of the drugs into the area. As he and Victor made small talk at their post at the bottom of the stairs, A horse-drawn carriage decorated in flowers appeared out front. Jeff was driving the carriage and was dressed in a formal, old-fashioned tail and top hat getup. Layla appeared at Shawn's elbow. "Final countdown," Layla said. "The guests are all here, so I'll go out to get them settled and seated. Gina and Christina should be down by 1 o'clock sharp." She stepped out on the steps and waved to Jeff. "Shawn, you and Gina will proceed first. Once we see you both at the corner of the house, the music will start. Then you'll go down the aisle, just like we practiced last night. Once the ceremony is over, Christina and Kevin will walk back down the aisle and take a spin in the carriage with Jeff. We'll do pictures and cocktails, and then dinner and fun." Layla stood on her tiptoes and kissed each man on the cheek. "You both look wonderful. Everything will be perfect." "Okay, I'm off to get everyone seated. Remember, 1 o'clock. Shawn smiled at Layla as she barked orders at the men. Briefly, he wondered if she knew everything would go smoothly. Shaking the thought from his mind, he remembered that he had promised her silence about her gift. He had not violated that vow, but was still curious about her abilities. Other police departments would occasionally tap into resources like hers, but he was sure having a psychic or whatever she was on the team may not be well received by his constituents. Layla had not offered her services to law enforcement, nor had she made any move he was aware of to explore her talent. He would just have to wait it out and see where things went. Agnes, however, had mentioned talking with Layla about using her talents. Not someone to let things lie, Agnes's interest in the psychic world were kindled whenever Layla was nearby. "Here, have a taste." Jeff had climbed from the wagon and handed Victor a metal flask, which he accepted willingly. Victor handed the flask to Shawn, who took a swig of the whiskey offered. "Oh, that's rough, Jeff," Shawn said, handing the flask back to Jeff. The liquid burned its way to his stomach. Jeff and Victor took a few moments to catch up and discuss the plan for the carriage ride with the bride and groom. "We'll take a turn up the Stagecoach Road. I've got a turnaround area up the path. It will give them a nice romantic ride in the meadow and woods. We tried it out for foliage, and it was a big hit. You know the tourists love their hay rides. What a beautiful amenity to include. What are you going to do in the winter? Do you have a sleigh?" "Just got my hands on a real nice one. I'm having it redone to include wheels as well, so we can go in the sleigh even if we don't get enough snow." "Wonderful idea," Victor agreed. "Did I hear you right last evening with the racehorses? I'd like to talk to you more about that." A noise on the stairway above the men took Jeff's attention. "Holy moly," he said, open-mouthed. Shawn turned his gaze to the top of the stairwell, and a shiver went through him. He had not seen Gina dressed up as she was now. She was absolutely stunning. The silver gray of her dress offset her light olive skin, and her dark hair was unbound and flowing over her shoulders. As she stepped carefully down the stairs on her heels, he noted the curve of her hip as she came closer to him. His mouth went dry as his thoughts went immediately to the other day when he had his hand on that hip. He was speechless. She had been an unknown entity just a few months ago, when she had first stepped foot onto the property with Christina. Now the world didn't seem right without her in it. Not to mention, the inn and its kitchen would feel empty if she wasn't there. Without speaking a word, and feeling like he couldn't momentarily, Shawn extended his arm for Gina to take. Her small hand tucked into his elbow, and his heart raced. "You look absolutely beautiful," he said, his voice husky. All eyes again went up the banister to catch the beautiful bride making her way down the stairs. Shawn took in Christina's beauty, appreciating her gown and flowers as she took her stepfather's arm. Kevin was a lucky guy, he reflected, but he found his eyes were unable to leave the sight of Gina on his arm. "Are we ready?" Gina addressed Christina specifically. The two women clasped hands joyfully and then turned to their escorts. "Let's do this thing." As Shawn and Gina made their way to the corner of the house, the music started, and they walked down the aisle between the guests under the tent. All eyes were on the pair as they moved toward the waiting groom. Throughout the thankfully brief service, Shawn caught Gina's eye. He wondered what her thoughts were and realized she likely was thinking about the upcoming meal and appetizers. She had put a lot of work into this day and certainly would want everything to go as well as they had planned. His thoughts were elsewhere. As Kevin and Christina exchanged vows, he was happy for them. Their union had been a long time coming. He wondered about his own future in that department. Now, over the age that a lot of his friends had married and had children, he still had no plans or even a relationship that would have a future. There were a few girlfriends here and there across the years, but he could not commit to a relationship for years after Annie had gone. No one after her had been serious for him. In the few relationships he had, he left before things could get serious. He wondered if there was something wrong with him, or if he had been permanently scarred from love because of his experiences. It was times like this, standing here next to his lifelong friend at his wedding, that brought that reality back to him. A family with a house full of kids and love was as much a dream as it was foreign to him, as he had not had that experience growing up. In his heart he had wished for it. After having a taste with his friends' families, he wondered if he could have that now, if he was worthy of it. A pair of dark brown eyes stared back at him as these thoughts ran through his mind. The present came rushing back to him as he gazed into Gina's face across the bride and groom, taking their vows. He thought of the electricity that had sparked between them the other day. He had wanted to lean in and place his lips on hers, but he was on duty and had just pulled her over. Just then, she smiled at him, and his heart raced. Desire sparked. He wanted to complete that kiss, and more, many more. The ceremony went off without a hitch, and the happy couple joyfully made their way through their guests. There were carriage rides, pictures, cocktails, and more pictures. Before Shawn realized the time that had passed, they were seated down for dinner and more drinks. Wine and all manner of cocktail had loosened the group. Shawn was grateful most guests were all staying at the inn for the night. He had arranged for rides for anyone going home locally, and now he felt free to party with the group. The DJ had set up before dinner, and the bride and groom had had their traditional dances. He felt relaxed and happy. Gina appeared, plunking herself next to him, a half-full wine glass in her hand. "Phew, my job here is done." She slipped off her shoes. "Did you like the dinner?" "Delicious as usual," he said, shifting a bit in his seat to face her. They were both taking in the dancers on the floor as they talked. "Tremendous job. Everything has been great, the place, the food, and the company, all gorgeous." He tipped his glass to her. She smiled at him, touching her heart. "Thank you." She flickered her eyelashes at him like a southern belle. "You look pretty good yourself." She took a sip of wine. "Do you dance? Or are you one of those guys that looks good but has no rhythm?" He laughed out loud at that and stood, extending his hand in invitation. "May I?" They danced together through several fast dances. Moving and swaying to the music, he was having a great time. He loved to dance and never got much chance to. He didn't care if he was doing any of the steps right, he just had fun moving to the music. Gina appeared to be enjoying dancing with him, and they had a great time with the rest of the guests crowding the tiny portable dance floor they had placed on the lawn. They parted when the DJ switched on a techno song. "Come find me for a slow song," Gina said. "I need to take a break. My feet are killing me." She joined a small group of Christina's friends from New York who had started to do tequila shots after the cake was served. Shawn joined a group of guys that had absconded with the groom to go out front, away from the group, to smoke cigars and toast their friend over some choice bourbon. Booze and laughter filled the night as the guests celebrated. The evening progressed, and Shawn lost track of the hour when he finally came back into the reception area. He was a little drunk, and again was happy he wasn't driving himself home. He heard a slow song start up, and a hand grabbed his, leading him to the dance floor. Gina's hair had come loose, and her eyes were shining as she wrapped her arms tightly around his shoulders. He caught a whiff of tequila on her breath, knowing she had been talking with her friends from the city. She leaned her head back to look him in the eye. She was beautiful, and he definitely wanted to kiss her. They swayed gently to the music. He smiled down at her. "I should have given you a ticket. You would do that?" You ran a red light and exceeded the speed limit, he stated matter-of-factly. I have to uphold the law. She smiled up at him and ever so slightly pressed herself more closely in his arms. It was a natural move, and so slight, he wondered briefly if he imagined it. But his body told him differently and responded to her curves, pressing against him. He wanted her. He wanted her badly. Shawn took them around the dance floor, moving easily among the other couples. She matched his movements, and they gracefully enjoyed each other and the music. I think we should go on a date, he stated. This made sense to him. They had started out getting to know each other amid the drama surrounding Christina's acquiring the inn. He had cried in her arms and held her hand at his long-lost girlfriend's funeral, and had been a faithful taste tester for her over the past months. She chuckled. You want to date me? She asked. He wanted to do more than just date her. If the circumstances were different right now, and he wasn't being gentlemanly, he would definitely pursue more than just securing a date. He smiled down at her. Yes, I do. Where should we go on this date? He asked, spinning her around. She looked up at him again, laughing. What do people do on dates around here? A shadow crossed her face, and her hand flew to her chest. Oh. She instantly released her hold on him and bolted inside the inn. He rushed after her, sure she was heading for the bathroom, where she was likely going to be sick. He retrieved a bottle of water from the bar and waited for her to emerge. The tequila shots were the likely culprit. The party was definitely winding down, and the DJ looked as though he was packing up his equipment while the music blared. After a time, Gina emerged from the restroom looking pale and embarrassed to see him waiting for her. So sorry, I'm not feeling so good. I had some tequila, and I don't usually drink that much. She swayed on her feet, and he caught her up in his arms. With nowhere else to go, he scooped her up and made for the stairs to bring her to her room. It was likely the best place for her if she was going to pass out. Mortified, she hid her face against his chest. He reached the second floor, and his legs burned as he made it up to the third-floor family wing, thankful he had resumed his weightlifting regimen. Shawn stopped in his tracks. He had only been up here when Annie had been alive. It was a forbidden place for him then, and now it halted him. Which room is yours? He asked. Gina pointed to what was Ada's large suite at the end of the hallway. Relieved that Gina had not taken up residence in Annie's old bedroom, he pushed forward, opening the door of the room and laying Gina gently down on the bed. There were clothes and makeup everywhere. Evidently, this is where the women had dressed together. A half-empty bottle of champagne graced the counter in the bathroom. Shawn pushed things aside and located a washcloth for Gina's head. He heard her stirring in the bedroom as he re-entered the room. He stopped mid-step, stunned. She lay in the bed, sound asleep. The moonlight from the window illuminated her lovely face. Desire drove through him unlike anything he had ever felt before as he took in her beauty. He stood there beside her bed, unsure of his next steps. She would hurt royally in the morning. He had not known her to drink much, if anything at all, so this would inevitably be all the more painful. He took a notepad from her nightstand and wrote, Tuesday night. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock for our date, signed Shawn. A chuckle crept out as he closed her bedroom door and made his way back down to the ebbing celebration. She would surely wonder what had exactly occurred here when morning came, and she found the note next to her bed. Chapter 4. Shawn hated the hospital. Not that he had come here often, but the reason he came here was off-putting. Similar situations had happened so many times that it was becoming a gruesome regular task. At least this time, he wasn't in the morgue. Leaning on the hallway wall, he waited for Agnes to appear from the patient room. She was the captain of the state troopers in the area, so he left the questioning to her for this case. Jeff, his lifelong friend, sat in the waiting area nearby, hunched over his phone, his expression grim. There was no way around it, Shawn reflected. He would have to talk to him, but he would wait for Agnes to do it. The victim of the overdose was Jeff's sister, so it was more appropriate for Agnes to lead the questioning in this case. He was too close to the family and felt he couldn't keep perspective. Agnes supported him in these situations. It seemed like she'd had his back for most of his adulthood. solid and reassuring. It was she that had pushed him to straighten himself out after Annie had disappeared. Police duty was all he had wanted to pursue after he had been the primary suspect in his girlfriend's disappearance. It was in that work that he found himself and made a living. It was a very different course than where he was headed when Agnes influenced him. It was humbling to think about how she had changed his circumstances. But things were different now, with the challenges that they faced dealing with the current rash of petty crime and drug ODs. Last year, all the forces were equipped with Narcan to help reverse overdoses before the rescue squads arrived on scene. They had saved several lives using the medication. He just wished they didn't have to in the first place. His gut ached with the flood of incidents. There had to be a way to stave off drug accessibility, or at least reduce the flow. Maybe if they could find the source of the drugs and put that person behind bars, everything would right itself. Agnes interrupted Shawn's thoughts, emerging from the hospital room with a solemn expression on her face. He looked at her questioning face, and she said, "Nothing more than what we already knew. Same story as last time." Shawn shook his head, pushing himself off the wall. It was more than frustrating to not get any new intelligence. The addicts were reluctant to give them more information even after overdosing and facing drug charges. They were all hopeful that Jeff's sister would choose rehab again, and that this time it would stick. It was a hard road. Heroin was so addicting, and since it was so available and cheap, recovery was tough. Without further discussion, Shawn and Agnes walked side by side down the hospital hallway to speak to relatives. Jeff was alone in the room. "Are you charging her at this point?" "It's likely that the judge will give her the choice again. Rehab or prison," Agnes said. "Jail won't help her." Jeff sat back in the chair, wiping a tear from his eye. "I just don't know what to do. I'm her only family now. No one else will have anything to do with her." "It's those kids that I worry about the most," Agnes replied. Jeff stood and shoved his hands deep into the front pocket of his jeans. "I'm trying to get my business rolling. Having horses all over the county is a challenge. I need to get a place so I can keep them all in one location. But my cabin isn't big. There's just not enough house for her kids to live with me." The police officers just nodded, listening to him. It was a story that they had heard many times, repeated over the past few years. Addictions were breaking up families and creating challenges for the foster care system. It was a shame what was happening in the area. Shawn felt pressured to resolve the issues and to put the people responsible for it behind bars. "Their father's still out of the picture?" Agnes asked. "Yeah, he washed his hands of them after the little one was born." "I think it contributed to her problems," Jeff replied. "I know, man," Shawn said, reaching out to touch his friend's shoulder. "You would help tremendously, Jeff, if you could relay to us everything you've learned about her drug sources," Agnes stated. Jeff shook his head. "If I knew and she would tell me anything, I would string them up myself." Both officers recognized this line of questioning would not be fruitful, as they had discussed this with Jeff before. Shawn realized that if Jeff had any knowledge in this area, he would reach out to him. It was a damn shame all around. They said their goodbyes and promises to stay in touch, and the police officers made their way to the parking lot. "Listen, I'm going to check in with Jeremy Stone. He's out now on bond. If you think there is a real connection there with him, we need to get to the bottom of it. It could be that lead that gets us out of all of this mess," Shawn said, heading for his sheriff cruiser. "I was going to mention that. I wonder where he got the money to post his own bail. His accounts were all frozen from the investigation. Sounds to me as though someone is helping him out, and that somebody has some big bucks," Agnes replied. "I thought bail was over $100,000. He was waiting to heal up a bit to get home and take care of himself. He'll have to check in with the department at least once a day. I'd like him to know we are keeping eyes on him." She nodded her head, taking off her trooper's hat and shaking out her long red ponytail. "Yeah, good idea. I'm headed north to White River. I thought I'd swing by Mooney Logan on the way." Mooney was one of their primary suspects they'd been observing in their investigation of the drug ring. They did not have enough evidence yet to get a search warrant or press charges against him. But Agnes and her unit had been keeping close eyes on him. He was getting nervous, and they were looking forward to a slip-up by him or his customers. Shawn was grateful to have Agnes and the state trooper team working side by side on the issue with him. As a small-town and unpopulous county sheriff, he and his staff had many miles to cover and not enough of a budget, which was the case with many districts in the state. Now especially, she was headed north with Mooney on the way, and he was traveling south to where Jeremy's house was, nearer to the Massachusetts border. They said their goodbyes and headed out, Shawn reflecting on the past weekend activities. Gina had been under the weather on Sunday, but not badly enough to keep her from putting on a delicious brunch for the wedding guests. She had not mentioned their exchange on the dance floor, but confirmed their date for tomorrow night. He needed to make a plan to do something interesting for her. He'd pick an activity that was uniquely Vermont, maybe. Arriving at Jeremy's house, he noted that there was nothing surprising. Jeremy's car was parked in the driveway, and he appeared to be the only person there. The door was open with the screen door offering a view into his living room. Shawn observed that Jeremy had a nice place, with a view of a pond in the distance. Crime paid, apparently. It was yet to be determined how much of his assets were related to what he had been doing at the Stonehouse Inn. The question was still out there. Who was he doing it for? There had to be someone with deep pockets. Shawn knew about the mortgages that he got for Ada on the Stonehouse Inn, even though she didn't need one. As her power of attorney, he had invested those funds in renovations that his father's company completed, and they had charged Ada 2 to 3 times what it should have cost. After paying the mortgage and the building costs, he had kept the rest. Ada had not been his only victim either. Evidence supported that Jeremy's supposed gratis legal help to other elderly residents in town had similar schemes. The state was still building its case against him, but Shawn suspected that there was more at play, and that Jeremy may have been laundering drug money for a larger illegal operation. And there was the matter of who had helped him make the high bail payment. There was nothing to go on yet that would connect Jeremy to the narcotic activity. It was a hunch that Shawn just could not let go of. He was being careful to not let what occurred in the past cloud his judgment. He needed to see the situation clearly. Shawn knocked on the screen door. "Come in," a feeble voice answered from the living room. Jeremy's appearance was shocking. The gaunt man that sat in the easy chair with his feet on a stool surprised Shawn. His pale skin was translucent in the light from the windows. Jeremy had a gray pallor under his eyes and a dazed expression on his face. "Oh dear, I thought you were the visiting nurse. They called and said they were coming. I think she must have gotten lost." He beckoned Shawn to enter. Come in, come in. I guess I shouldn't be shocked to see you, Sheriff." Shawn recalled the other man's injuries. He had been lucky to survive being shot in the chest at a close range. Even as a younger man, the recovery was far from over. "I know I look like hell. Feel that way too," Jeremy said, observing Shawn's expression. "I wanted to come by to let you know we're around," Shawn said, a little regretfully. It was likely that this frail man in front of him now would not be up to too much trouble, at least for a while. Jeremy snorted. "I kind of figured that. They've ordered me to check in with the police department daily." Shawn's cell rang. It was Agnes. "Excuse me," Shawn stated, stepping back out onto the front step, grateful for a chance to restart the check-in with Jeremy. "Mooney Logan is dead, shot in the head. Likely he's been here for a few days. No sign of a struggle or break-in. Doesn't look to be a suicide to me. Coroner is here. We'll get something in a few days from him," Agnes reported. "Jesus, all right, let me know if you find anything else out. We'll talk later. I'm at Stone's house." Agnes ended the call. Shawn's mind exploded with thoughts. They had been making progress with Mooney and had grown close to picking up some information from him. Shawn really hoped not all was lost. They may get evidence at the scene that would lead them in the killer's direction. If someone had murdered Mooney, that may be the link they were missing. Suicide would not offer those clues, but it would mean the police had been drawing closer than what the dealer could handle. A malevolent thought occurred to Shawn. Perhaps he should tell Jeremy to see his reaction. He wouldn't give him any of the details. He'd just say that Mooney was dead. Shawn played with the idea momentarily as he watched a car pull up the driveway. It belonged to the lost home health nurse. He needed to do it now if he was going to do it. "Sorry about that, it was just business. A body was found up on North Cross Road," Shawn stated, watching Jeremy. "Are you able to drive to town for your check-in?" Jeremy kept his eyes averted as he focused on straightening his clothing. "Of course I can drive. How do you think I got here? It's been slow getting back on my feet, but I'm sure I'll be better here at home." He then looked straight into Shawn's face without emotion, asking, "A body?" "No one lives up there but a few old camps and Mooney Logan. Anyone I would know?" "Mooney's dead," Shawn stated, gazing directly at Jeremy, watching carefully for any response. A knock sounded on the screen door. Shawn turned away from his assessment of Jeremy to let the nurse into the house. After a brief interaction, Shawn moved to leave Jeremy with his caretaker. "All right, let Madge at the front desk know if you can't come in, and I'll send an officer out to check on you." With Jeremy's attention taken by the nurse's questions, Shawn glanced back in the living room at Jeremy. He noted the other man's hands shaking as he wiped his brow. There it was, the reaction Shawn was looking for. Jeremy was alarmed at the news of Mooney's death, and he wasn't just scared, he looked terrified. Chapter 5. Butterflies jumbled in her belly as she got dressed for her date with Shawn. Gina couldn't understand why she was so nervous. They had known each other for months. She had held his hand at his ex-girlfriend's funeral, for heaven's sake. Still, her hands fluttered, trying to fasten the clasp of her necklace as she studied herself in the mirror. It had been a very long time since she had gone on a date, and this was her first one since moving to Vermont. She did not know what Shawn had in mind, and he wasn't sharing any details, except that there would be a meal involved. The outfit she selected was cute and serviceable for a dinner out or going to the movies. Gina was pleased with her reflection. She had long ago accepted her curves. They sort of went with the territory of being around food all the time. Her figure more resembled that of her grandmother, short and hourglassed. Her petite frame at 5 feet 2 inches was a hindrance to reach high cupboards, but otherwise it had come in handy when she wanted to use its appeal to the opposite sex. The note Shawn had left on her bedside stand was still there. She had woken on Sunday morning with a terrible headache and an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Recollections had been sketchy because of her state of inebriation the night before. She smiled to herself. He wanted her. It was nice to know he was a gentleman and did not take advantage of the situation. She knew it definitely attracted her to him. The size of him was appealing, as well as his personality. The fact that he had made himself into the person he was today spoke of his determination to be the best he could be. They shared a similar drive. Running the restaurant and tavern in the inn was a dream come true for her. Gina had the future mapped out over the next few years to include a cookbook and a podcast for teaching cooking skills. It was something she had pursued a long time ago, but it hadn't worked out yet. Maybe not until now. Making her way down to the front entrance to wait for Shawn, she marveled at the noise level. It was a dramatic shift from the echoing silence when Christina had first brought her here. The rooms were filled with guests having a corporate retreat for the next few nights. They were an easy crowd with specific needs and a schedule of events. Layla would be there tonight to attend to them, along with the other waitstaff and bartender. Everything would go smoothly. Only the tavern was open to the public this evening. And since it was a Tuesday, there wouldn't be much traffic. The group had already racked up quite a bar bill, tapping into her fine wine cellar stores. It was a depletion she was more than happy to replenish, because there was a nice profit margin on alcohol. She would be back for their breakfast and planned on stunning them with some new recipes. Maud, the recently retired cook and housekeeper, had shared an original one with her. It was a French toast casserole made with Vermont maple syrup. It was a great opportunity to use the local flavors and promote some of the regional vendors. Her stomach growled as she reached the foyer. Shawn had arrived before her. His empty cruiser was parked out front. Were they going on a date in that? At that prospect, Gina decided she would drive. No way would she want to go out in a police car. but nevertheless she felt a smile sneak onto her face. The night was already getting interesting. Shawn and Layla were whispering in the kitchen when she walked in. "I thought we were eating out," she asked, grabbing an appetizer from the tray Layla held. His eyes appraised her, taking in her choice of outfit. "We are. You look great. Are you ready?" "Sure. Do you mind if we take my car?" Gina asked. Shawn laughed boisterously. "Don't want to be seen in a cop car," he teased. "Not really, if you don't mind." After a beat, Shawn agreed, evidently thinking logistics of not having his mobile office on hand. "Sounds good. You may need to bring a sweater or a jacket. I know today was warm, but it gets cold fast in the evening, especially in the fall." They left the buildings side by side, chatting about the weather and the day. Gina was glad that they were carrying the ease of their friendship into the date. Any sense of awkwardness she felt earlier was erased as they drove down the mountain. She took her time, wary after her speeding incident a few days ago. "I'm taking you to the best dinner location in the area. I'm glad that you have on sensible shoes. There will be some walking involved." Shawn directed her to pull into a local roadside burger joint. "Wahoo's got the best burgers you have ever eaten." "Are we eating here?" she asked, a little dismayed at the sight of the deserted picnic tables bordering the parking area. No, we're taking it to go," Shawn answered. They ordered their meals, keeping up the easy discussion. It was so effortless to talk to Shawn, since they shared the love of food. The menu items were a perfect topic for them to discuss while they waited. Gina was enthralled by the variety of burgers they had on the menu, and Shawn had sampled them all. "Oh, I see they have maple syrup soft serve. We'll have to get that for dessert," she stated. "Let's save that for the next date." "It is pretty awesome, but so is what I have planned tonight," Shawn answered. "If you don't mind, that is—" She laughed teasingly. "That's implying there will be further dates?" "Oh yes, there will be," Shawn stated matter-of-factly. He looked straight into her eyes, causing her belly to flip. "I am so glad you made the first move. I had wanted to, but I was out of practice." "Which move was it that worked better for you? The wild driving resulting in a traffic stop or throwing up tequila? I am, after all, very experienced and metropolitan with my approach." Shawn laughed out loud, rubbing the back of his neck, his eyes glittering mischievously as he considered his reply with laughter on his lips. "Oh, I have to think." They were interrupted by his name being called from the window. Their meals were ready. He gathered their overflowing bags of food, and they went back to the car. Shawn directed her to drive where he had planned to take them. "You're going to love this view. Looks like the timing will be just right with the sunset and the sky is clear. I'm glad you have your jacket. It's going to be a little chilly once that sun goes down." They drove up the main road highway that took them up to a winding rural road. Shawn directed Gina to pull into an empty parking lot at the top of the mountain, where she parked and stopped. The scents from their meals filled the car. She was ravenous and hoped they would get to where he was leading them soon. Shawn carried the bags while he guided her over a stone wall to an outcrop with a park bench. Her eyes were adjusting to the low light as the sun went down on the late October day. She sat, and he arranged the food between them. Immediately, she took her hamburger and savored the flavor of the barbecued meat. "Oh my, this is wonderful," Gina exclaimed, savoring the taste. "It's organic, natural, and whatever," Shawn said, laughing at his awkwardness. "It's all local, all fresh. I thought you would appreciate it." Hms and yums came from Gina as she ate gratefully. The meal was delicious, even though it was simple. It was something similar to what she was striving to do for the tavern fare at the inn. She would have to get connected to the chef here. Her mind spun with the ideas of ways they could collaborate together. They ate in silence for a moment, both enjoying the food and the amiable company. As the daylight diminished, Gina took in the view, appreciating the fact that Shawn had brought them to this spot. They were at an overlook off of Hogback Mountain that had a gorgeous multi-state view on a clear day. During peak foliage season, there would be traffic jams with cars slowing to glimpse the scenery, but with night encroaching on them, it was their own private spot. Soon they would be lucky to see the path on the way back to the car. But before she could free her mouth to ask him about his plans, He got excited. "Oh, we've made perfect time," Shawn exclaimed, pointing at the horizon. Just over the far horizon was a blaze of light, illuminating the whole sky and the mountaintops. Gradually, the rising moon appeared, filling the night with a glowing golden light. The display took Gina's breath away. Never had she expected to see a sight like this. It enthralled her. Shawn gazed into her face, watching her reaction to the rising moon. She noticed him staring and smiled back at him. "It's beautiful. Thank you. I definitely wasn't expecting to see this on our date tonight." She wiped her hands on a paper napkin and shoved it and the remains of their food into the bags, moving them out of the way so she could scoot on the bench seat closer to Shawn. Gina cuddled up to his side, and he curled his arm around her as if they had been doing this for years. They watched the moon rise in silence, and Gina reveled in his warmth. It did indeed cool down rapidly, as he had warned. She appreciated his solid presence beside her. It may be a little forward for a first date, but having initiated the first move, she felt comfortable with their physical closeness. "It's so wonderful," she said after a time. "I never thought of watching the moon rise, but it's beautiful." "Best seat in the house," Shawn chuckled. "I'll admit there's not a lot happening around here for entertainment, like what you would have in New York, but we find ways to entertain ourselves." They sat for a time in silence, looking at the view. She was relaxed, fed, and happy. Shawn was excellent company. She was attracted to him and wanted the experience to continue. He reached out with his free hand and covered hers. She relished the warmth. "Are you cold?" he asked. She shook her head, but a sudden chill belied her response. "I was just thinking that I don't want this to end." He looked down into her eyes. "I want to kiss you," he whispered huskily. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest. There was nothing she wanted more. "Then kiss me," she answered. He took his time. His gaze relished her face as he pulled himself nearer. He paused briefly before their lips touched, causing her to take in a sharp intake of breath. When their lips finally touched, gently and light as a feather, her anticipation burned. She held back from her instinct to deepen the kiss quickly, matching with her rising need. Brushing his lips over hers, he moved to her cheeks, gently caressing her skin with his lips, his beard roughly scratching her cheeks. He pulled back again, not returning to her lips. Heat rose between them. Before she reached for him, as her urgency grew, he dipped his head and kissed her passionately, her lips parting under his. Lights flashed under her eyelids, and she was breathless as desire rose in her unbound. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pulled herself closer. He responded in kind, pulling her onto his lap. His kisses found her neck and burned her skin as he made his way to the base of her throat. Footsteps sounded on the crushed rocks of the path. "Is that you, Sheriff Johnson?" a voice asked. "I thought I heard your voice before, but I didn't see your car." The crunching stopped abruptly as Gina slid off of Shawn's lap, back onto the bench beside him. "Hello, Mrs. Jackson," Shawn said, clearing his throat. "Nice evening to be out." The older woman pulled her jacket closed while her beady eyes assessed what the sheriff had been up to in the dark. Shawn rose from the bench as he continued to address their visitor. "It got a little cooler than what I expected, though." She looked Shawn over from shoe to hat and asked, "Who's your friend?" "I don't think I know her." Gina rose from the bench and graciously greeted the intruder. "I'm Gina Iovino, Mrs. Jackson. I'm the new chef at the Stonehouse Inn." "Oh yay," the older woman drawled. "I heard the food is fantastic there. I wondered how you all were faring after I heard about Jeremy Stone being out on bail." Gina felt as if she were gut-punched. Christina and Kevin were away on their honeymoon, so it was likely that Shawn had kept this information from all of them before the wedding, not wanting to shadow their happy event. Gina would like to know if those were his actual reasons, as her emotions switched quickly from feeling starry-eyed to being upset with her date. Shawn made small talk with Mrs. Jackson as he strolled with her to the parking lot. Gina followed several steps behind. Eventually, the older woman joined her husband in their car. Gina noted he had oxygen tubing going into his nose, so likely could not join his wife walking down the moonlit path. Gina opened her car door and slipped behind the wheel. Shawn looked a little surprised that they were leaving, but followed her nonetheless. Without a word, she pulled out of the parking lot. After a few minutes of quiet, Shawn broke the silence. I said nothing about Jeremy because I only heard about his bail on Saturday. It wasn't a good time, and I didn't want to ruin anything for Kevin and Christina. They'll find out when they get back. Gina nodded in agreement. That's what I thought you would say. It was Daniel all along anyway, although it doesn't excuse Jeremy's actions, Shawn stated. There was a long silence as she drove. They were both in their own thoughts regarding what had happened a few months ago. She was reluctant to keep digging into old wounds. They had been down that road together and would undoubtedly have to reflect on what had happened some more, once all the charges were brought up for Jeremy. Shawn had to deal with it more than Gina, of course, because of all of his involvement in the case as sheriff. As the silence wore on, Gina noted Shawn's demeanor getting a little agitated, until finally he said, "Listen, I guess we need to get this right out in the open now, if we are going to be dating. There are just some things I can't share with you or anyone outside of other cops because of an ongoing investigation or whatnot. I am also an elected official, so I sometimes have to, well, suck up to people I would not ordinarily suck up to," he stated, his voice rising. She looked at him sidelong and smiled, reaching out to pat his knee. She really understood where he was coming from with his professional life challenges. "We're going to be dating. This is the second time you've mentioned this plan tonight." She smiled flirtatiously. "Yes, I think we should. You're a good kisser and know your way around the kitchen. It'll be a fruitful experience for the both of us." They laughed together, easing the remaining tension between them as she pulled into the inn's parking lot. "Well then, I have some of Maud's pie in the pantry. Come in and have some, and maybe I'll let you kiss me goodnight. I mean, now that we are dating." Chapter 6. Gina was feeling lighthearted as she came down the stairs on her way to the kitchen in the old inn, reveling in the now familiar sounds of the creaks of the stairs and the floorboards as she walked. She hummed happily to herself. She took pride in thinking she had a business stake in the inn. While the location wasn't where she'd thought to be at this point in her life, it still provided her with satisfaction. Last night was fun. It had been pretty inventive of Shawn to take her to the mountain lookout for the view of the moonrise on their first date. It was a beautiful sight. Goosebumps rose on her arms as she thought of their first kiss. Warmth spread through her body as she recalled the touch of his lips and the feeling of his strong arms wrapped around her. The heat that had risen between them took her breath away. She stopped in her tracks, lightly touching her lips with her fingertips, as she thought of what may have happened if they had not been interrupted. "You look pretty pleased with yourself this morning," Agnes said. The tall state trooper smiled down at Gina. Agnes had just let herself into the back kitchen door of the inn. As a frequent visitor, she was always welcome. Gina startled at her presence, snapping out of her thoughts. Agnes chuckled at her. "Heard you two had a pretty nice time. And I also heard you met Mrs. Jackson," Agnes said, shaking her head and continuing her broad smile. "The life of a county sheriff, not to be envied by all." Busying herself in the kitchen to cover the awkwardness of where her thoughts had been headed before meeting Agnes, Gina offered her coffee. "What brings you up so early?" "I thought I'd try to catch Layla before she started her day," Agnes replied, gratefully accepting a mug of steaming coffee. "Oh, I'm sure she's around." "Everything all right?" Gina asked. Agnes nodded. "Oh yeah, no worries. Everything is fine." She hesitated before speaking again, appearing to visibly think about what to say next. "I was actually seeing if she might be able to help me with a small project. We've been chatting on the side. I hope you don't mind." It struck Gina that certainly Layla could do as she pleased. It was always a challenge, working and living at the same place, since life and work got intermingled. Layla was entitled to her privacy. However, it didn't prevent Gina from being curious about what they were doing. Agnes and Layla didn't really seem like they would have much in common, and that added fuel to her curiosity. The serious state trooper captain and the mild-mannered Layla didn't seem a likely pair. No, of course it's fine, Gina answered, waving her hand dismissively as she gathered ingredients to bake muffins. Everyone is entitled to their thing, she said. It occurred to her Agnes would have the same hang-ups Shawn had talked about keeping work and private life separate. I suppose you have a lot on your mind, or on the cases you're working on, that need to be kept under wraps. In your role as police, I mean. Gina knew she wasn't making a lot of sense. Agnes laughed out loud. Sounds like Shawn gave you his speech. She shook her head while laughing. He takes everything very seriously, like he should, of course. But it's a struggle sometimes. As law enforcement, we work and live in the community, and so we need to keep some sensitive information quiet, especially if we are actively investigating a case. It can get to be a challenge in relationships. Has it been for you? Gina asked. Agnes shook her head solemnly. I was married once. We were both in law enforcement, so it was a bit easier to talk about work. But it can be tough sometimes. The hours and the stress can do a number on a couple. Shawn has double trouble having both the cop thing and the public image issue. Being an elected official, he's got to really put himself out there. It can be a personal challenge. Before Gina could reply, Layla entered the kitchen. She stiffened when she realized Agnes was present. There was a brief silence while Agnes placed her empty coffee mug on the table. Layla wiped her hands nervously on her apron. Got a minute to talk? Agnes asked Layla. Layla looked sidelong at Gina, as if gauging her reaction to Agnes's request. Sure. Let's go in the bar. It's empty for now. Agnes thanked Gina for the coffee, and the two women exited the kitchen. Irritation rose in Gina's belly, and she tamped it down, surprised at her reaction. It was in her nature to be curious about what was happening, but this felt a little weird. She was feeling left out. With the revelation last evening about Jeremy Stone being out of prison, and the news that Shawn had kept that information to himself, she wondered what else she didn't know. What could Layla and Agnes be talking about that had Layla acting so nervous? Gina broke eggs into a bowl with other ingredients and furiously stirred the batter. Shawn had seemed adamant about explaining how his role could impact her and their relationship. It made her wonder what their future could look like together. It was clear, at least to her, that she had not ever expected to be building her life in a rural community, and certainly had never anticipated to be having a relationship with the local sheriff. The thought stopped her in her tracks. Shawn was so much on the up and up, and seemed like a virtuous guy that had built himself a fine career in life here. If they continued to date, she would be part of that, part of the public life that he led. Was that something she wanted for herself? Putting herself out there like that? She knew she had a past. Not necessarily anything terrible, but it was a past. Not to mention the shady connections of her father. That part of her life was not her doing, but he was her family. Should she be taking their relationship further than being friends with Shawn? She needed to think beyond their attraction. Was this the life she wanted and the man she wanted? If she were to move forward with the path they were on, she would need to be fair to Shawn, to them both. Perhaps she should have some level of certainty that this was the life she wanted, living in rural Vermont, before she allowed their relationship to move forward. She had to think years ahead and consider what that looked and felt like. Her hands moved automatically back to the tasks of baking. It was clear that she was attracted to the man and wanted to be with him. It was easy to see them dating, but she couldn't get beyond that in her thoughts. She wondered if her own past stood in the way of that, since she knew it had kept her from pursuing other relationships before. Healing from the pain of her broken marriage had taken time, but now she was years beyond that. She was a different person in a different age. Her past. She had not yet revealed all that to Shawn, not knowing how he would react, or if he would accept her if he knew. His purity of heart may not align with her history or her family's. It was all behind her, though, and none of it was her doing, yet it would impact his public life persona if they were to move forward with their relationship. She had to be sensitive to that. She had her own needs, and he had his concerning the life he had built. They had really only been on one date, Gina considered. It was not a lifetime commitment, but she knew, she felt in her heart, that they were moving down a more serious path than a light dalliance. Caring for each other as friends first had their relationship trajectory further ahead than if they had started out this new phase not knowing each other prior. Her common sense told her that she may be reading way too much into the whole situation. It was way too early to even begin to contemplate what their future would be like. She needed to see where they were headed, and if they were compatible, and if this initial heat she felt would be sustained. Not only was it in her nature to be curious, but it was also in her character to plan. She had planned 1,000,000 meals and recipes in her life so far, but people and relationships were very different than a meal. Her mind drifted as she moved into her regular rhythm in the kitchen. She decided what would be on the menu for the evening specials and took inventory of what she needed for supplies. It was comforting and stimulating at the same time. She smiled to herself at the pleasure of being her own boss and driving the menu offerings. Thus far, she and Christina had been successful with their business endeavor and had rave reviews from their guests. They needed to get the word out, though, in order for the business to really grow. Gina's mind drifted to their business plans. She became so engrossed in her thoughts, the knock on the kitchen door startled her. It was odd to have anyone come to that door that needed to knock, making the interruption even more surprising. Gina opened the heavy door, and beyond the screen door were 4 younger men. They were a motley-looking bunch. The hair on the back of her neck prickled. Immediately, Gina felt the need for caution. As she was essentially alone in the kitchen, Agnes and Layla were in earshot, however. She relaxed as she considered that there was a state police cruiser sitting in the driveway. As she took in her visitors, she realized why she had reacted so. They all appeared disheveled, as if early mornings were not in their strong suit. They were the type that she would consider to be stoners, and she would hesitate to hire them in her kitchen as dishwashers and busboys for their habitual lateness or lack of general work ethic. She knew it wasn't a fair assumption before getting to know any of them. It was their initial appearance. "Good morning, ma'am. I'm Arthur from the diversion program." A pair of bright blue eyes greeted her under a dark-colored skull cap. "We're supposed to be meeting with Jeff Knox this morning. We're doing a work crew." Immediately, Gina realized who the group of men were. Jeff was clearing a pasture for the horses he was keeping in the barns as a business partnership to offer trail rides and carriage rides as an amenity at the inn. He had talked Christina and she into using labor from the local court diversion program. It was a program that provided supervised work and provided guidance and mentorship as an option to avoid a jail sentence. Jeff was an advocate for the program as they had helped his sister in the past, and he felt strongly that it helped people from recidivism. He felt these guys needed guidance and a chance to make a better life for themselves, away from drugs and crime. Both Gina and Christina had been in favor of it in theory, and had left it to Jeff to supervise the labor. He would need to make sure he got out of it what he needed in the pasture and barns. They had all the confidence in Jeff to do what was needed, as an experienced horseman and barn owner. Gina felt a presence come up behind her and saw a shadow pass over the face of the man at the door. "Good morning, Arthur," Agnes said, standing behind her. "Morning, officer," Arthur replied, stepping back off the step, ice in his words. The awkward exchange was interrupted by Jeff coming around the corner of the inn. "Hey guys, let me take you around to the barn," Jeff said. He warmly welcomed the small group as they followed him out of sight as Gina and Agnes watched. "Rough crew this morning," Agnes said, as the crew disappeared around to the barn. Gina agreed, internally glad they were not working inside the inn. "You know them?" she asked. Agnes snorted. "Oh yeah. Not one of those things you can talk about?" Gina asked. "It would be an old story, often repeated around here," Agnes said. "Oh, I forgot to ask you. I have a couple of extra tickets to a concert tomorrow night down at Memorial Hall. Not sure if it's your thing, but the tickets include a cocktail party before the concert. It's a charity thing, but it's a big social event. I can't go and wondered if you and Shawn could use the tickets." "Memorial Hall?" Gina asked, unsure of where she was referring. "Yeah, it's right across from the police station, near the diner. It looks like an old house, but it's actually a really old concert hall. You'll love it. The history of the place aligns with the inn. It's been around just as long. Gina laughed. Sounds great. Sure, I'll see if Shawn will want to go. Oh, he will. He had the same look on his face this morning as you did, Agnes said, a teasing smile on her lips as she placed her hat over her red ponytail and left the inn. Chapter 7. Agnes had been right. Shawn had been eager to have a second date and had readily agreed to the concert. Gina felt like a teenager as she paced in the foyer of the old inn, waiting for Shawn to arrive. He'd insisted on picking her up. They could take her car instead of the sheriff's cruiser. She supposed that she would need to get accustomed to riding in the sheriff's car at some point if they were to continue dating. But not yet. The conflict she had felt the other day in whether to continue their relationship was not on her mind as she felt butterflies in her stomach, eagerly awaiting Shawn's arrival. She was feeling downright giddy at the thought of seeing him again, even though she had seen him nearly daily over the past several months. It was clear the meaning of his presence had shifted. Shawn arrived, blowing into the foyer with a gust of wind. Feels like a storm is coming. Weird weather we are having. It must be climate change, I guess. I don't remember it being so warm here this time of year. He kissed her on the cheek, looking at her admirably. You look nice, he said, his breath brushing over her ear and a shiver of delight shimmering up her spine. She was very attracted to him, which thrilled her. Having grown together as friends, she surmised that the attraction had also grown between them, blossoming as their relationship changed. He offered to drive her car, but she graciously declined. He didn't seem to mind. It wasn't a wound to his masculinity. If you want, I can drive home. It is, after all, a cocktail party, so you should enjoy yourself. That is, if you are up to it. She grimaced at his subtle teasing. The wedding seemed like a long time ago, but her stomach had not forgotten her foray into tequila with friends from New York. Don't remind me. No worries on my end. I doubt there will be a repeat performance of that, ever actually. Shawn laughed boisterously, making her smile. He had a good sense of humor and loved to tease. If nothing else, he made her laugh fairly regularly, which was a good relationship trait. They drove down the mountain and made easy conversation about the past few days. It was nice of Agnes to offer her tickets, Gina said. Yeah, she's a good friend, Shawn replied. I was kind of surprised Agnes came up the other day to see Layla. Not the two I would think to be having a friendship. Not much in common there. Yeah, Shawn said, shifting in his seat as Gina drove. He rubbed his chin, scratching at the later-day whiskers. Geez, I guess I should have shaved. She smiled to herself. She didn't mind those whiskers. In fact, she was looking forward to rubbing her face against them later. Her stomach flipped at the thought. But it was clear that Shawn changed the subject, and it confirmed what Gina had thought earlier. Agnes and Layla were not talking about friendship things. Their conversation likely was about something they were investigating. Gina's curiosity was stirred. It annoyed her a bit that she couldn't ask what was going on, as Shawn would not divulge police business to her. I heard Jeff's work crew showed up. Do you know how they are working out? Shawn asked, onto another subject. Gina shook her head. I haven't heard, except I know there's been a lot of work done in the pasture. I met them at the door when they first got there. They came around back to the kitchen door. They kind of startled me at first. Shawn laughed out loud, interrupting her. Yeah, I can see that. Probably not who you'd expect at your back door, but no worries. They are all well supervised. They're just trying to get their lives back under control, and it's good they have that chance. Did you meet their crew chief? I think it's Sam. He's a nice guy, been around a long time. Gina shook her head, smiling at his assessment. I met their supervisor, but his name was Arthur. He was a young guy, with blue eyes. Gina had her eyes on the road, but she could have sworn she saw Shawn stiffen at her words. After a moment, he replied, Blue eyes, huh? She glanced at him and noted his jaw was clenched as he stared out the passenger side window. She opened her mouth to ask if he was jealous at all, but he spoke first. They are staying in the barns, right? They aren't coming up to the inn? His sudden change in demeanor and tone of his question put her on edge. That's right. They've stayed in the barn and pasture. I haven't really seen much of them since that first morning. Why, is there something? Good, Shawn visibly relaxed a bit. No, nothing for you to be concerned about. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. Just don't go cooking for them, bringing them cookies, or anything like that. This turn of Shawn's opinion bothered her. Should I be concerned? Is it a good idea to have them there with the guests and all? Shawn leaned over and laid his large hand over her leg in a comforting gesture. She liked the contact, making her belly feel warm at his touch. They aren't dangerous and they've been vetted. I just don't want them hanging around my girl and taking advantage of your kindness. She blushed at his reference to her as my girl, but it didn't dissuade her from thinking that something else was up. She knew from their earlier conversations that he wouldn't tell her specifics, but she trusted his guidance. My girl? She asked. He kept his hand on her leg and smiled widely at her. They exchanged glances as the color rose in her cheeks. He caressed her leg gently while looking at her. I can't wait until this night is over so I can kiss you again. Gina almost drove off the road as a deep thrill rose in her. Whoa! Shawn laughed as she got the car under control. There were no other cars on the dirt road, and their low rate of speed lessened any danger. I can see I better not flirt with you while you're driving, but it's nice to see your reaction to me. They both laughed in unison. Gina's face burned bright red, and she felt like a schoolgirl with a crush on her date. She needed to change the subject, so they wouldn't crash on their way to the concert. Do you know the band that is playing? She asked. I do, the Stony Creek Band. Do you know them? I think they are pretty famous on the country music and bluegrass circuits. They are from Brattleboro, so we get to see them when they swing into town around the holidays. It's nice that they are willing to participate in the benefit. Good fun. Gina had not heard of the band, since her taste in music ventured to the classic rock side. She liked the Rolling Stones and the old Talking Heads. Do you like that kind of music? She asked. I like all sorts of music, and I like to hear anything live. You would be surprised to know that I like Fish, and I like the Boston Symphony if I can hear them live. And I actually have for both groups. Otherwise, I tend to listen to country or rock music, whatever is playing on the radio. They had arrived into town, and Gina had Shawn guide her as to where best to park. She was surprised when he asked her to park at the far deserted end of the parking lot for the venue. Why on earth do you want to park way over here? You want to be able to make a quick exit? She asked. She turned off the car and looked at him. Because I didn't want an audience while I do this, he said, his voice husky as he leaned into her. Gina gasped in delight as his lips found hers. He brushed his lips against hers, sending sparks behind her eyes. He pulled back slightly instead of deepening the kiss as she expected. A longing grew in her immediately. She needed to kiss him. She reached up with both hands and placed them on the sides of his face, his whiskers pricking her palms, and pulled his face to hers. She immediately deepened the kiss, passionately kissing him, parting his lips with hers. He responded in full as heat flared between them. She wanted him. She wanted his arms around her and to be pulled into his lap, as he had done the other night. He pulled her into him as they kissed, the car's console a barrier between them. She wanted more, but reluctantly she pulled back, ending the kiss. I guess we better go in, she said hoarsely. He replied, reaching in to kiss her lips again before he pulled back. We have to save something for a goodnight kiss, I suppose. They smiled at each other before exiting the car. Gina reflected she hadn't felt so happy and excited about spending time with a man in a long while. Even with her uncertainties, she was deeply drawn to Shawn. They exited the car and walked across the parking lot into the venue hand in hand. Shawn did not relinquish her hand until he needed to shake hands with one of his constituents. Good evening, Sheriff. Do you mind if I take up a few minutes of your time? A local business owner asked of Shawn as walked to the bar. Shawn kissed her cheek before letting go of her hand. Gina nodded to him and assured him she would be fine on her own. This was a flavor of what their lives would be if they became serious. As an elected official, he would be in demand whenever they were out in public. It would be more intimate in this small town, as most everyone knew everyone else. Someone touched her arm. Hey, nice to see you here. It's Gina, right? A well-dressed middle-aged man handed her a glass of champagne. Gina couldn't place him at first. His voice sounded so familiar. "It's Roy from the beverage den?" he laughed. "I guess I must clean up better than I thought." Gina immediately recognized him. His business supplied the majority of their local beer and wine for the inn. "Roy!" she exclaimed. A little embarrassed she didn't recognize him after all of his trips to the inn. "I'm so sorry, you do clean up nice." They laughed together as a well-dressed woman around Roy's age joined them. "Let me introduce you to Maureen, my wife. Gina is the chef up at the Stone House." "Oh, it's so nice to meet you. I have heard such great things that you are doing up there. Welcome to our little town." Maureen was lovely, and they spoke about the inn and the area amiably. Gina learned they had 5 children, all of whom worked for them. The discussion stayed fairly one-sided as they talked about their family. A few minutes later, another gentleman who Gina did not immediately recognize joined their conversation. It turned out to be one of the goat farmers, Mark, she had met from the farmer's market. He reintroduced himself and his girlfriend, Chloe. They were closer in age to Gina than Roy and Maureen, but they all seemed to know each other, and the conversation was friendly and animated. Gina found herself to have more in common with them than she had expected. Chloe and Mark had both grown up in Brooklyn and had moved to the area after college. Gina found herself forgetting the passing time as she enjoyed the conversation with her acquaintances. It was heartening to feel that she was being accepted into the community as a part of the business and hospitality framework of the area. They were all eager for the success of the inn, as its success also helped their global success. It was a nice feeling, belonging. A gentle tug on her elbow and a quick kiss on her cheek found Shawn at her side. Her companions all greeted him and seemed a little curious that they were attending the event together, but no one made any commentary. "Hey, so sorry. I got roped into a conversation. Glad you were okay," Shawn whispered to her. She nodded. She was all right. "It was fine. No worries. I imagine it must be hard to get away from the role." He looked relieved. "Yeah, it's been a little much lately. It's the re-election, and the person running against me is causing waves." "Sorry to hear that. It must be hard for you, after all of the work you do for the town," she said. He nodded and opened his mouth to reply, but was interrupted by a bell ringer who was telling people to find their seats in the audience. Gina hastily finished her glass, depositing it on a tray for the waitstaff. Shawn took her hand again as they walked to their seats. Agnes had been right. Gina found the old hall beautiful. The original woodwork had been cared for over the years and gleamed from a recent polish. The old floor was uneven from warping over time, making her take care where she stepped. She was glad she hadn't worn heels again. The room made her curious of its history, and she vowed to explore it when she found the time. They sat on old wooden pews, reminiscent of church pews with red, comfortable cushions. She imagined the cushions were recent additions for the comfort of the patrons. Shawn held her hand throughout the concert. She reveled in his closeness, enjoying being with him. The concert itself was amazing. Having never been to a live music venue this intimate, the performance was stunning, and she was enthralled by the talent of the musicians. She now understood what Shawn meant when he said he loved to listen to anything in a live performance. This was truly an experience for the senses. Afterward, they mingled with a few people as they left the venue. Shawn never relinquished her hand. He offered to drive again, and this time she took him up on his offer. The parking lot was emptying slowly, so Shawn waited for a few minutes before starting the engine. He leaned over her, pressing her back into the passenger seat. He grazed his lips with hers and pulled back. "I love kissing you like this," he said, leaning in to brush his lips teasingly against hers. "Every time I pull away, the way you look at me, it makes me burn," he said, kissing her again lightly. Gina's insides felt as though they were melting in a hot heap at his words. "I want you to kiss me, like you did the other night," she whispered, not believing she was uttering those words aloud. Shawn's expression changed from teasingly flirtatious to a deeper passion. He leaned in, beginning to kiss her lightly. Then he dove into her mouth, parting her lips with his. She melted into his chest as liquid fire boiled in her veins. A loud rap on the car's hood startled them both, and they broke their kiss. "Hey, you can't park here." "Oh, hi, Chief. I need to close the gate up." A young deputy stood in front of them, shining his flashlight into the car. The parking lot had emptied, and the venue had hired the Department for Traffic Control. The gate to the lot needed to be shut. Now the concert was over. They were the last car in the lot and needed to leave. Shawn started the car, and they pulled out of the lot with the deputy closing the gates behind them. They both broke out into laughter. Two kids caught parking. Shawn held her hand while he drove with the other. They companionably arrived back to the inn. Gina was not ready to have the date end. "Will you come in? I may have something left over in the pantry." "Deal," Shawn laughed. Getting out of the car, he looked around the parking lot. Wow, there are a ton of cars here tonight. The lot was full of vehicles, a few more than what had been there when they had left for the evening. Immediately, Gina was concerned how Layla and the waitstaff had fared while she was out necking in the parking lot. They entered the inn through the kitchen. Layla and team were busy, but handling the rush well. Gina noted the trickle of sweat on Layla's brow. She was a hard worker, and Gina was glad that she could rely on her. Gina peeked through the swinging door to the dining room. Several guests were enjoying after-dinner drinks and seemed happy. Looking in on the tavern, every table was full. She stepped aside to let a waitstaff into the kitchen, who looked surprised to see her. "Hey, Layla, did you tell Gina who's sitting at the bar?" the waitress asked. "Oh no," Layla answered. "I'd forgotten. There's a guy asking for you." She was busy filling a few plates with desserts, including one slice of pie for Shawn, who waited eagerly. "Looks like we are attracting all sorts of clientele," Layla continued. "He's from some cooking show. I've seen him before, I think, on TV. Looks familiar. Real snooty French guy." Gina's stomach dropped to the floor, and she felt faint, feeling the blood rush from her face. "Hey, Gina, are you all right?" Shawn asked, coming to her side, touching her elbow. She placed her hand on her chest. "I need your help." "Of course, babe. Whatever you want to tell me," Shawn said, concerned. He slipped his arm around her waist. "I need you to help me evict a customer. He shouldn't be here, and I don't want him here." Shawn swallowed deeply, a deep frown line appearing between his eyes. "Okay, who?" "My ex-husband." Chapter 8. Shawn hadn't slept all night, tossing and turning, his covers tangled around his feet. The news that Gina had an ex-husband landed like a gut punch. Acid burned in his stomach as he reviewed the events of the last 12 hours. The guy had been cordial enough when asked to leave. It was as if he had known how Gina would react. Shawn showed him the door and made sure he drove away before turning his attention to Gina. After one look at his face, she had excused herself to her living quarters with a headache. It was just as well. He was befuddled, speechless and unable to formulate a coherent question. He left and went home. She could have told him. There had been no reference to an ex-husband in the past few months, not to mention an ex that was a world-famous chef. There hadn't been a single word. Not that he cared who she was married to. It just irked that she had been married before and hadn't told him. Gina was new to the area, an unknown entity, and an outsider in the small community. Like many of his other native Vermont friends and acquaintances, he would refer to someone like Gina as a flatlander or someone who was not from around here. She was unlike them, and that gave off the general perception that she was not to be trusted. Shawn shook the thoughts from his mind. He understood those sentiments came from his own family. Growing up in poverty in a small community, trust was a commodity that was not traded freely. These attitudes were born from a fierce sense of privacy. No one wanted other people to know his family's business. These beliefs were instilled in him from an early stage. He was beyond that now, wasn't he? Hadn't he grown and turned away from that way of life? Still, it burned him. They had started to build something between them, hadn't they? Admittedly, he was falling for her. He knew instinctively that all it was going to take for him to give Gina his heart fully was another date. With just another time alone with her, he would be all in. But who was she? What else was she keeping from him? Her lack of disclosure made him stop to reconsider the trajectory of their relationship. If she had not told him this one thing, and it was a pretty big thing, what else had she not told him about herself? Did she have kids with her ex? He stopped himself from thinking that thought. He knew enough of Gina and her kind-hearted ways that he knew she would have brought up her own children if she had them. She'd mentioned wanting a family one day. Deciding that continuing to try to sleep was making him even more frustrated, he got up from his tangled bed. The moon was still out, covering the yard beyond with light. A deer silently feasted on fallen apples at the edge of the lawn, flicking her ears and listening for danger. It was peaceful. Maybe he wasn't just reacting to the idea of the ex-husband showing up. There were so many other things to worry about. The upcoming re-election was bothering him. He had been uncontested for the past 2 elections. This year, he was being opposed by a woman who was active on the town board and had recently lost her seat. It wasn't clear to him if she was qualified for sheriff. Her intent was to draw more concern to the drug challenges they were having in the community. She made this point very publicly, in whatever form she could, and had gotten quite a bit of attention on the matter. It ate at him. Whether or not she won, there were a lot of backlash on the issue. It wasn't enough that he and his team of officers were working around the clock to make a dent in the flow of drugs into the area. No matter what they did, more and more were coming in, and use was at an all-time high. Their town did not differ from others in the country. It was everywhere, but here, he had the responsibility to keep the community safe. The death of the dealer Mooney had been an enormous setback. Agnes was certain it was not a suicide, although the report wasn't back from the coroner yet. Mooney had been so close to giving them the information they were looking for. If he had been killed because of what he knew and was about to share with the police, the overall picture was grim. A drug ring and supply chain depended on delivery to its consumers, no matter what. If the ring was violent enough to kill one of their dealers, it portrayed a larger, more dangerous entity. Their location was a prime spot to transport drugs through. Canada was only a few hours away, and either Boston or New York were in roughly the same distances. Several colleges and schools were in the region, as well as 2 rehab facilities. Their little town was a stopping point, a place where a drug ring could make a profit and move merchandise from point to point with limited notice. Truckers came through the area regularly off of Interstate 91, connecting to all points, and trains went in the same direction. There was easy access and an easy in-out point for the product. They had been unlucky in stopping shipments and had made only a few minor arrests, although they had eyes everywhere. The suspects ended up out on bail quickly and would go back at work. Shawn contemplated the cases. Jeremy had been engaged with a few of them as the attorney. Last year, he thought this act exemplified Jeremy's commitment to community service, but now he saw it in a different light. With Jeremy's unsavory business schemes revealed, it was highly possible there was a relationship between him and the drug ring. There had to be a connection. The terrified expression on his face and the way his hand shook when he learned Mooney was dead were evidence enough for Shawn. His reaction also proved that it was unlikely that Jeremy was Mooney's killer, even though his alibi was weak. Jeremy had been out of jail and driving himself home. He was likely too frail to pull it off, although Shawn didn't want to leave any stone unturned. He discussed the possibility with Agnes later. Shawn felt everything he wanted was just out his reach. He wanted enough evidence to make an arrest that would stick, and for Gina to be honest with him. His alarm sounded from the bedroom. It was time to get rolling. This would be a rough day, since he'd had no sleep and his mood was on edge. He stepped into the shower, turning the cold water on full blast, hoping it would wake him up and get him going. As the water trickled down his large frame, Shawn decided he'd go to the inn and chat with Gina. It was early, but she would be up and prepping breakfast for her guests. Less than an hour later, Shawn found himself with his hat in hand, entering the kitchen back door at the Stonehouse Inn. Gina was alone, and she looked worse off than he. Dark circles framed her eyes. She glanced up at him when he came in, her shoulders relaxing when she saw him. She was apparently relieved he came back. "I am so sorry," she began speaking, turning to face him. Her expression was forlorn. "I didn't mention it to you." A tear glimmered on her cheek, and he stepped toward her, compelled to comfort her. Layla entered the kitchen at that exact moment, swinging the door behind her. "Why don't I serve the guests this morning?" she suggested. "It looks like everything's ready. You two go have coffee on the back porch." Layla's unexpected appearance surprised Gina, but not Shawn. He felt grateful that she was offering them the opportunity to talk privately. He poured them both mugs of coffee while Gina gave instructions to Layla about heating the French toast casserole. Shawn caught a wink from Layla. It was nice she was fitting in so nicely and had really come out of her shell in the past few months. She was no longer the quiet outsider Kevin had found injured on the trail. She was a friend. After Layla went back into the kitchen, Shawn held the screen door for Gina, and they slipped out into the cool morning to the rockers on the back porch. Shawn waited for Gina to speak, because he could tell that she was planning out what to say. "I'm sorry, Shawn. Really, I should have told you I was married before," she started, hesitantly. "I would have wanted to know if you had been." "I haven't," Shawn stated. "No children, no ex-wives, no crazy ex-girlfriends." He paused. "You know pretty much all there is to learn about me. The most dramatic part of my life were the details about Annie and the baby, and about my background, my family." She smiled and chuckled. "You are an open book." But then her serious expression returned quickly, and she said, "I married my ex after my grandparents died. They raised me. I think I told you all that." "Yes. Your mother died when you were a baby, and you lived with her parents," Shawn stated. "It was your grandmother that taught you to cook, right?" She looked at him, surprised he recalled that small detail. "Yes, I lived in Italy with my grandparents, and then we moved to the States when I was a young teen." She shifted in her chair. "I met Jacques when I was in college. We both loved food and cooking, and well, it was a whirlwind, and we eloped. I realize now that I was looking for a family and somewhere to belong. Jacques offered that. He had a restaurant and connections, and had started his show when things got bad between us." Shawn shifted in his chair. "Got bad? How? Did he cheat on you?" A shadow crossed her face again, and she bit down on her lips. The frown line between her eyes grew deeper. She hesitated to answer, but then she took a deep, fortifying breath and said, "It was bad. He's got issues with anger and emotional instability. If things didn't go his way, he would lash out. He was very labile. I had to get restraining orders." Her face fell, and tears of shame welled in her eyes. Shawn bit down at the anger he felt. He wished that he could have plowed his fist into the guy's face last night. Lucky for Jacques, Shawn didn't know the circumstances then, as it was likely he would have done just that. "I'm so sorry, Gina," he said, covering her hand with his. "I can understand the situation. We see enough of it at work. But what is he doing here then? Do you still have a restraining order out against him?" "No, not anymore. He travels for the filming of his show, and after a while, there hadn't been a need to restrict his movements like that. It's been quite a while now since we've been together. He stopped in when he was in New York earlier this year. He made me an offer to work with him again, but I turned it down. I don't know what he's doing here. I can't understand how he found me." "Haven't you and Christina been doing publicity for the inn?" Shawn asked. "Yeah, we're just getting started on it. Layla has been doing the majority of the work." "Did you know that she has a degree in marketing?" Gina asked. Shawn nodded. He knew about Layla, that and more, he surmised. Like the reason why she had been in early to help this morning. "It's likely he found you on social media. Do you want to get another restraining order?" Gina shook her head sadly. "It's fine. He just shows up occasionally. He always tries to have me to join him on his show, work for him, or cook for him." Her voice trailed off, and a sad expression passed over her face, momentarily pensive. Shawn reflected on her solemn silence. He wanted to know more about the situation, but was uncertain about asking more because of the distance he felt from her now. It almost feels like you are a stranger again, he said, plowing his hand through his hair. I thought I knew you. She looked at him sharply, her expression startled. I haven't slept all night and I really like you. He squeezed her fingers tightly. I have feelings for you, but now I feel like I don't know you. A tear fell down her face and it broke his heart. He reached out and wiped it away. You know everything about me, he said. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Crap, Gina. I cried in your arms after they found Annie's body. Is there anything else you should tell me? I mean, before we get more serious? She smiled up at him, hope and humor moving across her expression. It warmed his heart. They were just two people, living their lives, but they each had a past. We're going to get serious, she asked with a flirtatious smile that made him laugh. He smiled at her then, his mood easing with her playfulness. Oh, I could certainly get serious about you. He hesitated. But what else should I know? She clasped his hand, smiling, tears remaining on her cheeks. There aren't any more skeletons or anything in the closet. No arrests or rap sheets, she joked feebly. No kids. What about your father? You don't mention him very much. Is he alive or what's the story there? Gina shifted in her chair. We've never been close. He's tried to have a relationship with me, but she appeared to choose her words carefully. My mother and father weren't married to each other when I was born. He was married to someone else and had a family of his own at the time. I was a secret love child. Shawn would have smiled and made a joke at this if it hadn't been for the pained expression on her face as she said the words. Obviously, the situation had caused her great pain. And you lived in Italy at the time, she shook her head. We left the States after my mother died. I think my grandparents just wanted to get me away from the scene. We came back when they were older. My grandfather got cancer and needed treatment at Sloan Kettering in the city. He and my grandmother have both been gone since I was 18. They sat in silence for a moment, while both their thoughts drifted. The early morning fog started slowly lifting. Out of the corner of his eye, a figure appeared in the mist and then faded as quickly as it had appeared. He could have sworn it was Annie. Was it a sign? Did she approve? Anyway, that's it for me. You must have some other secrets you aren't sharing, as long as we're talking about stuff. You don't have to tell me about anything work-related, of course, Gina said, joking lightly. Shawn seemed remarkably lighter as their conversation took a turn. He understood why Gina had not broached the subject of her ex. It was painful and embarrassing. Although he was still sensitive about her withholding information, he felt closer to her after this discussion. The fact that she insisted he give up anything else was comical. He was an open book, except for his police work. Except, there was that one thing. There was a part of his story that he had to tell anyway. Well, all right, he said, smiling. There is one more thing. I saw a ghost, and I think it was Annie. It happened the day we found her buried in the stone wall. Chapter 9. The coroner called me this morning. Mooney's death was not a suicide, Agnes said, after letting herself into Shawn's office without knocking. A surprised expression covered her face as she studied her old friend. What's up with you? Shawn knew he looked like hell. He felt like it too. This whole thing with Gina's ex-husband had really thrown him off. They had resolved their misunderstanding about how Gina hadn't told him she had been married. Shawn realized that maybe he was taking their relationship more quickly than what Gina was ready to do. Being in an abusive marriage had its own issues. He understood the shame and denial that went with the territory. He saw enough of that in his work life, not to mention that he had also had a taste of that from his upbringing. His own father had been a terror in his childhood. He had learned to avoid the drunken fists when they came his way. The appearance of Jacques Morin wasn't the totality of his concern. There had been a couple break-ins and another overdose last night. One of his deputies had used the Narcan and revived the victim before the ambulance arrived. There had to be an end to this deadly cycle. It was, however, bigger than him and his team. They were struggling to keep up and cover the county. Heck, it was a stretch for them on a normal day, due to budget cuts last year. So now we've got a homicide on our hands, he asked. raking his fingers through his hair. Agnes closed the office door behind her, booting him out of his chair to have access to his computer. It was a move she did often, so he thought little of it, and took a seat across the desk opposite her. "Any leads?" he asked. Her nails clicked over the keyboard. "Several arrests for violations of a protective order years ago. Looks like he's been arrested but not charged in some other assault and battery incidents as well, involving co-workers or other assistants." "Who, Mooney?" Shawn asked, puzzled. It hadn't been like Mooney to get into a fight. He wasn't that kind of guy. Agnes shook her head at him. "Number Gina's ex." "So, you heard about that?" "The entire town knows. Anyway, that was the word at the diner this morning. Everyone was talking about Gina's famous ex." Agnes sat back in his chair, studying him. "Is that what's bothering you?" He rubbed his face with the palm of his hand. "Not all of it. There was also another overdose last night. I just feel like we are losing this fight." Agnes turned her attention to the computer screen, tapping quickly on the keys. "I thought I remembered this. Look, it's a YouTube video of one of Jacques Morin's first cooking shows." Reluctantly, Shawn turned his attention to what Agnes was showing him. There was the guy, chatting away for the camera about some recipe. What caught his eye was a younger Gina, flitting around the background, appearing to be making the dish that Jacques was referencing. She looked to be no older than 20. She had just been a kid, he realized. "She looks like a teenager," Agnes stated, shaking her head at the computer screen. "I catch his shows when I can. I guess a part of me is still hopeful about learning to cook." "Did they help?" Shawn joked. "No, I'm hopeless in the kitchen." Shawn wasn't surprised. He'd known Agnes for years, and could count on one hand the times that she had offered to put a meal together. Her creations had centered on barbecues in her backyard. She skillfully invited people who would show up with salads and other side dishes, while she concentrated on the meat and the beverages. He glanced at the screen. Gina was so young in the video. His heart ached over what she had told him earlier. She had clearly been all alone in the world when Jacques had come into her life. The guy had an appeal, not to Shawn, of course, but he could grasp why people would gravitate to watch the show. He had a French accent to boot, which made him seem more believable as a luxury chef. It was understandable how someone young, impressionable, and ambitious would be drawn to him. "I find it comical how he's talking a big game about doing all this prep work," said Agnes, "but Gina's doing all of it. You never see the greats actually do all the work. They show you some finished dish they pull out of the oven. For all you know, an assistant could cook it out back while they did nothing." Agnes had a point. Not that Shawn really cared much for cooking shows. A thought crossed his mind as she talked. Gina had said her ex would try to get her to come back to him and work with him. Maybe he needed her. Shawn had never tasted food like the kind Gina made, and seemingly could whip up with just a few ingredients. Even a simple recipe was better when she put it together. Maybe the guy needed Gina to cook for him. She has such a great future here with the restaurant at the inn. He didn't believe that someone could entice her away from it. "Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" Agnes asked. "About what?" "She's got such potential. Not that it's any knock against you or anything, but after being married to a world-renowned chef, is she going to be satisfied with the quiet life here? And with you?" Agnes said. Immediately, he felt like he'd been goat-punched. Agnes could have that effect on him, being so straightforward. Is that why Gina hadn't mentioned her past marriage to him? Was she not certain of where their relationship was heading? Did she have doubts about her life here? Shawn shook off the thoughts. There were more pressing issues to get to, especially now with a homicide to solve. People were relying on him, and he needed to make some kind of impact, or his re-election would be in jeopardy. As if she read his mind, Agnes clicked out of the YouTube video and pulled up the coroner's report. They shot Mooney at close range. The wounds look like the killer may have used a silencer. He lives alone on that road. I doubt a shot would have been heard by anyone that far away. Do you think the shooter didn't know that? Or was he just being careful? Shawn asked. Interesting question, Agnes said. There was no forced entry to the house, and no sign of a struggle. Robbery was apparently not the motive, as there was cash on the table, maybe a few hundred in total. His wallet was in his pocket and other valuables were untouched. Agnes continued clicking through the report. Any ideas? I just can't see any of his buddies shooting him like this. I mean, Mooney had his enemies, I am sure, but I can't picture them killing him for their differences. Shawn shook his head. If one of his buddies did kill him, I can't imagine any of them leaving money or valuables behind. They don't live too high on the hog. Maybe we should consider all of them. Arthur Mack is back on the diversion team as a supervisor. He's overseeing that crew Jeff's got working up in the barns at the inn. He's been friends with Mooney for a long time, Agnes said. Shawn shook his head. Yeah, I heard that from Gina. I got to say, it makes me nervous to have that guy overseeing a group of reforming criminals, especially up at the inn. I can swing by there if you need me to, Agnes said. I've been talking with Layla. Agnes, Shawn said, stopping mid-sentence as though he was having difficulty formulating a reply. She's got talent. I know you don't think much of psychics. I'd rather not get into it. Right, the re-election. I know, I get that you are worried about image, but she's got an awesome skill we may be in need of someday, Agnes replied. Shawn chose to change the subject. He knew he wouldn't convince Agnes otherwise. This is such a setback. I really thought Mooney was getting close to giving us some information. I could tell he was getting nervous, but I thought he'd come clean. The office chair squeaked loudly as Agnes sat back, crossing her arms behind her head. Did you ever think that maybe we weren't the ones who were scaring him? You think it was his source? He asked. I don't know about you, but this feels as if it may have been somebody from out of town who shot him. I think it was someone who wasn't familiar with the area, and yet it must have been someone who Mooney knew well enough to let into his house. But why not make it look like a robbery? Why leave everything intact? Shawn questioned. This may have been a message to us. Have you considered that possibility? Agnes asked. Shawn shifted in his chair to gaze out the window. From his vantage point, he could see into the parking lot, where he took interest in a nondescript sedan pulling in. Right on cue, something clicked in his mind. Yeah, I have been giving that a lot of attention lately. That's why I called our friends at the DEA. Agnes looked surprised. I thought our buddies were too overwhelmed to help. Shawn watched as a tall, slim man got out of the car he was watching. Agnes would not be happy about this. He expected a negative reaction. They are. That's why they sent us a TFO. The look she gave him chilled his bones. A task force officer? Agnes practically spat out the words. A deputized gun? A happy clown? He definitely did not feel as though it was going to go smoothly at all. But Agnes's reaction was worse than he imagined. I really feel we need the help. This issue is overwhelming all of my deputies. They're overworked, and we are not making any headway in this mess. If we can bring whoever is trafficking through here to justice, I am all in. And I'd like to do it without another death on our hands. Damn it, Shawn. If this is about re-election, I don't think you have to worry. There was a brisk knock, interrupting Agnes. Someone's here to see you, Chief. Madge held open the door while a tall, lanky man sauntered into his office. Sheriff, he said, shaking his hand. Glad to see you again, Robert. I think you know my colleague who will join us on this case. Shawn gestured to Agnes, who had stood up to greet the man. At least he hoped it was in greeting and not in a premeditated murder. Robert placed his hand on his chest, gazing at Agnes, surprise etched on his face. Aggie, I wasn't expecting to see you. He approached her and kissed her cheek. Her face reddened. Nor I you, Robert. You look wonderful, as always, Robert offered. You never age. How long has it been? You know exactly how long it's been, Robert. How long have you been married to Kate? Agnes practically sneered at the man. Robert froze. A shadow passed over him, and his face fell. I guess you wouldn't have heard, Aggie. Kate died 3 years ago. Breast cancer. An awkward silence fell in the room. Agnes cooled immediately, her entire demeanor shifting. Oh, Robert, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She clasped his hand in hers as they shared a quiet moment. No worries, Aggie. The past few years have been rough ones. I wouldn't expect my ex-wife would keep up with everything going on with me. I haven't been around either since I've been chasing down the bad guys. Shawn released the breath he had been holding. It was taking a risk, he knew, to invite Robert Greene on the case. But he was the best. He knew the area and was not considered to be an outsider to the locals. But Agnes's response to her ex-husband was a wild card. All of her marriage issues had happened just before Annie had gone missing, and that was over 10 years ago. Shawn had been the punk then that Agnes had reached out to reform him, which had likely taken the attention away from her own troubles at the time. Should we go to the conference room? It will give us a little more space to spread out, and we can catch up on the details, Shawn suggested. They both agreed. Shawn gestured for Robert to go ahead. Agnes slipped past to follow him. You could have told me, she whispered. I was getting there, but you were busy on YouTube. I'm sorry, really. Can you retract those talons so we can get some help on this case? Shawn joked, trying to add some lightness to the interaction. He knew he had been in the wrong by not telling Agnes the truth. I really just thought of this last night and took a chance. He agreed to come by today. I'll get over it, Agnes said, shaking her head at him. It would have been nice to have a warning. Did you know about his wife? Shawn shook his head. No, sorry, I didn't know the circumstances there. She looked at him quizzically. Yeah, I guess the years have passed. You wouldn't remember. You were actually my primary suspect back when Robert and I were together. Time sure does change things. She followed Robert into the conference room, shaking her head. Shawn felt he had enough drama over the past few days. He wasn't sure he wanted to ask. One thing he knew for certain was that he now felt that they had a chance of breaking through with the drug problem in town. Now that the DEA was partnering with them, they needed a big break. He needed it to stop the flow of drugs into the community. If they didn't make headway, he would be asking Gina for a busboy job up at the inn come spring. Chapter 10. His gut burned at the number of cops that came in and out of the building entrance. There were too many of police around, and it made him indignant to watch them. He realized he was asking for it, sitting outside the station. But it was necessary for him to assess what he was up against. So far, no one had impressed him as anyone in particular to be threatened by. Most of the uniforms coming in and out of the building were younger and just out of school, or they were nearer to retirement. They were a usual small-town police force. They had little or distant experience, tiny budgets with limited resources, and large territories to cover. They were not likely to cause more disruption in his operation. It really bothered him how close that dealer, Mooney, got to blowing a hole in operations. It was the right choice to make sure he didn't talk. And already, one of the less active dealers had stepped in to pick up Mooney's customers. A smile appeared on his face as he thought of it. That was the thing with the merchandise they were moving. Heroin was addicting, and addicts needed their hits. Demand stayed constant, unlike other businesses. By now, the coroner's report should be complete, and they would know Mooney's death was not a suicide. The message he left was pretty clear, not only to the cops, but to anyone else he employed having second thoughts. He wasn't worried that they would trace the murder back to him, because even if they did, it would be improbable. He sighed. He had returned to handle the situation himself. There was the matter of the money, too, because his team could no longer access their cash and move it through the usual filters. Things were getting tight with cash flow. The police were watching some accounts, but not all of them. A little creative bookkeeping would help to move cash where it needed to go. A state police cruiser pulled up, and a statuesque redhead got out. There was a presence about her that projected competence and a no-nonsense attitude. She would be someone to contend with if she had come in to assist the local crew. He would need to monitor her. Not anything he would mind doing, of course, he thought salaciously as he watched her firm backside walk away. Chapter 11. The week had flown by, Shawn realized, driving up the mountain road to the inn. Not only was he busy with work, but he was relieved when Gina had reached out to him and asked to spend the day together. It was Sunday in late fall, that in-between-the-seasons period where the foliage tourists had left. and the ski vacationers were not yet in town. Most of the traffic was from locals. The temperatures were high for the season, and the forest rangers were worried about fires in the area. With Kevin gone on his honeymoon, Shawn had agreed to hike up to the Stratton Fire Tower to have a look around. This was Kevin's usual duty during the off-seasons as the summer ridge runner for the Long Trail and Appalachian Trails. Shawn reflected it was not his thing usually, but Gina had been a game for a hike in the woods together. He laughed to himself. Gina was not all that familiar with the outdoors. Having lived in the city for most of her life, he hoped she had hiking boots. The trails were rugged with stones and root outcroppings. The boots would prove to be an extra layer of support and protection. He and Gina would take the trails and would still be back before it got dark. Even with the warmer daytime temps, it was cold enough for a jacket once the sun went down. Frost was not out of the question if the skies were clear. Making sure they both had jackets would be a good idea. And of course, they would need to take the usual safety gear with them. Gina was packing a picnic lunch, so they would be set on food. His stomach growled at the thought of her cooking. They were moving forward with their relationship, but in the back of his mind, Shawn admittedly wondered how well he really knew Gina. He didn't necessarily need to know every detail of her life, but he really wanted them to be honest with each other. The void of not knowing was a little unsettling. He needed to balance the feeling with his own internal challenges. Maybe what scared him the most were his feelings for her. They had stepped further away from being friends towards being something more. It was the something more that terrified him. He knew that Annie's disappearance all those years ago factored into his response. He was young and foolish then, when the girl he loved disappeared. He'd thought he had the rest of his life to be with her. Then suddenly, she was gone. Now he knew better. He knew to value what he had. It would be easier to not put himself out there. But dying alone wasn't what he wanted. He smiled grimly to himself. Seeing Kevin and Christina find their love again gave him hope that he too could have love and a family of his own. Every time he thought of that, he thought of Gina. Their blossoming relationship was something to explore. He wanted to see where it would take them. He just needed to shake off those feelings of mistrust in order to move forward. Arriving through the back door of the inn, he let the kitchen door swing shut behind him. He could always find her there. "Well, hello, that's a beast of a scowl. Is everything all right?" Gina asked, packing up a backpack with containers and sliding a bottle of wine in between them. "Wow, I hope that's not too heavy." "What you got in there?" he asked tentatively, peeking inside the bag. "I'm starving." "It's not too heavy for you to carry," she laughed. "Here is a cookie. It should hold you over until we get to the tower." She stuck a large chocolate chip cookie into his objecting mouth. He moaned inwardly, glad they would offset the carbs with their upcoming hike. There was no resisting whatever food she offered. He would just consume it. And this was the best cookie he had ever tasted. The lady had a talent. He hoisted the pack onto his back once she finished stuffing it. At least it would be empty on the way back. He could handle it. "Ready? Boots, bug spray, jacket, water?" he asked. Gina comically pointed to her wares, sporting sturdy hiking boots and a smaller pack with a coat and bug spray. She looked great, he observed. Her long dark hair was held back from her face in a ponytail. A light speckling of freckles was visible on the tip of her nose, and he realized she had forgone makeup for their hike. She was a true natural beauty. They started out walking side by side on the old stagecoach road, which was now just a dirt trail used for horseback riding, biking, and hiking. The day was already warm. They carried on with an effortless chatter as they had since they had first met. He appreciated that about Gina. She wasn't shy and would talk about nearly any subject with him. She was pleasant to visit and share ideas with. "Easy on your stride there," Gina joked. "My legs are shorter." "I think I take 3 steps to your 1. Shawn slowed his pace. "Sorry, let me know if I get ahead of you. Have you been out in the woods much? There are a lot of trails around here." "Sometimes. I really like doing yoga, but walking out here has been so nice," Gina stated. "It kind of freaked me out after what happened to Christina. sliding into that cave and all. I guess they really mean it when they say to stay on the trail. That was a rarity for sure. There's not much to worry about if you know where you're going. Being prepared is key. Shawn realized that his tone was getting preachy. Once you get used to it anyway, it really takes the worry out of enjoying hiking. Yeah, there is no one around, Gina stated. I think that was the biggest thing for me. It's nice and also not so nice. I've only lived in towns or the city, so the concept of having no one around for miles, well, it freaks me out. Shawn laughed. It's really cool, being one of a very few people out here. It's peaceful anyway. Nice to clear your head. Gina smiled at him. I'm getting used to it. They were moving along at a decent pace, although slowly to accommodate for Gina's shorter legs. They were headed up the ridge to the fire tower when Shawn's stomach reminded him it was lunchtime. He had gotten whiffs of the food in the pack he was carrying now and then. It smelled delicious, and he was half distracted, thinking about what they were going to eat. After a rocky ascent, the fire tower came into view. Wow, are we going up in that thing? Gina asked, scrutinizing the narrow structure perched on the ledge side. The lanky steel post towered above them, 70 feet in the air. An open-air single staircase was the only way up and down from the small wooden shelter at the top. Shawn wiped his brow. The day had grown overly warm, and the exercise had his blood pumping. He was sweaty, and his clothes were getting damp from the exertion. A thought about watching for hypothermia on the cooler trek home crossed his mind. Vermont's ever-changeable weather was constantly a consideration, especially now, out in the elements. It's fine and sturdy. I've been there quite a few times without any incidents. We'll be fine. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Gina shook her head. No, they don't bother me. Falling from them, that's what bothers me. You'll be fine. Walk up ahead of me, and I'll steady you, Shawn offered. You won't want to miss the view from up there. I didn't even think to ask if it's open up there. Can we eat inside? Shawn pulled out his key ring. Don't forget that you're traveling with the sheriff of the county, so I have an all-access pass. It should be open, though. Gina led the way up the stairs. He could tell that she was nervous about the climb, so he stayed close to her to offer reassurance. In doing so, he inadvertently positioned himself to be at eye level with her backside. Not that he minded, but it distracted him from his task at hand. To add to his discomfort, she noticed and looked at him with a sly smile. Seeing something you like? She asked. He felt his face redden. Gina blushed and turned her attention back to the stairs. I meant to ask you about that night. It was a little out of character for me. They had reached the tower structure at the top, and she moved to face him. Leaning against the door, she reached up to touch his warm cheek. Their position on the stairs, leaving them nose to nose. He inhaled sharply, the air moving beneath them with their height on the mountaintop, and the beautiful woman in front of him took his breath away. He reached down and gently brushed her full lips with his, reaching behind her hip to open the door to the shelter. The movement pushed her back as he moved forward, but he caught her as they both stumbled into the fire tower's structure. Shawn pulled her into his arms, kissing her fully. She responded and melted into him as they kissed passionately. A thrill rushed over him as she responded to his touch, desire rushing through his veins. Their movement caused the pack he carried to shift, and a fresh scent of food filled the air. Immediately, Gina gently pushed him back, saying, "Oh, I hope our lunch hasn't spilled out." She moved to help him take off the pack and inspected the contents, pulling out a tablecloth and several containers. She set up the food. He was starving, and the lunch she was setting out for them looked awesome. The view from the fire tower had never let him down. Gina was interested in learning the topography of the area as Shawn pointed out the mountains. From where they sat, they could look out on 3 states, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. On a cloudless day like today, they could even see into New York. In the distance, Shawn sighted Stratton Pond and the Somerset and Harriman reservoirs. It was truly a beautiful day with the temperatures up into the 80s. Lunch was a gourmet event with porchetta sandwiches with marinated onions and a salsa verde. Shawn was in heaven. Never had he ever had such a delicious sandwich. Not to mention, he got to have it with such a spectacular view and such a beautiful woman. My trail meals usually comprise peanut butter and jelly. This is awesome, he said, continuing to eat. Thank you for bringing me. The view is beautiful, she said, while opening up the bottle of wine she brought. I'll need a sip or two before heading back down those stairs, she joked, offering him the wine. He joined her and they toasted each other, clanking the plastic wine glasses Gina packed. Any fires to report, Sheriff? She joked. The only fire I see is right here, he said, pointing to his chest and smiling. He clasped her hand in his, gently pulling her to him. She scooted over on the bench, and he wrapped his arm around her. He held the binoculars up to her face with his free hand. Look way over there on the mountain. You see how it's covered with mostly pine trees? Back in the 50s, there was a huge forest fire that supposedly lit up the mountain. All the deciduous trees were killed, and the faster-growing pines took over. You can see it throughout the whole area, actually. Gina looked through the binoculars at the view as Shawn watched her face. His eyes lingered on the shape of her nose and her full lips. Carefully, he reached out and ran a finger along her lower lip. She slowly put down the field glasses, watching him, just inches apart. She licked her lip where his finger had just been. Heat rose between them as she leaned in to kiss his eager mouth. Footsteps sounded on the fire tower stairs beneath them. Sounds like we have company, Shawn said, pulling away from Gina and moving to the doorway. A lone backpacker was striding up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Oh, hey there. Didn't want to scare you, Shawn called down to him, letting the other hiker know of their presence. Gina scooped up the rest of their lunch and was packing it away when the hiker entered the shelter. Hey there. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get a view in before I headed out. The moment between them dissolved, so Gina continued packing up their things, while Shawn made conversation with the hiker. It turned out that he was hiking through and had been on the trail for weeks. He had started out in Georgia with a group of friends, and now he was the only one left. Mount Katahdin was his goal. Shawn really admired the grit of someone that could do that kind of thing. Hiking the entire length of the Appalachian Trail wasn't something that he had aspired to do. Each season, many people tried, and a few succeeded. It was several months-long journey and was difficult for most people. They made their way down the fire tower steps as he walked ahead of Gina, who gripped onto his backpack as they descended. She seemed to enjoy the trip. They still had a way to go to get back to the inn, and it was still unseasonably warm. They said their goodbyes to the hiker and set off back off the trail. Isn't there a different path to take when we get closer to the inn? There is a lovely spot I want to show you on a little pond. We could plan another picnic there. Sure, if the weather holds. It'll snow here before you know it, Shawn answered. It's a great spot for a swim, Gina offered as they hiked through the forest. They chatted as they lumbered over the rough terrain, making their way over the rocks and tree roots that scattered on the trail as they talked easily about the plants and trees, and sharing the quiet of the forest. Care was needed in order to not lose one's footing. It was easy to trip over the natural obstacles in the path. Shawn noted the sun was throwing later afternoon light onto them, making him concerned for their timeline to get back to the inn. Oh, I know where we are now, Gina exclaimed. The pond is right through here. She gestured for Shawn to follow through a lightly worn path in the trees. Large boulders covered the area, obscuring the view of the water ahead. His radio crackled, startling them both. You go on ahead, I'll catch up. Let me see what they want. Shawn answered the call, surprised there was enough service for it to go through. A young officer answered. Rutland County was asking for help for a prisoner transfer escort. It seemed like everyone was short on staff lately. He gave him team directions, finished up his call, and traced the path where Gina had disappeared. The leaves were mostly off the trees, but the pines that covered the area provided cover. As he walked, he noted the shirt Gina had been wearing tossed onto the branches of a tree along the trail, then her shorts, her boots, and a bra as he walked. His mouth went dry. Up ahead, he heard splashing in the water. Come on in, It's so beautiful, and it's warm. The pond came into view as he walked through the cover of trees. Gina was in the water up to her shoulders. He knew it was a bad idea, as it was going to get cold fast once the sun went down. But up ahead was a naked woman, and he was falling for her. Briefly hesitating as he considered his options, he ripped off his clothes and joined her. The water was lovely and warm from the days in the sun. Remarkably, it had not cooled during the frosty nights of the fall. Shawn thought that the morning light must catch the pond for hours before it slipped into the privacy and shade of the pine trees, giving it the heat they enjoyed now. They both were relishing the cool of the water on their heated bodies. It was refreshing and entirely fun, he reflected, not remembering the last time he felt this way. He felt relaxed, very much at ease, and happy. It didn't hurt that he was with a naked woman who he enjoyed spending time with. Gina was peacefully swimming a few yards away. Just her head was visible above the water as she silently cruised along with a serene smile on her lips. The sun was sending long, late afternoon shadows over them, creating sparkles where it touched the water. He knew swimming was not a good decision, even though he was enjoying it thoroughly. They were still away from the inn and shelter, and it was going to get cold fast once the sun set. There was also a chance of rain tonight. It had not been a concern for the day, nor had it affected them as of yet, but was forecast to begin this evening. The chance of showers increased as the afternoon wore on. And yet he didn't want to leave. Gina swam close to him, her dark eyes bright with amusement. "I didn't realize how big of a man you are," she smiled coyly at him. "I don't think I've seen you with your shirt off, not once over the summer." Shawn felt himself blush, and he thanked himself for taking the time to work out over the past months. "It's amazing. Somehow I haven't gotten fat over all the food you have me testing out," he laughed. Patting his firm belly, she swam closer. "You should never be afraid of good food," she smiled. "You look fine to me." As she came even nearer to him, he froze. They were both nude, and he wanted to be careful about how he handled what might happen between them. But then Gina stood up in the water directly in front of him. She was amazing. Keeping her eyes locked on his, she stepped toward him. Reaching up on tiptoe, she wrapped her hands behind his neck and pulled his lips to hers. Kissing her at the moment was like kissing the rain. She was cool and warm. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling as though he couldn't get close enough. Her skin was silky and smooth, and he wanted her closer. He moved his lips in a rhythm with hers as he devoured her mouth. Passion rose between them. Gina pulled back from the kiss, her arms remaining around him as he held her tightly. "Is it raining?" she asked. Shawn hadn't noticed that in the moments they were lost in each other, a light, chilly rain had begun. Gina shivered in his arms as they stood chest-deep in the water. "Are you cold?" he asked, concerned. She slipped from his arms, working her way to the shore of the pond where their clothes lay strewn. "Our clothes!" she shouted, dismayed. "Hurry, maybe we can get to the cabin before we get soaked." Shawn plowed his bulk through the water and followed Gina, trying to not notice the naked woman on the shore, quickly dressing. "We're already wet," Shawn laughed. "It's going to get cold fast. Which way to the cabin?" "I am all twisted up on exactly where we are." Gina shuffled off the path they had come to another as he followed. He realized where they were. They were just over a ridge from Kevin's cabin on another large and colder pond. Beyond Kevin's cabin was the inn. The rain fell harder, and daylight was quickly slipping away. The cabin was the best idea. They made their way swiftly through the trees, but even at their breakneck speed, they were getting soaked. Shawn hoped Kevin had left the power on. They'd need to dry off, and having some heat or a fire would be wondrous. He marveled at the changeable weather. Vermont was famous for it. After several now cold and miserable minutes, they arrived. Gina deftly located the hidden key under a plant on the doorstep. He tried to not comment on the lack of security the hiding place offered, but the cabin was really out in the woods with few passers-by. He tucked that detail away to talk to Kevin about. They should have better safety measures, especially with the rise in crimes. Addicts were looking for anything to pay for their next high, and this would be an easy target. Once inside, Shawn locked the door after them. Gina flitted through the cabin, locating dry clothes, and handed him Kevin's shirt and a pair of pants for him to change into. They needed to warm up quickly. Luckily, when they upgraded the cabins for the inn, they had small gas fireplaces installed in the living areas. They had been redone rather extravagantly, with granite and marble in the kitchens and baths. The living spaces were like miniature houses, with earth tones to match their setting on the mountain. He lit the fireplace, which made the tiny room cozy warm quickly. He and Gina settled into the little couch, having changed. Kevin's clothes swam in her small but curvy frame. She uncorked the leftover wine from their lunch and poured them each a glass. "Cozy!" Shawn smiled. "Come here and let's warm up." Gina easily slid under his arm and snuggled up beside him. They sat watching the flames and sipping their wine as they warmed. The rain fell steadily on the rooftop as the last of the daylight slid away. I can see why Kevin likes to stay out here," he said. Gina laughed. "Yeah, it's far enough away from the inn that you aren't on top of everything. It's one thing I don't like about staying there." "Are you planning to find a place of your own in town?" he asked, interested. "I'll really have to wait until my condo in the city sells. Someone's renting it for now," she said, looking up at him. "I really made no solid plans or thought much about it. Getting the restaurant going was the priority." "Yeah, and that's no problem. Once you get to know the area, you can figure out where you want to live." Gina continued her forthright gaze into his face, as though she were contemplating something. He filled the silence between them. "Are Kevin and Christina staying in this cabin permanently? Maybe you could move out here if they try to find a larger place at some point." "I'd like to see some places and get a feel for the area. Maybe I'll try renting first to see how I like them," Gina said deftly, taking his wine from his hand and placing them both on the small end table. She then slid herself over him, straddling his lap so they were face to face. The move thrilled him. She kissed him passionately, and his heart raced. She was so beautiful, even after their sweaty trek through the woods and swim in the pond. In fact, she was stunning. He held her closely as she moved freely over him, running her curves along the length of his torso. His hands found her skin as he slid his hands under the too large sweatshirt she wore. The air sparked with their energy. In a swift move, Gina pulled back from him and deftly pulled the sweatshirt over her head, tossing it onto the floor. She leaned back on his lap, smiling seductively. She was gorgeous. His hands found her warm skin and pulled her to him. She was amazing, a goddess risen above him. She was a deity and he her slave. He had seen nothing so beautiful. Afterward, as he held her in his arms, he felt as if a train was coming down the track to plow into his heart. He was done for. Chapter 12. Gina hummed to herself as she chopped the vegetables, prepping salads for the dining room and tavern. It was a task she ordinarily left to her kitchen help, but they expected business to be a slow night, so just she and Layla were working tonight. The restaurant had one reservation for an anniversary, so the two of them could handle that and whoever walked in. Jeff was bartending at the tavern, which he did periodically to pick up extra cash. Gina knew he also did it because he liked working with Layla. It seemed they should really have gotten together by now, she mused. And then her thoughts drifted to Shawn. They had had a glorious evening at the cabin. A tingle went up her spine as she thought of the feeling of Shawn's skin on hers. She was falling for him, and there was nothing she could do to stop herself. With her life and business growing in Vermont, she knew that having a relationship with Shawn was yet another step toward becoming a permanent resident in the area and leaving New York behind. But being in love both thrilled and terrified her, as did the thought of their future together. Shawn was such a good guy with a heart of gold. He was so dedicated to the town and its welfare that the incidents of late, with the rise in drug use and the overdoses, were taking a toll on him. And she knew that his re-election was constantly on his mind. At that thought, her stomach dropped a centimeter. Would that be her future? Living as a rural sheriff's wife was never something she had ever remotely considered. Listen to yourself, she thought, surprised that she would think in that way, as they had just begun their relationship. There was some danger to his job, certainly less than in a more populated area. It was the public life that she was thinking of. What would that be like? Having lived life in the public eye with her ex-husband, the prospect of doing it again did not thrill her. Of course, the two men were at different ends of the spectrum, an elected official and a chef with a TV show. She certainly did not want to relive the time she'd spent married to a famous cook, or even think about it for that matter. So why am I thinking of him now? Irritated with herself, she chopped the onions and tossed them angrily into the salads. She loved onions in salads as they added flavor and a little spice. She hated to serve any kind of bland food, so she ensured that her dishes would be flavorful with varied and fresh seasonal vegetables. Any special orders or allergies would be prepared separately. That was something she strove for, making sure that everything was fresh and taking care of special considerations. The ambitions of her ex had sidelined her own plans for a career. Gina had been so young, gullible, and alone in the world that she had gone along with his wishes. It had meant putting her own ambitions on hold. Those dreams included not only of a restaurant of her own, but of a family as well. But family had not been a word in Jacques Morin's vocabulary. There would not have been children or a home life if she had stayed with him. His focus had only been on the things that would advance his fame and grow his money. It had surprised her when he revealed his vicious side. Looking back, Gina realized that it had been there all along. She just had not seen it. Now she had her own restaurant, with her best friend and business partner, Christina. Gina was in charge of all things food and drink, and it was a glorious feeling. She was the one to call the shots, and to make the plans and design the menus and offerings. They had done well into their first months of opening, and were booked through next fall with weddings and other large gatherings. The two partners had gained a professional friendship with the inn at Stowe. The owners were remotely related to Christina's aunt. They had offered their insight into what the Stonehouse Inn could become, and they had followed much of their advice. As the inn grew, Gina knew they would need to do more promotion outside of what both Christina and she could manage. Luckily, Layla had a background in marketing, and Gina made a mental note to ask her about it. Christina had given Layla a job in the inn after Kevin found her injured on the long trail. She had been very lucky that Christina and Jeff had come along on horseback and offered her a quick descent down the mountain to medical care. Gina smiled to herself. It would be a romantic tale to tell their children if they ever got their relationship off the ground. A rescue in his arms on a horse. She laughed to herself as she checked on the other food items prepped for the evening. They would feed the staff, but that would be easy since it was just the three of them tonight. Shawn would not be up tonight as work ensnared him. She would likely see him first thing in the morning. Maybe he will come up much later this evening, like he had done the other night when he couldn't stop thinking about her. Surely he was thinking about her after their hike in the woods. Her face burned with the memory of their lovemaking. Layla came into the kitchen then, humming to herself. "Whoa, now that's a cheerful face." She laughed at her friend and employer. "I take it things are going well with you and Shawn, if you don't mind my saying so." Gina smiled at her, her mind spinning with all the thoughts in her head. One thought was that she needed to talk with Layla about the marketing plan for the inn and feel out if Layla was interested in expanding the use of her particular skill set. She hesitated on the best way to approach her, and if now would be a chance with the night being slow. Layla stared at her, a puzzled expression on her face. "He told you," Layla said, her voice quiet and strange. "You know?" Gina's thoughts went to Layla's marketing background. Yes, I'd like to talk to you about it. We can really use you for some more work around here." The look on Layla's face was one of absolute astonishment and disbelief. "What?" she asked, shaking her head. "I don't know what you mean. How could we use... I'm not sure what he told you." She reached for her jacket hanging by the back kitchen door and shoved her arms woodenly into the sleeves. "He had no business telling you anything about me. And if you think I would want to help the guests to talk to ghosts and their dearly departed, I am not interested. Gina's mouth dropped open at the sudden change in Layla's demeanor and at the mention of ghosts. What was happening? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I'm not sure we are talking about the same thing. Gina reached out to help Layla take off her jacket, while she replaced it on the hook and guided Layla to a stool. I'm sorry, Jeff had mentioned to Christina and me. You have a substantial marketing background, and I thought to ask you about that, and particularly focus on what we are doing on social media. We need some help. Layla looked at Gina with disbelief, laying her head in her hands on the counter. Jeff talked to you about me, not Shawn? Gina slid onto the other stool next to Gina. Yes, Jeff told us about your marketing background. I think he'd like to have you stick around. Gina looked into her friend's face imploringly. What did you say about ghosts? Shawn said nothing about me, Layla begged. The look in Layla's eyes took Gina aback. She was referring to something else rather than the marketing discussion, and it was upsetting her. Actually, no, not about you and ghosts. He told me he saw the ghost of Annie on the day they found her body, but he didn't say anything about you. The two women gazed curiously at each other for a moment. Layla looked mortified, and Gina wanted to make her feel better and to talk to her about her marketing experience. Let me get you your dinner. The stew is delicious, and I think we both need a glass of wine to ease this conversation. Gina busied herself filling a bowl with food and pouring wine. Layla sat dejectedly, watching her. Here, she said, placing dinner in front of the quiet girl. Eat up. Layla hesitated to look at her employer's face. You heard what I said, right? She asked, not touching the food Gina placed in front of her. I thought you would eventually find out. I'll leave in the morning. Gina was floored. What in the world are you talking about? You're not going anywhere. Eat, she directed. This conversation had gone off the rails, and she needed to bring it back into control. We love you here. You are an outstanding worker, and it seems you can do anything we ask, and you've become a good friend. I wanted to talk to you about how you could expand your role and pay to help with advertising. And then I heard you say something about ghosts. So, you see them too? Like Shawn? Layla had picked up her spoon and taken a bite of food at Gina's command. Her shoulders relaxed a bit, and she looked resigned. Yes, she answered. I'd love to stay. I really love it here. She took a sip of wine and further relaxed. I have ideas about expanding social media to grow engagement and energy around the inn, and I'd love to help you put together and market the cookbook you are planning. As she talked about her ideas, it relieved Gina to see her regain her usual demeanor. I have a lot of other ideas we could put into play. Gina toasted her with her wine, taking a sip of the cool Sauvignon Blanc. That's what I was talking about. You can do just about anything. I am so happy to hear you can help with this project. Let's chat about your ideas and take advantage of the slow night. Jeff will let us know when someone arrives. Everything is all prepared back here, and the reservation is in an hour. Layla relaxed as she ate her meal and chatted with Gina. The earlier concern was just a misunderstanding, and Gina watched as the worry gradually left her face as the two women talked. They had great ideas involving social media and partnering up with some of the local food vendors as they advertise for the holiday season. It relieved Gina to see the change in Layla, but Layla wasn't totally off the hook about her mention of ghosts. They would get to it eventually. It wasn't Gina's first time hearing of this type of special sight. Her grandmother had some psychic skills and could read her mind. She could never get away with anything as a teenager, she remembered. I hate to ask this question, with him being your ex-husband and all, but with Jacques Moran filming in the area for his holiday specials, it would be a great opportunity if we could do something connected to his show, Layla said, even if it's just an advertisement. Gina had not considered this idea, because she hadn't wanted to go near the man again. His appearance and the impact it had on Shawn and their budding relationship was an event she did not want to repeat. I hadn't thought of it, but I'm not sure. You're right, of course, but I would rather not be near the guy. Layla nodded in agreement. I can be the one to look into it, if it would be all right with you. We should be able to keep you separate. but I'd hate to see the opportunity for national or international recognition go untried. Gina was glad they were having this conversation, since Layla seemed like she knew her stuff. Before long, Jeff stuck his head in the door and announced that the dinner reservation had arrived. Layla went out to greet them and get their drink order. Jeff returned shortly with another request from the tavern. Things got busy, and they hustled around the kitchen for a short time. There were only a few patrons tonight, but the moves were still all the same, Gina reflected. Luckily, there were less of them with fewer guests. She thought of the ghost conversation and addressed Layla on it, just to allay her fears. Layla's reaction earlier concerned Gina, and she wanted to put her at ease. "Hey, did I ever tell you that my grandmother was a psychic?" "I couldn't get away with anything growing up," Gina said, when Layla came back into the kitchen. "Is that the sort of thing you were talking about?" A shadow passed over Layla's face. "I don't want people to know. I don't work at it or encourage it." Gina stepped around the topic hesitantly. She was curious but also cautious. She certainly didn't want to make Layla put on her coat on again. "No worries. I'm very used to it. My grandparents raised me, so discussions of visions, auras, and otherworldly presence are pretty normal to me." She watched Layla as the other woman looked at her quizzically. "My experience has not been the best with how people react to it. If you could keep it to yourself, that would be great. Even Jeff doesn't know." "But Shawn does." "He and Kevin. Agnes too," Layla answered quietly. "They all promised to keep the information confidential." "And that's why you're upset. You thought Shawn told me." Her reaction now was making more sense. "You can talk to me about it if you like," Gina offered. "I'm just curious about it, but I won't tell anyone. I'd like to understand what you see versus what my grandmother could see and know about people. It's fascinating." Layla stared at her, a layer of disbelief in her expression. "I don't work at it. It's only brought trouble when I have visions." "Come on, indulge me," Gina half teased. "Look at my aura. Can you see it? What color is it? My grandmother called me luminoso." At that, Layla laughed out loud. "She's right, you know. You're dazzling. That must be what they call angel energy." Gina laughed loudly, tickled that Layla was warming up to talk about the subject. "You have been checking in on it," she laughed. "How about Jeff? What is his aura like?" Layla blushed, and it emboldened Gina. "You know," she started. "His is bright yellow and green. Very attractive." Layla laughed. Gina opened the kitchen door a crack and peered into the tavern at Jeff. She closed the door, laughing. I thought he would be more of a green. That love of animals." Intrigued and egged on by Gina's enjoyment of the discussion, Layla cracked open the door again and peered at Jeff in conversation with a customer seated at the bar. "Oh, how about that man?" Gina asked. "Can you see him at the bar? His back is to us. Is he a good guy or a bad guy?" Layla peered out of the kitchen, and Gina watched while her face turned pale. She pulled quickly back into the kitchen, and her demeanor changed. The fun was over. "That's why I don't like to use it." "Why, what did you see?" Gina asked, becoming worried about Layla's reaction. She swallowed deeply and shook her head. "I don't recognize him. He hasn't been here before." She shoved her hands into her apron pockets. "I have to go check on my dinner guests." Gina grasped her arm, stopping her before she could slip out the door. "I'm sorry." Layla took a deep breath. "An aura isn't something to mess with, you know," she said, pulling away from her. It was black. All black. Like death. She slipped out into the dining room as a chill raced up Gina's spine. She grabbed some clean glasses to bring out to the bar, wanting to see if she could see anything of what Layla had seen. Curiosity drove her. An older man sat hunched over the bar. He was a good-sized gentleman with the slouching shoulders that seemed to be pressed down with the weight of the world. Jeff was talking to him animatedly, as he talked to everyone when the subject was animals. As she approached, she heard mention of horse racing, which was likely why Jeff was so into the conversation. Gina slid behind the bar to see if she could glimpse the man's face, and to see if she could place him. There was a set of used dishes pushed to his side, so she grabbed them. It was the perfect excuse to get a glimpse of the man. But as she reached over to retrieve the plates, she came face to face with her father. Chapter 13. Early morning fog clouded the road to the inn as Shawn drove up the mountain with a deep scowl on his face. Gina had texted him first thing this morning about a visitor she wanted him to meet over breakfast. He wasn't fond of meeting new people so early in the morning, but Gina had promised that there were new breakfast items she wanted to test out for the weekend brunch menu. Shawn's dinner last evening consisted of a bag of chips, so he was starving and would agree to eating with Charles Manson, so long as he got to sample Gina's food. Work was driving him crazy. There had been a robbery yesterday afternoon at the local bowling alley. It had happened in broad daylight on a weekday. The boldness of the crime spoke to desperation of the robber. The business owners had a security camera footage, which showed a very thin figure with his face covered entering and exiting their office while they were engaged with customers. The robber had broken into the cash box and had stolen all of their cash. Now, the pressure was mounting on Shawn to reduce the frequency of these kinds of incidents, as the lawlessness and overdoses were racing out of control. Shawn was glad to take a swing by the inn anyway. He wanted to check in on Arthur Mack, the supervisor for the court diversion work crew. He didn't trust him since the man had been a friend of Mooney's and was likely part of the drug-dealing fabric in the community. Neither his deputies or Agnes's state troopers had been able to get any charges to stick to him over the years. In the eyes of his employer, he had reformed enough to lead a work crew, but Shawn wasn't buying his act. This last-minute detour to the inn put him in Agnes's path before their planned meeting with Robert. He texted them to meet instead at the inn instead of heading back into town where they would both be retracing their steps. They could have a quiet, out-of-the-way discussion up there. With the business at the inn slow for the next few weeks, it was an opportunity for them to stay out of the view of the public eye while they discussed their leads. Robert had some details to report involving a connection to organized crime that he had dealt with in the past few years. Shawn shook his head at Agnes's persistence with talking to Layla. Agnes was convinced that Layla could help her with some police work, thinking about how valuable it would be for Layla to assist them in some cold missing persons cases. It didn't happen often, but he knew Agnes was thinking about the area and the chances of missing hikers or kids. Shawn knew that Agnes's history of being in charge of the search when Annie went missing all those years ago still haunted her. Now she clearly wanted to have any resource available to her, should that ever happen again. He wondered what else they were talking about, and chuckled to himself, envisioning Layla reading Agnes's palm and predicting her love life. Arriving at the inn, Shawn pulled in and parked out of the way and entered the back kitchen door. Gina was alone, standing over the stove, her attention riveted on her cooking task. The sight of her made him weak at the knees, and he took a moment to watch her in her element. In the past few days, their relationship had changed so drastically. He had fallen hard and was still finding more to love about her. "Oh, hey, babe," she said, acknowledging him after a moment. "I'm just finishing this omelet, so perfect timing." He came up behind her at the stove and kissed her neck, inhaling her scent as his arms slipped around her. She laughed as she flipped the omelet. "If I mess this up, you'll still have to eat it." "No worries on that end. I'm starving. I would eat dirt at this point." "Well, good. I have a few things for you to try. Save some samples for Agnes and Robert, too. They'll be here in a while." Gina nodded, turning to kiss him on the mouth before plating the food. "So who do I have to meet this morning?" he asked. A shadow passed over Gina's face as she appeared to plan the right words to say. Shawn's stomach dropped. "I told you about my father and how I haven't seen him in years. So, he tries to reach out occasionally." Gina said slowly, seemingly choosing her words carefully. "Anyway, he's here. He showed up last night, checked in, and ate at the bar. I had no idea. I'm not sure how he knew I was here." The appearance of her father upset Gina, but Shawn could sense an underlying tone that was causing her to hesitate to say more. "You want me to meet him?" he asked. "I do, but you need to know." Gina bit her lip before continuing. "You should know that he is, well, he did time in jail. He was in prison when my grandparents died. I think he was in there for around 10 years. He's..." Shawn realized her hesitation in telling him these details, with him being in law enforcement. There was also the shame that went with that kind of situation. Even though she had not shared these facts about her father before, when there had been an opening while they were discussing her ex-husband. He thought he understood her reasoning at the time. With her father being estranged for so long, she likely felt that there would be no reason to tell Shawn about him, as it was likely the two of them would never get the chance to meet. Shawn reached out again and took her in his arms. She rested her head on his chest, relieved by his response, and then his stomach growled loudly. "Here, go eat," Gina laughed. "He's at the round table. I told him you were coming." She handed him the plate with the delicious-smelling omelet and pushed him toward the kitchen door. "I'll be out with more coffee in just a minute." Plied by the food and wanting to ensure she felt secure in telling him the situation, Shawn entered the dining room. A lone older man sat at the round table. He looked up as Shawn entered, his eyes widening momentarily. Shawn realized Gina had apparently not relayed to her father that her boyfriend was a cop. Shawn recognized the response from other similar experiences, but he smiled, squared his shoulders, and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you," the older man replied, shaking his hand heartily. "Franco Colombo. She didn't tell me you were a cop." "Sheriff," Shawn replied. "Do you mind if I join you? Gina will be right out with more coffee." Franco gestured for Shawn to sit and returned to eating his meal. He eagerly dug into his breakfast, barely tasting what was on the plate. As he ate, he assessed the man who was Gina's father. He was an older, well-dressed gentleman, with what looked to be expensive but tasteful casual clothing. Dapper came into Shawn's mind as he took him in. However, there was the general sense of illness or exhaustion from the man's physical presence. His shoulders slumped, his skin had a gray pallor, and deep circles edged his otherwise bright eyes. His face offered intelligence as he scrutinized Shawn. "What brings you to town?" Shawn asked, finishing his breakfast and gratefully accepting the coffee Gina brought out of the kitchen. The older man sat back in his chair, sipping coffee, looking at the two of them as Gina flitted around the dining room, seating a few more in-guests that arrived for breakfast. "Well, I am sure my daughter shared with you that we haven't been close. I thought it time that I reconcile that. I wanted to make up for lost time, as much as you can when your children have grown," he started in a matter-of-fact tone. "I have done some things that I regret in life. A lot, in fact. I wasn't there for my family when I was younger, and I'd like to make amends." Shawn sat back in his chair as Gina came behind him, laying a hand on his shoulder. "We talked about this last night. Franco is our guest here at the inn for a few days, and then we'll see." The older man nodded, looking dejectedly at his daughter. "Yes, we'll see." "Excuse me, miss," another guest called to Gina. "Could you turn on the TV for the news? They are talking about the national poker tournament in a few minutes." Gina left Shawn in conversation with her father as she moved the TV from the tavern so the guests could see it. A text came through Shawn's phone, and using it as an excuse, he grabbed the empty plates from the table and headed into the kitchen, thankful for the interruption. It was from Agnes. She and Robert would arrive in a few minutes. Gina swung back through the kitchen with an empty coffee pot in her hand. "So you heard it," she said, shaking her head. "He wants to reconcile and doesn't have plans to leave and—" "Yeah, and he doesn't look very healthy," Shawn interrupted her. "Is he all right?" "That's the other thing I wanted to tell you. He said he's had open heart surgery, a quadruple bypass. He's still recovering now, but the doctor says his heart had a lot of damage. If he has further problems, they will have to place him on a heart transplant list." "Which he has refused, apparently," Gina stated solemnly. "Makes it more difficult to tell him to go to hell." "Sounds like he plans on staying a while," Shawn answered. "Sorry to hear about that." "He can't stay here at the inn forever. I just don't know what to do. There's so much going on," Gina said. Shawn embraced her, kissing her head. "I guess you'll have to see what happens. He has to be realistic about dropping into your life." Gina broke the embrace, giving him a peck on the cheek. "That's true. Well, I have work to do. I'll bring out some more coffee and muffins and such when Agnes gets here. You can have the front room for yourselves. Just shut the doors so our 2 guests, well, our 3 guests, Don't bother you. Let me know if your associates want more food than that. If they're really hungry, I can try out my stuffed waffles on them. Especially since he just finished eating, Shawn couldn't believe he was salivating at that comment. He was going to end up an obese man if he didn't watch it. He slid back out to the dining area to avoid asking for the stuffed waffles immediately, just for himself. Franco and the other guests were engaged in an animated conversation over the poker championships. A good player should know his opponent's tells, the guest said enthusiastically to Franco. So right, my friend, Franco answered. Everyone has a tell. A guy I worked with used to smack his lips, and my little daughter, she would pull on her ear when she was nervous or was lying. In fact, watch this. Gina, come here if you would. She came back into the dining area, a fresh pot of coffee in her hand. Gina, my dear, aren't you so glad to have your old man visiting? Shawn curiously watched the exchange, observing Gina's reaction. As Franco had predicted, Gina reached up with her free hand and tugged on her earlobe. Sure thing, it's great to see you, Gina answered. The room erupted in laughter as Gina looked at everyone with a puzzled look on her face. What's so funny, she asked. Continuing his laughter, her father rose from his seat and kissed her cheek. No worries, my dear. It's always good to know where you stand, Franco chuckled, gesturing to Shawn. And that's a good bit of intel for you, my friend. Shawn liked the guy's sense of humor. He could laugh at the situation he caused when he'd showed up out of the blue into his estranged daughter's life. At least the guy kept things light. But the appearance of Agnes and Robert interrupted any further discussion on the matter. Franco's eyes lit up at the entrance of the pair, and he appreciatively took in Agnes's appearance. Shawn introduced them to Franco. Robert's response to the introduction was very unlike his usual self. He nodded briskly, pivoting on his heel, and then he left the dining room. Shawn was a bit taken aback by his rudeness, but he didn't know the guy on a social level, so he brushed it off. Sometimes people just don't do well in social situations, even though they are great as cops and investigators. Franco's greeting charmed Agnes. You look so familiar, she stated, as Franco kissed her outstretched hand. A blush rose in her cheeks as he did so. I have that kind of face, Franco answered. Shawn interrupted their exchange. Let's go into the front room, Agnes. I think Robert is already there. Gina will bring us some food. Agnes reluctantly retrieved her hand from Franco's grip, and the group entered the front room, closing the door after them. Robert had been staring out the window and looked at his companions with disdain as they sat on the couches. Are you blushing? He asked Agnes acidly. Taken aback by his attitude, Agnes's demeanor changed immediately to irritation, bordering on anger. What does it matter to you? She asked incredulously. Shawn shifted in his seat, their exchange making him uncomfortable. What's up with you, Robert? He asked. Robert left his place at the window and sat on the couch next to Agnes. Here we are fighting to get some traction in the crime problems you have in the area, he said, shaking his head. And unbelievably, right under your noses, is one of the most notorious mobsters in our time. That man's been incarcerated for being part of a similar operation that we are trying to get a handle on here. And there he sits. I wanted to talk to you this morning to let you know my thoughts on the drug issues here and what I have uncovered in my investigations. It's all connected to an organized body, an organized crime ring. And there he sits. Shawn's stomach dropped, and he felt his breakfast churn in his gut. Who are you talking about? He asked. Franco Colombo, Gina's father. Chapter 14. The temperatures over the weekend had grown cooler. Fall had really arrived in the area. Morning frost had covered the cars in the parking lot. Gina sighed, shifting from foot to foot, while waiting in front of the inn for Shawn. She was tired and her feet hurt. She had not been sleeping well since her father showed up a few days ago. His presence had aroused a lot of memories for her, and there was something up with Shawn as well. He immediately retreated from their relationship after her father appeared. It seemed their relationship had gone from hot to cool quickly. It was likely that Shawn was busy with work. There was the recent robbery in town, and the new guy, Robert, who was helping them, seemed pretty intense. Gina thought she would give Shawn the benefit of the doubt. His head was elsewhere. Or maybe he was just giving her some space to deal with her father, but then again, it didn't feel that way. She kicked a stone across the portico, and it galloped into the flower bed where Jim had recently planted mums. Jim and his wife, Maud, were the longtime caregivers at the inn. Chipper, Christina's dog, sniffed in the bed looking for the rock, but Gina shooed him away from the newly bedded flowers. Feeling irritable, she wanted Shawn around, and she also wanted her father to leave. However, despite herself, she was getting to appreciate him a bit. She'd forgotten the power of his charisma and his sense of humor that drew people to him. Guilt weighed on her when she thought of asking him to leave. He was sick and wanted to see her. She wondered about her father's other family, the real one, and if he had made his peace with them. The jealousy she carried for them rose in her belly. Both she and her mother had to be kept hidden in order for Franco to maintain his lifestyle. None of these circumstances were any of her doing, but Gina had suffered with them her entire life, always hoping to have her own normal family life then and now. She had thoughts of including Shawn in that picture when she considered her future life in Vermont. Her doubts conflicted with her dreams, and she wanted to talk with Shawn about things. But at the moment, he was being an absent jerk. So she kicked another rock, emphasizing her sentiments. The sheriff's cruiser pulled into the drive, and she got into the passenger side. "Do you want to take my car?" she asked, still not comfortable going out in his official police car. "No, it's fine. I have to make a stop," he answered, his tone crisp. Shawn looked like hell. Although his uniform was neat, the rest of him looked as though he hadn't slept in days. Deep circles underlined his eyes, which were red-rimmed and glassy. "Look, we don't have to go out tonight," Gina started. "It's fine," he stated firmly. "I want to talk to you." He pulled out of the drive, and they made their way down the mountain. The tension between them was growing palpable. "How's it going with your father?" Shawn finally asked when they were just outside town. Gina sighed. "All right, he's pretty determined to get to know me again, but he's easy enough to be around. How's work going? I realize you can't tell me, but, well, you look tired." Shawn scoffed at her remark. "It's been tough sleeping because I've got a lot on my mind." Gina turned away from him and looked out the window at the small town as they went through. It was interesting to observe people's reaction to a police car. All around them, stop signs were carefully obeyed, and speed limits were followed. After a few moments, Shawn pulled into a local diner. "Listen, I ordered takeout. If you don't mind, I need to be a presence outside someone's house for a bit. I thought we could catch up alone while I do that." Gina agreed. What else could she say? He had to work. She knew they were busy and understaffed, so it made sense that he would have to do some of the deputy's duties. Shawn was in and out of the diner quickly with a large bag of food. Immediately, Gina was curious about what he'd ordered. She hoped for their chicken pot pie. The diner served the best version of that dish that she had ever had, and that was saying a lot for diner food. Once they were on the road, Shawn drove over several back roads, and they ended up parking to the side of a long driveway. The car parked in front of the dwelling looked familiar. "Where are we? Or can you not tell me that?" she asked. "I thought you'd recognize the car. It's Jeremy Stone's house. I'm just making sure he knows we're watching him," Shawn stated matter-of-factly. He dug into the bags and offered Gina a dish of pot pie. She smiled happily at him. "I wouldn't think he could get far on his own," Gina said. "He's not very active right now and is just lucky to be alive." "You'd think," Shawn replied, his mouth full of the pot pie. Gina realized he would say no more on the subject, so she accepted it. Part of her was curious about his job and the criminal workings of the little town, but she understood there was a lot of information he couldn't share with her. He might jeopardize investigations or the confidentiality of people involved if he did tell her too much. Once they were finished eating, Shawn relaxed a bit. "I was starving. I haven't eaten since yesterday, I don't think." "Well, if I had seen you, I would have fed you," Gina stated. She realized her tone sounded annoyed, but it was what it was. "I know you're busy, but you kind of dropped off the face of the earth. I mean, you just disappeared on me." He stared at her. "I wanted to talk to you, but I needed a little space to wrap my head around things." Gina looked back at him. her stomach flipping as she dreaded what he would say next. "I'm truly falling for you," Shawn stated earnestly, tears coming into his eyes. Her stomach dropped. "I hear a but coming," she replied. He reached out and clasped her hand. "I'm not sure what to do. I'm feeling that you haven't been honest with me. And maybe, well, I think we need to take a break. Get some space from each other. Get some perspective." She wrenched her fingers from his. "Is this about my father?" Her eyes accused him. "Not entirely. It's really about how you haven't been upfront with me. You've been withholding information about yourself," he said, pulling his hand from hers. "It makes me think that you are not as into this relationship as I am. You're holding back telling me about yourself, knowing full well how I may feel about it and how it would impact us." Gina felt gut-punched. There it was, laid out there. The truth she had been wrestling with. She wasn't fully committed to her life here. A life shared with a county sheriff. Tears welled in her eyes as the conflict rose in her belly. She was falling for him, but she wasn't sure he was right for her. "Look," he stated, the tenor of his voice rising, "I'm fighting a battle in this town that I'm losing, and it's impacting everyone's lives. What used to be a quaint little village is now crime-ridden and full of heroin. Nothing I do makes any difference. Then the woman I love leaves out information about how she was married before, and I only find out about it when the guy shows up in town." Gina swallowed the lump in her throat. She had not wanted to reveal that detail of her life, unsure of where they were heading. "And when I asked if there was anything else you needed to tell me, anything I needed to know, her estranged father appears, who happens to be part of a crime ring. He's a bona fide mafioso. The man did time for the very thing I am battling here." Gina sat back in her seat in disbelief. "So, you think that I have some kind of connection to what is happening here in town? That I am somehow connected through my father?" "I don't think you have anything to do with it, but your father may. The fact that he conveniently showed up just when everything was getting worse begs the question about whether he's involved," Shawn shouted. "Worse is the fact that you did share anything about him with me." Gina felt her temper rise. It did rarely, but when it did, she knew she could be rash. She didn't restrain herself. "That's ridiculous." "I don't know, Gina. You seem pretty full of surprises. What can I expect next? Any other family hiding in the wings that you haven't told me about?" Shawn spilled forth. Gina saw from the look on his face that he immediately regretted saying that. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it the way it sounded." Anger burned deep in her. She was falling for this man who was now flinging her past and her family into her face. It was intolerable to her, because out of all things, it was something she was powerless over. Who her father was had nothing to do with who she was. However, Gina knew she was at fault in not revealing everything to Shawn when he had asked. She questioned her own motives, so of course Shawn would wonder at her actions. "I just think we need to take a break from each other for a bit. I've got so much I'm dealing with, and I need to get some perspective," Shawn stated. "So as I understand it, you are falling in love with me, but my past and my family are causing you to not want to be with me or to trust me," she said with a lethal tone. "You know I have no control over who my parents were, and that the majority of their sins occurred before I was even born. My father spent years in prison. He is a stranger to me, and there are no other surprises coming your way. There is no one else in my life. Clearly, if you feel you can't be with me, you shouldn't be, so just take me home. I don't have time for this." Shawn sat back in his seat, stunned by her reaction. The conversation had evidently not gone the way he'd planned. "I heard there were no other surprises, but then," he muttered quietly. Gina sat impassively in the passenger seat, looking straight ahead with her emotions controlled. Her arms were crossed stoically across her chest. A fire raged behind her eyes. She saw him swallow deeply as he observed her demeanor. "I said take me home," she demanded quietly. Wordlessly, Shawn started up the cruiser, and they headed back to the inn. This was not what she desired, even when she was uncertain of her own feelings and her future here. She wanted him to trust her. If he could not trust her, they couldn't have a relationship. She was not the product of her father's sins. and she was far removed from benefiting from any of his crimes. Her grandparents had seen to that, and they had accepted not one penny of his to raise her. She was without fault. As for withholding the information on her ex-husband, that had been explained. She had been ashamed and would have gotten to telling him eventually, had her ex not shown up. Her heart was breaking, and she surprised herself with the depth of feeling she had toward him. The closer they got to the inn, the sadder she felt, but she was determined to not let him see her cry. A lump rose in her throat. She braced back the tears she needed to cry and the words she wanted to fling at him. Anger and guilt for not telling him the whole story battled within her. She was angry at him for being so angry with her, but she was also angry at herself. She knew she didn't tell him everything, and now faced with losing him as her true feelings rose to the surface. She glanced over at him, his face streaked with tears. She turned her head away, as it made her want to wipe them away, but he was being an ass, wasn't he? He didn't deserve her if he thought for a moment she was influenced by her father's past. But she wouldn't correct him. She wouldn't even speak to him. Silence was more deadly. It was like a knife driving into his heart. After what was a very long and silent drive, they arrived at the inn. Shawn pulled up out front and Gina practically jumped out of the car. He got out to walk her to the door. "Gina, No!" She stopped him, holding her hand out. "Go to hell!" The door banged loudly behind her as she entered the inn, leaving Shawn stunned and tearful out front. Dejectedly, he walked back to his car, surprised by a freezing cold mist all around him, causing him to shiver. Apparently, all the women in his life were not pleased with him, even those beyond the grave. Chapter 15. It relieved Shawn when he saw Agnes's state police cruiser pull up behind him as he waited for her in Jeremy Stone's driveway. He glimpsed himself in the rearview mirror and was shocked at his own appearance. A scruffy beard covered his cheeks and deep circles rimmed his eyes. God, everything was catching up to him, from losing sleep to the lack of any leads. Something had to give. Of course, losing Gina in his life was making the biggest difference in his looks. He was still in shock about their breakup. It was killing him, not having her nearby and not able to talk to her. It had only been a few days, but it seemed like years. Maybe he was a damn fool. He sure felt like it. Running his hand through his hair, he got out of the car and joined Agnes, who was standing by her vehicle and finishing up a call on her cell. She raised one eyebrow at his appearance, but said nothing. She'd known him long enough to leave some things to be. It was a character trait he appreciated, as he wasn't certain how he would respond to a caring inquiry. Crying on the job was likely not something a county sheriff did. They were here to have a discussion with Jeremy. The DEA lead assigned to them, Robert Green, felt that Jeremy might have some key information regarding who was ultimately responsible for trafficking drugs into the area. Shawn shuddered to himself. All of this was happening on his watch, right under his nose. There was an organized group that intended to do harm in his town, and they had been operational for years. Not only was this a kick in the gut, pointing out his own and his team's incompetence, it was terrifying to know that someone was doing damage to his community. He knew the stats nationally. It was a tremendous problem that was seemingly everywhere. People got hooked on painkillers, and when they could not get their prescriptions refilled, they turned to other drugs. Heroin was cheap, and it was readily available, thanks to the scum that had infiltrated their tiny mountain town. It really irked him to consider that Jeremy could be part of the operation, especially since he was a member of the community. The DEA suspected him of laundering money for the crime organization through his father's construction business and some other businesses he was connected to, including the Stonehouse Inn, where he had been acting as power of attorney for Christina's Aunt Ada before she died. Right under his nose, thoughts of going in the house and throttling Jeremy passed through his mind. How could somebody who grew up here bring this kind of evil into the area? Greed really made a man do crazy things. "Ready?" asked Agnes. "You look as if you'd like to hit someone. You sure you want to do this now?" Shawn dropped his hat onto his head and straightened his pants. "Yeah, I'm ready." Agnes replied with another raised eyebrow. I'm fine, he answered, trying to reassure her. Right. They both walked toward the house. Jeremy answered their knock on the door himself. The look of surprise at having the police visiting was quickly controlled, and he moved aside to let them in. Shawn observed Jeremy had regained much of his strength from the last time he had seen him, but he still looked like he was recovering, since his skin was pasty white. To what do I owe this visit? He asked with a sarcastic tone. Have you tired of sitting at the end of my driveway? We thought to come in to ask about some visitors you've been having, Agnes said. Maybe a few other things as well. Do I need to have my lawyer present? Jeremy interrupted. Never mind. I think I can handle myself. Come in, sit. Let's get this over with. He stepped to the side to allow them to pass and gestured to the living room area. You look like you're feeling better than you were the last time I saw you, Shawn stated. Jeremy laughed in a sarcastic tone, rubbing his chest where he'd been shot. Getting there, I guess, for what it's worth. They took their seats, perching on the edge of the cushions to face Jeremy as he gingerly sat in his recliner. The room was neat and clean, but the small table next to Jeremy's chair was littered with newspapers and mail. Several prescription bottles were scattered about, along with a full glass of water. Agnes began the conversation. She was good at talking to people, and Shawn felt miserable enough to let her lead the discussion. As they shared the investigation, their longtime partnership and friendship allowed them to use each other's strengths. She had more experience and was better at gently extracting to important information. Shawn had the trust of the local people, whereas Agnes was a little more removed. It worked for them. Today, their intent was to share some information and see how Jeremy would respond. They also wanted to plant the seed in his mind that if he were to help them and it resulted in an arrest, he may benefit. A reduced sentence was always appealing to someone who was facing criminal charges. You've had some visitors that are not from around here. We thought to see if you noticed anything unusual. Anyone new in the area around the time of Mooney's death? Agnes asked. Jeremy shifted in his recliner, rubbing his back against the chair. His movement made Shawn wonder if his skin itched. No, I saw nothing. I was not in very good shape then, just getting home and all. He seemed confident in his response. Agnes discussed some details of Mooney's death. So, you are sure it wasn't a suicide then? Jeremy asked when she was finished. Yes. There was no sign of a struggle, no break-in. We believe it was someone who knew him. He trusted his killer enough to let into his home, Agnes said. Shawn observed Jeremy. He appeared to control himself at that news. No discernible reaction. He managed to maintain normal eye contact through the conversation so far. We have reason to believe that his death resulted from his connection to his business dealings, Agnes stated. So, you think I may know something? Jeremy asked in a snide tone. He's feeling more like himself, Shawn observed. Agnes explained to him carefully that if he could share information that led to an arrest, it may reduce the charges he was facing. You think I'd just come out and tell you right here, right now? Jeremy stated. Seriously, I am not stupid. If I knew something that would help my situation, I would negotiate through my attorney, not with a handshake and a nod with you two. It surprised Shawn that Agnes did not respond to Jeremy's statement. Instead, she plowed on. He knew she had been working closely with Robert on the case and had mentioned a tie to another situation he had worked on. We believe our troubles here have a connection to what has happened in Springfield, Massachusetts, just down 91 from here. Agnes brought up a picture on her phone and reached out to show Jeremy. It was a photo of a dead body, badly beaten and burned. He winced. Why are you showing me that garbage? This is the image of a man who was being investigated for money laundering. They suspected that something connected him to an organized crime ring. The investigation was just about to close, and an arrest was imminent, when he went missing. His body was found a few days later, in this condition. He had been beaten and tortured before they killed him. The information surprised Shawn. He had heard of this case, but had not made the connection. Jeremy's eyes shifted, and he seemed to look just beyond them. It was a subtle shift, but Shawn picked it up. Get that away from me, Jeremy demanded. I'm not connected to anything like that. Jeremy's hands gripped the arms of his chair, appearing to be trying to control himself. Shawn could not tell if it was rage or fear that was causing his reaction. You need to leave. I will do any further communication with the two of you through my lawyer. He rose angrily from his chair and showed them out. Shawn and Agnes followed obediently. The conversation was over. Jeremy opened the door to let them out, his hands shaking slightly as he did so. The pair slipped out, the door slamming resoundingly after them. I didn't know you were going to talk about that case, Shawn stated as they walked back to their cars in the driveway. I was talking to Robert when I pulled in, and he suggested we do. He is positive there is a connection between the two cases he's been working. It seems to have the same setup, Agnes stated. What did you think of Jeremy's reaction? Shawn had been the one who called in Robert to help, so he shouldn't be feeling like he was being left out of the investigation, but he was. Agnes and Robert had a past connection, so naturally they would talk more. Then again, Shawn knew he hadn't exactly made himself all that available lately, either. Oh, Jeremy's scared. You struck a chord with him for sure, Shawn answered. We'll be hearing from his lawyer, and likely the state's attorney as well. They may not be happy with us at all. Chapter 16. He watched the cops talking in the driveway and knew they were up to something that was going to cause problems for him. Not too much, he expected. They were not exactly the sharpest knives in the drawer. He smiled to himself. He may still be able to cause some trouble, but it was yet to be seen. His stomach churned at the thought of any more turmoil in his operation. Of late, things were not going great. Turnover on the area leads were a challenge, but not one that couldn't be overcome, of course. He smiled to himself. He could handle it. In fact, he was thinking of settling in for a little while at least. The area had grown on him. Plus, he heard loud and clear at the diner the other day that the sheriff had broken up with his girl. That left him an opportunity. There would be a hole to fill, and he would be happy to fill it. This would be his chance while he took care of the other business at hand. Chapter 17. Sleeping lately was difficult for Gina because she had so much on her mind. She lay awake in her bed at night or awakened at early hours of the day with thoughts racing. Her brain didn't want to sleep, she guessed. With her recent breakup with Shawn, her father underfoot, and her ex-husband in the area, there was a lot on her mind. Much thought went to the depth of her reaction to their breakup. It had really hit her hard. She had not realized how far she had fallen for Shawn. She supposed there was truth to the saying that you don't realize how much you love someone until they are gone. His absence over the past few days had a dramatic effect on her. Her thoughts ran to their future and what it would have looked like in the small, quiet town. She had, after all, bought part of a business here with the intention of running it into the foreseeable future. She had done all of that before she entered into a relationship with Shawn. It had not been him that brought her to Vermont. Her dreams had brought her to where she now was. The inn was her future in this small Vermont town, and she wondered, even after their fight, if Shawn could be part of that. Change was scary, but so was losing him from her life. She missed their friendship and easy banter, as well as the potential found in their blossoming feelings for one another. She moved her body into various yoga positions, enjoying the movement as she watched the first light of day creep over the valley in the distance. The practice was not giving her the peaceful response that she usually felt after an exercise session. She craved the release of tension from her cramped muscles. The morning was crisp, with wisps of fog lifting from the treetops, but it appealed to her. Fresh air sounded like a good remedy to her melancholy, so she slipped on a jacket and walked down the back servant stairs, setting out on the trail toward Kevin and Christina's cabin. Her steps on the crushed rock path were silenced by the dead damp leaves that had fallen from the trees. The smell of fall was pungent with rotting leaves that had fallen onto the forest floor. She took a deep breath and inhaled the crisp air, reveling in the silence and peace. Gina's thoughts went to her conversation she had with Shawn. After their hike to the fire tower, he had wondered if Kevin and Christina would stay long-term in the small cabin. Now they were married. It would be a great spot for Gina, because it was still on site, but far enough away from the inn to not be caught up in the activity. As she walked down the path, she felt it would be a great idea should the newlyweds choose to move. To her left, down the slope, she could see the trees recently cleared for the horse pasture and a new fence. Jeff's work crew had made a lot of progress over the past couple of days. It looked as though they were ready for winter when the horses for the sleigh rides would be in residence there. Not only did Gina think it would be a great addition to the inn, but she looked forward to being able to take a sleigh ride through the snow. Being largely raised by her elderly grandparents, they didn't take part in many outdoor winter activities. This was something that sounded like it would be fun and a wonderful seasonal activity. The horses Jeff had planned to keep there were the large farm draft horses that were white and beautiful. Not only were they serviceable for their work of pulling sleighs and wagons, but just having them in the pasture added to the scenery the inn offered. As she walked along the path, looking down at the fence line, she noted that it seemed as though one of the workers had left a jacket hanging on one of the fence posts. With the weather cooling down so dramatically lately, she decided the owner would need it and she would swing by that way on her way back to the inn. Shawn's warning about not interacting with the work crew or providing them with snacks rose in her thoughts. He had been weird about the court diversion group being up at the inn. Likely, he just didn't feel comfortable having her interacting with ruffians on her own. She recalled how the hair had stood up on the back of her neck when she met their crew supervisor at the back kitchen door on their first day on the job. She had brushed it off as a reaction to strangers at the back door of the inn. She certainly had experience with interacting with all sorts in her years living in Brooklyn and Manhattan. Shawn was just being protective. She brushed the thoughts from her mind as she walked through the woods, and her thoughts drifted back to Shawn. He was so engrossed in the issues the town was facing and with trying to end the drug dealing. Although he didn't talk a lot about it, she knew the re-election also bothered him. He felt he needed to solve the issues in the community to deserve to win the re-election. He really cared about what happened to his community. Not bad traits to have it all for a future partner, she thought. She had faith he would get to the bottom of the issue. It still irked her to be on the outside of a lot of what he was dealing with. She wished she could have done something, anything, to ease the pressure he was under. She reached Kevin and Christina's cabin, noting curiously that the front door was slightly ajar. Thinking she forgot to close it so it latched properly when she had been there with Shawn, she went to inspect the cabin to ensure no animal had entered. She quickly looked around, and after finding nothing out of place, she ensured the cabin was locked and the door latched. Then she replaced the key in its hiding place. Her thoughts went to how lucky it was that nothing had gotten into the cabin. At least there hadn't been any big animals, but mice and chipmunks would be another story. She would need to ensure Kevin and Christina knew to be on the lookout for them. Gina wondered if anyone else had been up there. She'd ask Layla later if she had been up to check in on the place for them. Gina convinced herself that was likely the case, as Layla and the other house staff also cleaned the cabins as needed. Someone probably had been up there cleaning and prepping for the newlyweds' return from their honeymoon. Gina soon found herself walking through the woods along the new fence line for the horses. There wasn't a formal path, but the ground was worn from the recent footsteps of the work crew. Gina had on her hiking boots and was able to walk easily across the uneven ground, taking care for roots and rocks. She reached the jacket she had seen from the ridge above, expecting to lift it from the fence post and continue on her way. But something was off as she tugged on the fabric, and it took her brain a moment to register what she was looking at. The jacket was still being worn by its owner, and he was covered in blood. His body was slumped over the fence, making it appear as though his jacket was hanging over the fence rail. Gina stood stock still for a long moment, as her brain slowly processed what her eyes were seeing. She released her hold on the sleeve. The man's eyes opened a minuscule amount. Noting her presence, they opened widely with a wild and desperate look. She watched in disbelief as his bruised and bloodied lips moved, trying to form a few words. "Help me," he said, his voice barely audible. The man reached a bruised hand to her jacket and pulled her close, causing them both to sink to the forest floor. He pulled her face close to his. Her heart raced in her chest, but she didn't pull back. His whispered again, his voice barely audible above the pounding of blood in her own ears. Mooney, Mooney, Mac, Cremini, the green monster. He slumped back, losing consciousness. Rising quickly to her feet, she realized she had no cell phone in her pocket, but it would be useless here if she did. The cell services were spotty on the mountain. She needed to get help, and what had he meant? Gina ran for all she was worth toward the inn. Agnes and Layla were in the kitchen of the inn, sipping coffee from mugs and talking quietly when Gina burst through the back door. Both women looked up at her as she approached, her eyes wild. "What happened?" Agnes asked, rising and holding Gina by the shoulders and inspecting her for injury as Gina struggled to find her voice. "A man. Call an ambulance," Gina gurgled as she slipped to the floor. "Where?" Agnes asked. "The fence," she gasped. "The new fence between here and the cabin path. I thought someone left their coat behind from the work crew, but it was a man. He's injured." Gina missed the meaningful look exchanged between Agnes and Layla. "Layla, call 911. Gina ran to the hall closet and grabbed a blanket and the first aid kit from the kitchen. The tall redhead drew her sidearm, and the two women hustled outside in the direction of the new pasture, Gina leading the way. She vaguely recognized the man from the work crew. At least she thought it was him. It was a little hard to tell with blood covering his face. Agnes took charge when they reached the man. He was barely conscious and slumped on the ground where Gina had left him to go for help. His thin frame swam in the large jacket, and Gina could see why she thought he was a coat left hanging on the rail. Together, they covered him with the blanket and wrapped him in its warmth. As Agnes used her radio to communicate with the police and rescue, Gina looked over the young man. He was rail-thin and badly beaten. His face was barely recognizable, swollen and bruised. He was still breathing. It was apparent that he had been badly beaten. Agnes pulled the large coat back from his frame, exposing his blood-encrusted shirt. Agnes's expression changed immediately as both women realized the man had been shot. He was not actively bleeding, as the blood was encrusted and dried on his clothing. After several minutes, the women heard sirens coming up the mountain road. Gina envisioned the rescue and police vehicles barreling up the mountain. She hoped that Shawn would join them. Even though they were broken up, she still felt she wanted him nearby as reassurance. A flurry of activity ensued as Jeff and Franco joined them on the forest floor. Franco pulled Gina gently out of the fray as rescue personnel arrived. "Looks like he was lucky to be found when he did, and that gunshot didn't kill him." "How do you know he was shot?" Gina asked. Franco shook his head. "Sorry, I really shouldn't have said anything, just from experience. That's all." Her response was interrupted when Agnes joined them where they stood, after the EMTs took over. "Who is he?" Gina asked her. "Did you recognize him?" Agnes asked. I'm not sure. Is it one of the men from the work crew?" Gina asked. "The hair." "You've seen him before." "Yes, I think so. One of them had that cut, a mohawk, and he had a jacket like that. I don't know his name." Agnes continued to interview Gina, gathering as much information as was fresh in her mind. Gina revealed the information of the cabin door being open. Once a small crew of deputies and troopers arrived on scene, Agnes gave them instructions. A crime scene was being set up, and they were all being asked to wait in the inn for further questioning. Shawn arrived, and after taking in the scene and noting it was well in hand, he immediately embraced Gina. "Are you all right?" he asked, running his hands over her arms and looking her over for injuries. Tears welled in her eyes at her relief to see him. She hugged him fiercely, surprised he returned the embrace, and offered her reassurance by wrapping his arms around her. "It will be all right. We have a crew out there taking a look over things. Everyone will need to be interviewed to see if they saw or heard anything. We'll take it from there. Are there any guests at the inn?" Gina was immediately grateful that the only guest at the moment was her father. Otherwise, she was not sure what the impact of another incident would be on her business. First Annie's remains, and now a shooting on the property. Her heart fluttered in fear. She would have never expected this sort of thing in a small town and in such a beautiful setting. It would be horrible if the inn got a reputation. They were not looking for that kind of notoriety. Gina worked to settle herself. Now that Shawn was nearby, she took comfort in the reassurance he brought. It was yet another point to consider. If she felt so reassured by his presence, maybe she did want to be with him. Her eyes lifted to find him looking at her, and he reached out and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. He pulled her close to his side as he took charge of the investigation. Franco stood steadfastly by, quietly taking in the fray. Gina noted that he was fully dressed, in jeans and a button-down shirt. His hair was neatly combed back from his high forehead. He had always been fastidious about his appearance. It was amazing that he could be rousted out of bed at this early hour and still appear put together. As she calmed, Gina was able to take in more of what was happening. She realized that it really wasn't that early, as both Agnes and Layla were fully dressed. They had been talking in the kitchen when she burst into the room. Jeff, however, looked completely disheveled. His hair was unruly and he was unshaven. It was likely his hairstyle was impacted by the way he ran his hands through it every few seconds. Gina realized he had been working with the crew directly and knew the team. Finding one of the men shot on property was a shock to them all, but certainly more to him. Layla was by his side, offering him comfort. It struck Gina that Jeff had made it to the inn pretty quickly, but after studying his manner of dress, she determined that he must have already been at the inn. Likely he stayed over with Layla. Gina was glad for them and was actually a bit relieved that another person was in the inn with them. The reason why Agnes was in the kitchen this morning was another mystery. She and Layla had been talking quietly together. Gina's curiosity kicked in as she wondered again what the pair had to talk about. After the rescue squad took the injured man away and they all returned to the inn, a sheriff's deputy took a statement from her as they sat privately in the front room. Gina tried to recall all of the details that she could remember and that she thought would be helpful for them. The fact was that in the past few days, her head had been elsewhere while she wallowed in her post-breakup misery. It shocked her how much she had really withdrawn into herself and retreated to the kitchen. The work gave her mind and hands something else to focus on. He said something to me before he fainted, but I don't even know if I can recall it right, Gina said. He said something about Mooney, Mac, and Cremini. Not sure I got that right. But he also said green monster. This information interested the deputy as he leaned in more closely to her. Are you sure that's what he said? Mac and a guy named Cremini were on the work crew here, and the green monster is in the outfield for the Red Sox. The young man thoughtfully tapped his pen on the small pad of paper he held. Likely, the chief will have more questions for you, so please stick around. Gina nodded, her agreement. As she spoke to the young deputy, she realized she would need to call Christina on her honeymoon to relay the information about the shooting. It would not be the kind of call you expect to receive at any time, and there was no way to easily phrase the information. Oh yeah, you know that historic inn you inherited? The one we both thought was such a great idea to invest all of our life savings in? Well, we just found a man barely alive on its grounds, and he had been shot. Chapter 18. Shawn watched the tiny crew of deputies search the area for clues about what had happened. Unfortunately for the injured man, Shawn felt this was a break in the case he had been working on. Arthur Mack, the crew supervisor, was being rounded up for questioning. In fact, the entire crew was being pulled into the station for a discussion. They all had records of being engaged in unsavory dealings around town. Most of them had a drug component to their arrests. Jeff, who had hired the crew to work on the horse pasture, provided some key details about their interactions while they were on site working. Shawn shook his head. It was in his nature to see the good in people and work to help others, like his own sister who struggled to have a normal life after making series of bad choices. Jeff's kindness was giving Shawn an edge he hadn't expected. All along, Shawn had been suspicious of Arthur Mack, the diversion crew supervisor. He had never liked the guy. He had always struck him as someone who was up to something, but he just could never pin anything on him directly. Arthur's work with the court diversion group had also deflected any suspicion. giving back to the community and dedicating his career and time to helping others reform really gave the guy a more angelic persona than that of a continuing criminal. Shawn itched to get back to the station to interview him directly as a person of interest, but Agnes wanted both of them to talk to the group at the inn together. After they took separate statements, the police wanted to keep the shooting under wraps for now to see if any details would be revealed by the suspects. It would not be a difficult thing to do, as the group at the inn were all friends or family. No one would get on social media to share the details. Of that he was certain. He knew Christina and Gina were both concerned about the impact this news would have over their business. Shawn was less concerned about that aspect of the conversation. What was bugging him was that Gina was now in the midst of the investigation. They had intended to take time away from each other to gain perspective, but now they would be forced to interact on a professional level. He didn't mind it, actually. He was missing her desperately, but he would need to tread carefully to give them the time they needed in order to gain perspective on their relationship. Shawn retraced Gina's path as he considered the situation. He wanted to be able to trust her and know that she wanted to be with him for the long haul. He did, but he needed to be able to have confidence that he really knew who she was and that he meant as much to her as she did to him. It was so hard to not dive in head first and see where they ended up. Yet he knew he could not face it if she didn't reciprocate the feelings he was having for her. He needed to save himself, if there was a chance they might break up for good. He knew he couldn't face another loss in his life. Shawn arrived at the cabin where he and Gina had made love. His heart ached, but he forced himself to concentrate on the investigation. He noted that cabin had been unlocked when Gina found it. There was nothing missing or out of place that they could see. It was being swept for fingerprints as he watched. The deputy noted his presence in the tiny cabin. "Chief, it looks like the door may have been unlocked because there is no sign of forced entry. Look here," the younger man said, gesturing to the floorboards. "There are drops of blood here and a bloody handprint on the floor. If it matches the victim's, it looks like he was on the floor." Shawn studied the area pensively. "If I was to guess right off, it looks like he may have come in here to get help. Maybe he was looking for a landline," he said. "He may have come in and then out again. From where he was on the fence line, it looks like he was trying to head up to the inn." The cabin sat far enough away from the main inn that any activity there would not be seen from the inn. You would have to be on site to see any action. Trails ran by the backside of the inn, and a spur trail led from the cabin to the same trail he and Gina had taken the other day. It linked to the Appalachian Trail with some local trails running through the National Forest and the property Christina had sold to the Nature Conservancy. It would be forever undeveloped. Hikers, walkers, four-wheelers, and snowmobilers in the winter frequented the area. Realistically, someone could be in and out of the area without being seen by another human being. But something pushed him forward. There was just something that he was missing here. This shooting had to be connected. But why had it taken place here? What was the draw to the inn? Or was it even intended to be in the picture? Jeff had said in his statement that the crew had been arguing yesterday when they were finishing the last of the pasture fencing. Shawn stood and looked down the ridge to where the crew had been working. The new fence cut through a field below. They had cleared some brush in the area to give the horses more grass areas to roam. Tire tracks where they had loaded a truck with the brush were visible, cutting through the forest. The victim, whom they identified as Joe Hutton, must have come in from the trails, further out and away from the inn. Shawn took the spur trail from Kevin's cabin through the woods, where it was likely the victim had come from. Along the trail, he noted a depression in the grass and a small pool of blood. It was likely where the victim had fallen on his way to find help. There was not enough blood for it to be where he was shot. Knowing he was on the right path, Shawn moved forward, radioing the deputy from the cabin to join him. He walked through the woods nearly a quarter of a mile from the cabin, locating more blood drops as he went. It was another sign he was on the right path. Eventually, he came out to a main trail and considered which way to go. He knew the area, not as well as Kevin would have with his job on the trails in the summer, but well enough. Shawn considered the situation. It was likely if someone was going to try to kill and get away with it, using the woods as cover may be beneficial. Since it was deer season, no one would think twice of gunshots in the woods or of finding a bloody trail. But Shawn's gut told him there was more to what had occurred here. He felt he was on the verge of finding something that would help them turn the case around. He opted to take a trail less traveled, fairly sure that it would lead to the pond he and Gina had swam in. It was left over from an old sawmill that had been erected years ago when the inn had been built. The builders harvested the wood from the forest and cut the lumber for use in the inn. As he cautiously made his way down the path, his mind swam with thoughts. When Jeremy had the work done on the cabins, the crew had brought equipment up the trail to get to Kevin's cabin more easily. At the time, he couldn't comprehend why that was such a great idea, but now his thoughts were coming together. There had to be a connection with what happened today. He felt it in his gut. There had been recent activity there. The ground was tamped down in multiple places, as if several people had been in the area. Shawn noted that the old pump house was more visible than the last time he had passed by it with Gina. The small shack was no larger than an old-fashioned outhouse. It housed unused archaic pumps that moved the water from the upper pond downstream faster in case of flooding. The structure had been there since he could recall, and the forest had grown up around it. Something was different about it, though. Now it was no longer hidden behind brush and leaves. Now the leaves had fallen from the trees, perhaps causing it to appear differently than he had remembered. Interested, he walked through the trees to the old pump house. The door of the pump house was unlatched, with broken wood around the latch. It was as though it had been held with a padlock that was forcibly removed. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and he called over to one of the deputies who had followed him several yards away to bring some evidence bags and a camera. As Shawn waited, he stepped carefully around the pump house, looking for any other indication of activity. Donning a pair of plastic gloves to avoid contaminating the scene, Shawn cautiously opened the door of the pump house. The ancient pump equipment sat in the corner of the tiny structure. As if it had been shoved aside, it was no longer connected to the outside pipes that had likely rusted into the forest floor years prior. Scrape marks on the floor indicated that the heavy equipment had been recently moved. A trapdoor in the floor had been covered where the equipment had been sitting. Shawn cautiously lifted the door and shone his flashlight down into the darkness. Apparently, Jeremy had not only directed the refurbishment of the cabins, he had created a storage location out here in the woods. It must have been another reason he had brought the equipment up when he redid Kevin's cabin. Shawn carefully lowered himself down the ladder, shining his flashlight as he went. "Holy crap," a voice from above said. "Chief, you okay down there?" Shawn found himself standing in a small storage room, lined with shelves on each side. The shelves were mostly empty with the exception of a dusting of white powder with scrape marks running through as though a bag of flour had broken open and was hastily cleaned up. Except Shawn was certain the substance was not flour, but a dusting of heroin or cocaine. Other marks on the shelves indicated that they had recently been emptied of their contents. Shawn was taken aback at the size of the storage area. It was not expansive, but more the size of a small walk-in closet. It could easily house millions in drugs, hidden away in the forest and literally right under their noses. Shawn carefully shone his flashlight throughout the small space. Dried dark blood covered the floor of the room to his left, and blood spatter was evident on the wall behind that. This was where the man had been shot and apparently left for dead. He shivered. No one would have found him down here for years unless they were looking for him. That Joe Hutton had tenacity and luck. Not only had the gunshot miraculously not killed him, but he was also able to get out of there and find help for himself. Shawn knew he needed to talk to the man, as he likely held some key information. He prayed he survived. They had found a main storage location, and they had closed in enough to cause it to be emptied. Shawn had no doubt in his mind that there was a definite connection to the work crew that had been on site. This was his team's biggest break yet, but whoever had the drugs and had them moved from here was still at large. There was a murderer out there, but his team was gaining ground now. He hoisted himself up on the ladder and addressed the young deputy. "Cover every surface of this place. We want anything we can get from this location. Every fingerprint, every boot print, every strand of hair needs to be matched up to each person that was supposed to be here. Get everything you can. If you are unsure about a specific procedure, make sure to call in the forensic team. Lock everything down. Not a word gets out about this." "Got it, Chief." "After I talk to the folks at the inn, I'm heading to town to talk to the work crew. Call me if you find any surprises." Before he left, Shawn considered the movement. It would be likely that the crew had loaded up the drugs along with the brush in Arthur Mack's truck. Jeff had said he left the crew yesterday afternoon as it was getting dark because he had to go take care of horses across town. At that point, they had finished the fence and said they would take the brush to the local dump. That would mean that the team was alone, and the crew had the chance to unload the storage room, hiding the drugs under the brush in the bed of the truck. It also looked like there had been a dispute, and that it had been egregious enough for the man to be shot and left for dead. Shawn walked purposely to the inn, retracing his steps. Agnes had insisted they talk to the small group at the inn together, but she also needed to see what they had found out under the old pump house. He found her gathered in the front room with the small group. He caught his breath looking into Gina's anxious gaze. He really felt badly that she was now wrapped up in the mess. He was particularly sorry that she had come across the injured man. He chose to sit next to her on the couch and grasped her hand in his. "You, okay?" he asked. She nodded. "Yeah, I will be." "It's a little disconcerting, to say the least." Shawn nodded. Noting everyone was present, he started to talk about the situation. "The police will be here for a few more hours. We need to block off some of the areas, so you won't be able to go up there for a while." "Do we know what happened?" Layla asked. The group exchanged looks. "We need to keep that quiet, and we need to trust each of you to not talk to anyone about this. No friends, no social media, nothing." "Christina and Kevin?" Gina asked. Shawn and Agnes exchanged a meaningful glance. "Let's wait until they come home. It's only a few days anyway, right? No need to ruin the rest of their honeymoon." Gina nodded solemnly. "That's a good idea." "Is there a continuing danger?" Franco asked. He glanced from Agnes to Shawn. "No," Shawn answered. "We have reason to believe that the threat was not leveled at the inn or anyone here. It was likely a dispute between individuals. We have pulled in the folks from the work crew and will be questioning them down at the station. If you have anything at all that you haven't told us about from yesterday, please call us," Agnes said. "Gina, if you can remember anything more about what the victim said to you, please reach out, day or night." Shawn considered what the deputy had relayed to him earlier about what the victim had said to Gina. The names she mentioned were two from the work crew, likely waiting for him already down at the station. He had heard the term green monster only once before, and it had been while he was questioning one of the near overdose victims a few months ago. He had brushed it off then, as it was likely a reference to some kind of marijuana or other drug. Otherwise, the conversation had been less than fruitful. Shawn brushed it off again, as meaningless. It bore no reference to the case. Chapter 19. Gina was in the kitchen, kneading dough. Baking bread was her go-to task when she had things on her mind, and she was fixated on Shawn and the injured man she had found. She had been questioning herself about whether breaking up with Shawn was the best thing she could have done. Maybe his idea of taking a break was the better solution. Then he would not be totally out of her life. The recent investigation forced them to interact, but it was more on a professional level. Shawn had pulled back from his initial concern for her welfare and was being the sheriff instead of a friend and lover. He had not been up to the inn for days. Seeing him had been nearly a daily event ever since she had moved up here. He was now a void in her day. She sighed heavily and punched the dough down. Maybe that minor task was making her feel better. She chuckled to herself. Out the kitchen window, she watched while the newlyweds, Christina and Kevin, held hands as they walked to the inn from their cabin over the ridge. Gina hadn't shared all of the details of the past 2 weeks with Christina. keeping the depth of her despair out of their conversation. Her friend was fresh off her honeymoon. There was no reason to worry her or take away from her happiness by sharing her heartache. She admitted to herself that she had some jealousy toward what Christina had found coming back to Vermont. Her business partner had love, a home, and the promise of a family. Gina had nothing but the restaurant. Yet she was proud of what she had accomplished in the time they were there. All the reviews had been very good, and the clientele from the group gatherings had been great. With the bookings going into next fall, they could call their business a successful venture. Maybe she just wasn't meant to have a family. Maybe her life was supposed to revolve around the business and food. After all, her relationship with her first husband had not worked out, and she hadn't had any other serious relationships until she met Shawn. There were a few casual affairs that did not go far. Her decision to end it with Shawn had been abrupt, but she could not be with someone who did not trust her. The past with her father and her ex were not hers. To assume that her dad had been an influence on her, or that she condoned who he was and what he did, was ridiculous altogether. Her uncertainty of whether she really saw them as a couple far into the future weighed on her as well. Christina entered the kitchen, her face bright with the exercise outside in the cool air. "It's beautiful out. You should take a walk. I think we have enough bread for a while." "Boy, what's that dough ever done to you? Look at that scowl," she exclaimed. Gina smiled. It was really great to have Christina back from her honeymoon, jealousy withstanding. Overall, Gina was simply grateful for her friendship. Her presence helped to balance out the despair she was feeling. "Do you want to talk about it?" Christina asked. She watched her friend knead and pound the bread dough with concern. "Well, you know most of it," Gina replied. She had kept the intimate details to herself for now. "Yeah, the ex-husband and the estranged father both appear in a 2-week period. You both get together and break up with Shawn and find a shooting victim on the grounds," Christina reiterated. "Seems like a very busy couple of weeks." She smiled at her friend's gentle teasing. Knowing Christina did it to make her feel better about the circumstances. They had a heart-to-heart talk soon after Christina had returned. It felt good to talk to her about it, and laying out the whole situation to see another perspective seemed to help. Although she withheld some details to protect her Christina's happiness buzz, she shared enough. It was crazy that so much had occurred in the time that Christina had been gone on her honeymoon. "What is your father doing in town? And how long has it been since you've seen him?" Christina asked. "He says he's sick." "Well, he's actually recovering from heart surgery. I think he wants to make some kind of amends," Gina stated. "Did he mention his other family?" Christina asked. "I haven't given him a lot of time, but no, he hasn't. He's tried to talk to me, but I haven't exactly rolled out the welcome mat for him," Gina answered. "He really does look pretty ill, though." "I'm sorry to hear that. Is he planning to stay at the inn the whole time he's here?" Christina asked. "I mean, he's welcome to, but long term. It may not be the best thing for him to stay in a hotel room. We can move him to one of the cabins to give him more room and a kitchenette, and then he doesn't have to take every meal here." "Thanks, but I don't think the expense is an issue for him," Gina replied. "If he stays long term, I hope he finds a place in town. It's a lot of pressure to have someone around that wants to spend time with you while you're working." Christina started to say something and stopped herself. Gina knew it was a comment about Shawn. Christina and Kevin had only seen him briefly to talk about the shooting. He was such a regular fixture in the kitchen or tavern that his absence created a void, not just for her, but for his other friends as well. "And the ex, I heard he's here filming his show. He had a lot of balls coming up to the inn. Don't you still have a restraining order?" Christina asked. Gina shook her head solemnly. "I didn't transfer it to Vermont because I didn't think he'd show up here. And though he's filming here, I'll give him credit that he left without a peep when I asked him to." "Was Shawn with you?" Christina asked. "Yeah, he was. We had just gotten back from our first date, and Jacques was just sitting at the bar." "Shawn didn't know about him?" Gina shook her head, a guilty expression on her face. Her friend knew her well. "I hadn't gotten around to mentioning Jacques, but I was going to, I swear. There just wasn't the opportunity. It's a challenge to explain something so dark and complicated." "I get it," Christina answered. Did he understand when you told him? I would think he would have. Shawn's father was abusive also, so he has that shared experience. I would think he would have understood all of that. Yeah, he did. But then he found out about my father's, business dealings and wanted to take a step back. He said it was a strange coincidence that everything was going to hell in town when my mafioso father showed up. Christina looked taken aback. Seriously? You had nothing to do with that at all. And your dad was in jail for so long. Didn't he have some kind of plea deal for inside information or something? I thought he came clean. He's no longer associated with the mafia. Gina shook her head. Yeah, I am surprised he is even still alive. But I guess Shawn's thinking of what happens in the movies. So, you guys are on a break? Christina asked, making quotation marks in the air with her fingers. No, he wanted to be on one, but I told him to go to hell. Well then, I guess that's why we haven't seen much of him, Christina joked. The two women laughed together. It felt good to talk to her friend. It helped to put things into perspective. Shawn was being ridiculous, even considering the struggles he was having with the problems in town. They weren't insurmountable, so he should have treated Gina better. Layla came into the kitchen in a hurry, her face bright with excitement. You will not believe who's here to meet with us. It's the producer for the Jacques Moran cooking show. They are interested in showcasing the inn in one of their holiday specials. Gina's stomach dropped to her feet, and Christina's mouth fell open. Who's here? Not Jacques. No, Layla replied. She referred to the business card she held in her hand. His name is Alex Newton. He is the producer for the show. He says he thought he'd just stop by since he was in the area and take a chance. Do you want to meet with him? Christina and Gina looked at each other intently. Gina could see the excitement in her friend's face. Truly, this would be a great step forward for the inn, something that did not come around every day. She felt she could not hold them back, but she didn't want to work with her ex-husband. But that didn't mean that she couldn't explore what they were proposing. She nodded in agreement to Christina, saying, We should see what they are thinking. It could be an enormous opportunity for us. Christina's face lit up with excitement as she directed Layla to ask him to wait just a minute while they prepped to talk to him. Then she turned to Gina, looking her square in the eyes. Are you sure this is all right with you? Well, we'd be foolish to not see what they had in mind, Gina replied. It may offer us some exposure we would not get otherwise. Christina checked herself in the mirror while Gina took off her apron and brushed off the flour from her clothing. Both women excitedly went to the front room to meet together with Layla and the newcomer. Alex Newton looked vaguely familiar to Gina, but she couldn't place him. He made no mention of knowing her prior when she was married to his boss. He was professional and inherently likable. Layla expertly guided the conversation to the inn and what they were looking to do for publicity. Alex asked about the restaurant and lounge. They gave him a tour of the dining room and the tavern. This is such a great place. What a history, Alex commented. We're looking to add the local flavor to the show and wanted to have a nice backdrop for our holiday special. Gina was familiar with the show's layout. The holiday specials included Jacques joining in and cooking with someone in their restaurant or for people in a special setting. Unless he had changed that format, it would mean that her ex would come on site for the filming and cook with her. This was not at all something she wanted or was comfortable with, but she let the conversation continue as Christina and Layla were so excited. Her gut burned. She would not let herself be the one that would ruin the chances for the inn to have really great publicity. It made her feel worse than when the conversation started, and she had felt pretty badly to begin with. Christina took notice of her facial expression. The producer went over his initial thoughts with the group. The format of the show hadn't changed. Alex explained Jacques would come to the inn and be part of the show while they filmed. The inn would be the main showcase. Christina pulled Gina aside. You don't look very pleased with this setup. Gina's answer was the look of anguish. Alex, if you would please excuse me and my business partner while we have a quick discussion, Christina said. Layla, if you don't mind gathering more details from Mr. Newton, that would be great. Christina pulled Gina into her tiny office behind the front desk and closed the door to give them privacy. "Listen, Gina," Christina began earnestly. "You need to tell me if you will be all right with this, or if you think this is a terrible idea. We both know it's an enormous amount of free publicity for the inn, but I also am well aware of your feelings about Jacques. I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable situation." Gina sighed and plopped down into the compact easy chair. "I really don't know if I can take having him around. I am sure this offer is a ploy to get closer to me. Why else would he be here? There are a lot of places like this in New England he could have gone to, but out of all of them, he chooses to come here." Christina sighed, sitting down on her desk. "I guess I missed that angle. He could use this as bait to get you to talk to him." They both sat for a moment in silence, each weighing the opportunity and the source of the offer. It wasn't feeling great to Gina. She didn't trust the man. "I'm really sorry, but I don't think I can do this. If we can figure out a way that he doesn't have to be involved, then maybe, but I don't think they would go for that," Gina stated. Christina let out a big sigh. "You're right. I'd hate to put you in that situation. It just wouldn't be appropriate. Let's go talk to Alex and let him know our terms." They returned to the front room, where Layla and the producer were having an animated conversation. They looked up at the solemn pair as they walked toward them. When they were just a few feet away, Christina started. "We really want to thank you for the opportunity, but we have a sensitive situation between Mr. Moran and Gina." Both Alex and Layla nodded in unison. "Yes, yes." Alex started nodding his head in agreement. "We fully understand the relationship between Ms. Iovino and Mr. Moran, and we propose we film any cooking scenes separately. I'm really sorry that I didn't mention it right off, but Mr. Moran stressed that he wanted to ensure that the staff at the inn were comfortable with the whole proposal. He's willing to have all of his scenes filmed off location or edited in with the magic of digital editing. He won't need to be on site at all." Gina was floored. This was a definite change from the man she was married to, who demanded to be front and center in everything, and in control of each aspect of his production and life. It was almost too good to be true, and it made her suspicious. Maybe he had the inn's best interests at heart, but why? There was no reason for them to interact at all, nonetheless have his show promote her new business venture. There was something more at play here. She couldn't believe that he had changed that much, if at all. Christina and Layla looked hopefully at her. It was her call, but they saw no need for her to have any issues with the changed approach. But for some reason, Gina wasn't fully buying it. "I'd like to meet with him face to face," said Gina. "Can you arrange a time for coffee in town?" She'd see what he wanted during that meeting. She had a hunch that there had to be something. Chapter 20. The drive down the mountain felt like it was taking forever. Gina was anxious about the meeting with her ex-husband. They would be in a public place, and there would be a lot of the townspeople going in and out of the popular diner for coffee and breakfast, and they were close to the police station. It should be all right. She could just walk out and leave if things went wrong, or if she felt uncomfortable about the situation. And yet her stomach was full of butterflies. She hadn't laid eyes on Jacques since the night she had him escorted out of the tavern, and now she was going to have a conversation with him for the first time in months. Having exposure to his show at a national and international level was an enormous opportunity for the inn. It was an opportunity that came about rarely in the lifetime of any business, not to mention right at the beginning of theirs. It would be hard to turn down such a good opportunity. Christina was trying not to put pressure on Gina, since she knew how uncomfortable the situation would be for her. Instead, she'd left the decision up to Gina. The offer to exclude the star of the production from the filming at the inn was drastic. She could see that he was extending an olive branch with it. Still, Gina felt like there was something more there. When he could have whomever he chose as his guest, why would he go to all the additional trouble of getting Gina on the show and making her comfortable with it? There was something up with this scenario, she was sure of it. She entered the diner and saw that most of the booths were empty. Jacques had not yet arrived. She slid into one booth, facing the door in order to catch him as soon as he walked in. A man was paying for his coffee at the register with his back to her. He looked like someone she should know, but so did the rest of the individuals in the restaurant. This small-town feel is starting to grow on me, she mused. After a few months, more and more people seemed familiar to her, and it was a comfort to be surrounded by people she knew. Within minutes of her taking a seat, Jacques swooped into the diner. He'd always commanded attention, and even now, most of the diners noticed his entrance. Heads turned and whispers flitted through the air. It evidently thrilled one of the waitresses to see him, and she flirtatiously offered to seat him. Gina couldn't hear their conversation, but Jacques shook his head, glancing around and telling her he was meeting someone. With a look of disappointment on her face, the waitress turned away after she registered it was Gina he was referring to. The man at the register turned in her direction. That's when she recognized it was Jeremy Stone. He looked like hell. More so, his face changed to a shade of beet red when he realized it was Gina he was looking at. He rushed to exit, running into Jacques as he did so. Jacques appeared irritated by the collision. The two men had a brief exchange before Jeremy bolted out of the diner. Then Jacques approached her, cautiously brushing off the lapels of his jacket with a debonair smile on his face. "Good morning," he said. "You're a sight for sore eyes." He took her hand and raised it to his lips. Gina was accustomed to his grand acts and gestured for him to take the seat opposite of her. Close on his heels came the flirtatious waitress, who was clearly curious about their meeting. "Can I get you two some coffee and the menus?" They both ordered coffee. Gina was not sure how long this conversation would last, and if her stomach would tolerate eating, so she thought it was best to stay away from food for now. "Thanks for taking the time to meet," she began. He waved his hand in the air dismissively. "My pleasure," he stated, although I was a little surprised when Alex said you wanted to talk. "I wouldn't think it would come as a surprise," Gina said. She knew this man and saw through all of his lofty words and compliments. The waitress brought their coffees and set them down on the worn linoleum table, smiling overtly at Jacques as she did so. "Why are you here, Jacques? I thought you—" He held up his hand to stop her from continuing. "We'd selected the area some months ago to do the holiday specials. It's so beautiful here with the changing seasons, and we also wanted to include a story about survival this year. Did you know this diner actually, was nearly destroyed a few years ago by a tropical storm?" Gina had heard that little fact. The nearly eye-level high water marks commemorated on the police station, marked 1938 and 2011, were part of the town history, but she couldn't fathom why he was so interested in that fact. It wasn't his nature to be empathetic. Yes, of course, but where is your connection to that? You could have chosen any inn in the area, or New England for that matter. Why mine? He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "We are here to do a global survival story, but I preferred the Stone House Inn because of you." There it was. She knew he had followed her when she moved from the city, and now he had confirmed her thoughts. Would he ever leave her alone? Jacques studied her face, and she felt him looking deeply at her. His scrutiny made her uncomfortable. She'd lived under his tyranny for a short time, but remembered it. He would constantly push her, wanting perfection in all things. And yet, there was something else there. Something about him had shifted. He didn't feel entirely like the man she'd known as a younger, inexperienced woman. However, it could be a change in herself she was sensing. She'd grown stronger over the years and had become more confident. No, there was something different here now. Perhaps she could sense some resignation or exhaustion in him. He clearly pushed himself for success and had achieved that with his show. Maybe now he was finally slowing down. He took her hand. "Gina," he started slowly, as if he wanted to choose the right words. "I've changed. I know that sounds cliché, but as I grow older and look back on my life, I have found regrets. The biggest regret that I have is what I did to you." She was both stunned and cautious. She'd gotten this speech from him before, how he'd changed and would never hurt her again, etc. She'd heard these words countless times, but there was a difference in them this time around. She could swear that she noticed a true change in his demeanor. "I know I can't alter the past. I didn't treat you well, and I used you for my own gain," he said earnestly, continuing to hold her hand. Then Jacques smiled gently at the perplexed look on her face. I know that this may be hard to believe, but I'd like us to be professional colleagues at the least, and friends at the most. Putting the inn on my show and having you featured as you cook some holiday specials is the smallest gesture I can offer to make up for all the crap I put you through when we were married. To say that Gina was surprised was an understatement. She'd never heard her ex-husband talk like this to her or to anyone. She was speechless. The waitress reappeared, asking about their food orders. Jacques ordered some pancakes, and Gina deferred, still unsure of her stomach. I just love the maple syrup around here, Jacques joked. Out of the corner of her eye, Gina saw Shawn and Agnes enter the diner. She knew that they usually picked up coffee to go before their rounds for the day, so she wasn't surprised that they were here. However, it was the first time that she had seen Shawn in the past few days. Agnes waved, and Shawn turned to see who she was waving at. The look of shock on his face told of his surprise, not only to see her, but also to see she was meeting with her ex-husband. His face paled and Gina's stomach roiled. Shawn turned his attention to a conversation with someone eating at the counter while they waited for their coffees. Agnes approached her and Jacques. "Good morning," she greeted them. "Nice to see you, Gina. I see you're holding up all right." Jacques leapt to his feet to greet Agnes, his eyes sparkling with interest in the older woman. "Agnes, this is Jacques Moran, my ex-husband," Gina said. Jacques reached out to grab Agnes's hand and kissed it in greeting. She blushed heavily in response. "The pleasure is all mine," Jacques said, flirting with the woman, bolstered by her reaction to him. Shawn called to Agnes from the doorway with their coffee, avoiding eye contact with Gina. "Well, duty calls. Stay in touch, Gina," Agnes said, heading for the door. "Actually, since you're in town, swing by on your way home, if you have a moment." Gina nodded in agreement, wondering if something had come up in the investigation of the shooting. Jacques did not take notice of Agnes's request. "She's a beautiful woman for a cop," Jacques stated. Agnes was a good-looking woman when she wanted to be. Her statuesque figure and the state trooper uniform were off-putting to her beauty. It surprised Gina that Jacques would notice Agnes, much less comment about her beauty. She wanted to get back to their conversation about the show and be done with it. "I think you can understand my hesitation about the show." "Absolutely. That's why I made the offer to abstain from the filming in the kitchen," Jacques interrupted. "It should be all you. You have some killer recipes and a way about the kitchen that people relate to. The success would be all you." Reflecting for a moment, Gina considered the opportunity. She felt uncomfortable sharing her own kitchen with Jacques, and would prefer to not have him hanging over her. Not that he actually did all that much cooking on the show. She recalled how they structured the production in their early days. Gina had done the majority of the prep and grunt work, and he was the showcase, or the voice of the program. Damn it, he was right. He owed her quite a lot. He had gained fame in those early years because of her skills and her recipes, not his. It had been part of the reason he'd become violent at first, when she wanted credit for their success. He'd refused to share the spotlight. However, the idea of featuring the inn on the show was appealing. If he were to stay true to his word and keep out of her way, it would be a tolerable experience. She and Christina could use his platform for their own benefit. "If you are sincere about staying out of the kitchen and letting me showcase, then I think I would be good with the idea." He smiled widely. "However, Jacques, I'm not messing around. I mean it. I'll pull the plug." He held up his hands in a defensive move. "No worries. You'll be in charge of all things food," he said sincerely. "If they want to film something to include me, we'll make sure you're okay with it. The miracle of editing allows us to not be in the same room." It relieved her to hear this comment. She felt reasonably reassured that they could operate on a professional level. She still held mistrust for the man, but the benefit they could derive from the show was outweighing her misgivings. Okay, we'll do it." He grabbed her hands and smiled broadly. "I just know this will be great," he exclaimed. "I'd like to film this week if possible." She was excited and knew that Christina would be over the moon with the opportunity. Still, a tiny shiver shot up her spine. A memory passed through her mind. of the phrase her grandmother used to say about those shivers. La morte mi è passata vicino. Somebody just walked over your grave. After leaving Jacques, she went to the police station a few blocks away. She was immediately sent back to the sheriff's office by Madge at the front desk, who smiled and appeared as though she wanted to make conversation before she turned her attention back to the switchboard. As Gina walked down the hall, her shoes echoing off the wooden floors, she reflected, feeling as though she had been sent to the principal's office. She knocked on the door, and Agnes's voice answered, telling her to come in. Shawn sat behind the large desk, taking her breath away. Their eyes met briefly, and her heart bounded in her chest. Shawn looked so official, stern, and powerful. She had not seen him in this light before. It intrigued her. He quickly rose to his feet and guided her to a chair, his demeanor quickly becoming what she knew. Here, take this chair. Excuse the mess. We've been a little busy." Gina took a seat and briefly looked around the room. There were files scattered around the room and across the small table where Agnes sat. Several photographs were tossed about Shawn's desk, and he had been studying them when she walked into the room. They appeared to be close-ups of something, but she couldn't identify what it was. Shawn returned to his seat behind the desk, quickly turning over the material so she could no longer see them. "How was breakfast?" he asked. Gina shook her head, not missing Shawn's tone. "There wasn't much eating for me, I'm afraid, but it went well," she said. "Jacques wants to film his show at the inn. We were negotiating." Agnes and Shawn exchanged a glance. "Wow, that sounds like a great opportunity for the inn," Agnes exclaimed. "I watched that show. Not that it's helped much." Shawn laughed out loud. "There's always hope." Gina relaxed a little bit. These two were her friends first and police officers second. "So what's up with you two? Any leads on the case at all? Christina and Kevin were wondering about when you would be releasing the scene." "Oh, we can get a deputy up there later today to release the scene. I know at some point Christina may want to have that old pump house removed, but we'd like her to hold off for now. Otherwise, we should have what we need in the case. But I did want to talk to you a bit more about the work crew. Jeff knew a bit about them and has been very helpful. But since you were here, we thought we could chat with you a little more about them. Did you have any interaction with them while they were working at all? Did you ever hear them talking or anything?" Gina shifted in her chair. She had not paid much attention to the crew or anything in the past few days. The breakup really took over her mind, plus her father and Jacques being in town. "No, I really didn't. They were in the pasture and the barns. They didn't come into the inn at all. The only time I spoke to them was on their first day, when they came to the back door." She turned to Agnes. "Remember, you were there as well." Agnes nodded. "It's helpful to have everyone's perspective, though. And you were on site throughout their work assignment." "I really don't have much to offer. That guy, the supervisor, he kind of gave me the creeps right off. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when I met him. They were all standing together, kind of loosely following him. That man I found, he sort of hung back from the group, like he didn't want to be there. How is he doing, by the way?" Shawn had shared that the man had to have surgery. He reported that he was very lucky to have survived the gunshot. Gina knew that they had some new leads with the diversion crew, and it was keeping them busy. That was all he had shared. Part of her wanted to know what was happening. They had been told to stay out of the woods past Kevin's cabin and stay away from the old pump house. Gina had not even realized there was an old pump house. It was so well hidden in the woods. Kevin and Christina were able to resume living in the cabin when they returned, but were told to go no farther. There had been no news in the local paper and no reports anywhere that Gina could locate. No one except for the inn's residents and the police knew what had happened. "He's back home. He has a family with small children and one on the way. It's likely he wanted to get back to them. He was trying to put his life back together after some bad choices and had a jail sentence waived if he entered the diversion program." Gina opened her mouth to speak. "They are all safe. We have them in protective custody," Shawn said, leaning over his desk to place a hand on hers. "There is nothing you need to do." She sat back in the chair. "Are we okay at the inn?" "Yes," both Shawn and Agnes answered in unison. By keeping this quiet, whoever is responsible does not know that his victim survived, and that the investigation is closing in on him. Do you know who it is? Has there been an arrest? Gina asked. Shawn and Agnes shared a glance. Not yet, Shawn answered. Gina wanted to ask more questions, but withheld them, knowing that they would not share any details with her until they were able to make things public. All right then, is there anything else I can help you with? After some small talk and a round of thank you from both officers, Gina left and went back to the inn. The line of questioning seemed a little benign to ask her back to the station. Was that all, she wondered? Shawn was livid with Agnes, and she knew it. Listen, I'm sorry, but there is a link to what Layla had told me in this case. Agnes had been meeting with Layla to try to get her to help them with her psychic abilities. Shawn could not fathom that the townspeople would be receptive of the police seeking out assistance from the supernatural. They would think that their hard-earned tax dollars were going to a sheriff department that could not solve the crimes on their own and had to resort to unconventional methods. He was a bit conflicted as he had also seen Annie, her spirit, with Layla. It was as real as day. They were close to making an arrest. After interviewing the rest of the work crew under the pretense that the injured man was missing, they did not uncover adequate evidence to arrest any one of them. However, every move of theirs was being watched. All of them, with the exception of Arthur Mack, the crew supervisor, had been on house arrest. They were permitted to go to work with the work crew, but had to return to their homes immediately afterward. The electronic devices the men wore were traceable, and their whereabouts corroborated with their statements. Unfortunately, there were holes in the tracing when they were at the inn, because periodically they would disappear from the system due to a lack of a signal. Lack of cell service at the inn had been problematic. It was spotty and entirely unreliable. Still, there was enough information for them. The victim still had his bracelet on when he was found. Apparently, this detail was overlooked by the intended murderer. The house arrest bracelet would not be traceable in the woods where the pump house stash had been kept, and the man was left for dead. Unless the intended murderer knew of this limitation and decided to capitalize on it. According to the men on the crew, Arthur Mack and the victim, Joe Hutton, went into the woods behind the cabin while they were loading Arthur's truck with brush. The crew saw them come back, throw some backpacks in the bed of the truck, and then the pair returned to the woods. Only Arthur came back with several more backpacks. He never mentioned where the victim had gone. The crew was apparently intimidated by Arthur, and he routinely took advantage of that. One member of the crew mentioned that Arthur had been upset and eager to leave. Arthur Mack, the diversion crew supervisor, was now in the county jail. They had very quietly arrested and booked him. They had followed him after he dropped the remaining crew at their homes. He stopped at a storage unit location outside of town. Shawn and one of the deputies observed him dropping the backpacks into a storage locker. After obtaining a search warrant, they went back to the facility and retrieved the backpacks. Right now, the contents of the packs sat down in the evidence room. Several bricks of heroin, some pills, and cocaine sat on a shelf downstairs. The street value was close to $1 million. Shawn's team had really struck gold here. Not only were the drugs off the street in amounts not seen in his lifetime, but they were so close to getting the ringleader. Arthur wouldn't talk any further after admitting to dropping off the drugs. He wouldn't talk about the wounded man or who else was there. They did not have enough evidence to charge Arthur with attempted murder, and Shawn was confident it wasn't Arthur. There was no evidence on his person, or in the truck that he had fired a weapon. There wasn't any blood evidence either. As badly injured as the victim was, the man had said it wasn't Arthur. His memory around the event was sketchy. But he said someone else had entered the storage room when he had been arguing with Arthur about getting involved. He was trying to get clean and had his family counting on him. That was when he was shot. They had gotten another glimmer when they interviewed Cremini, one of the work crew. His name had been uttered by the victim to Gina. He had been a bit more talkative than the others and had been friends with the victim. He had been sure there was someone else there in the woods with Arthur Mack. When asked if he knew who the green monster was, he visibly paled and shook his head. He refused to talk further after that. All of the work crew, except Arthur Mack, were placed back on full house arrest. The work crew was deferred. Shawn had convinced the court it would be temporary and for their safety. He had gotten total cooperation from the court and a handful of search warrants in his hands, should he need them. Everything was locked down and being closely watched. Piecing the puzzle together was what Shawn and Agnes were good at. They had determined that the old pump house was being used as a storage facility. It was likely drop-offs came from folks on the trail or from the highway. It would be a hike, but the likelihood of discovery was so low in the woods that it was a perfect place to hide and retrieve stash. With the police so intent on the drug issue in town, the dealers were afraid of discovery, so having a remote drop-off of deliveries was ideal. The police had really honed in on the likely storage areas, truck deliveries, and regular deliveries. Resorting to the pump house as a storage facility meant that it was out of the way and unlikely to be discovered. Shawn shuffled the pictures he had been looking at when Gina came in the door. The medical examiner had taken pictures of the bruising he had seen on Mooney and had also examined the most recent victim. Both had been shot with the same caliber gun. They were going on the premise that it was the same gun and likely same shooter. He stared down at the photos, reluctant to show them to Agnes. It would only prove that she was right and that Layla was right. He didn't understand how she knew these things, but after his own experience with her, he respected it. He handed Agnes the photo. As she looked down at it, she took in a deep breath. That looks like it really hurt. No wonder he can't recall much. He took quite a beating. Chapter 21. The inn was stunning, all decorated for the holidays. Of course, it was a bit early for the season, but the opportunity to display the inn on a TV show made the premature decorations worthwhile. Gina was proud of how it had turned out. It looked merry and inviting. They had worked night and day for the past 48 hours to ensure that they could film Jacques' show with the cheerful backdrop for the holiday season. The few guests they had at the inn had enjoyed the festive environment, as Gina had baked cookies and made cocoa, and Christina lit fires in the fireplaces. It really felt like the holiday season already. Even the local newspaper had someone up to photograph the inn, since it was all decorated so soon. And Jeff got the sleigh out of the barn and decorated his horses for the season too. The unseasonably warm conditions they had a couple of weeks ago were long in the past, with temperatures plummeting. The chill in the air also made it seem more like the Christmas season. Christina, Layla, and Kevin buzzed through the inn. They were all anxious that the film crew was arriving that day and wanted to make sure everything was ready for them. Gina had to admit their enthusiasm for the project was rubbing off on her. She was excited to show off her kitchen and dining menus and demonstrate the preparation of a traditional holiday feast. She would prepare a meal off of their menu, hanger steak braised with mushrooms and wine. They locally sourced all the ingredients, which made the dish special for the Vermont feature. They had discussed the recipes to make sure they were showcasing the inn's ability to have gourmet food, while also referencing the cozy tavern fare that they offered. They wanted to ensure they had a broad appeal, so they were staying away from venison and other obscure items that may turn off some viewers. Layla and Alex, Jacques' producer, had several in-depth conversations about the menu. Marketing was a mystery to Gina. She was best at deciding menus and creating inventive and flavorful food combinations, so she was glad that Layla could help out. Gina was excited, however, that they could discuss her cookbook on the show, which at this point was still just an idea. Somehow, Layla had produced a prototype cover they would display for filming and had set up pre-orders on multiple book websites. It was a thrilling whirlwind. All at once, her dreams were being realized. Within just a few days, she was starring on an internationally renowned cooking show and displaying her own cookbook. She was over the moon with the publicity opportunity. Her doubts about Jacques were still in the forefront of her mind, but so far, he had been true to his word. His film crew had planned to film a segment with Christina first, discussing the inn and its history. She would give a tour of some highlights, amenities, and activities. They would then film Gina for a few hours in the kitchen. Jacques would arrive after the filming of the food preparation was completed. He'd have an interview and discussion with Christina while they enjoyed the meal that Gina prepared, or at least pretended to. Then they would film Jacques out front of the inn, discussing his series, and he would comment on the exceptional beauty of the inn. At no time was he scheduled to set foot inside Gina's kitchen, and she would not share camera time with him. She hoped he remained true to their agreement, as their successful appearance on the program would be largely impacted by his commentary and recommendation. That made her nervous. She knew him well enough to know that he could easily go back on his word. He was in a position of power in this relationship, and that was not a favorable spot for her to be in with a former abuser. With the kitchen prepped and ready to go, Gina sought out Christina to see how she was faring. She found her friend in deep conversation with Layla in the front room. They were both vibrating with excitement. Christina was absolutely glowing in a holiday outfit. She was beautiful, and being a newlywed really agreed with her. A flutter of jealousy rose in Gina's heart. She missed Shawn. He was in her thoughts as she prepped the food. It would have been nice for him to be part of the show, as he'd tested almost every single item on the menu. She would have had more confidence with the recipes she was using if he'd tested them out too. He had excellent taste and loved to eat. That was why he was such a joy to feed, she observed. Franco was all dressed up in a light gray cashmere sweater and dark pants. He looked like a model for a senior version of GQ. She had forgotten how handsome he was. There was still a pallor in his skin and a sheen of sweat on his brow, which brought back the fact that he was still recovering from his surgery. "Franco, are you feeling all right?" she asked. He drew out a handkerchief and dabbed his brow. "It may be warm in here with all the activity, but I'm fine," he replied. "Don't worry about me. I'll step outside for a bit to cool off if I need to." "He's agreed to be an extra wherever we need him to be," Christina said, smiling at the older man. Concerned, Gina took her father's arm as they went out onto the front porch. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked. He patted her arm. Over the past few days, they had had some chances to talk. Since he was staying in the inn, and since she was living upstairs in the owner's rooms, there was ample opportunity to see each other. She had been surprised and annoyed that he had shown up out of the blue, but in a way, she was grateful for the distraction. Of course, she'd be feeling even better if Shawn hadn't had such a strong reaction to her father's history. She knew that she bore no responsibility for her father. She had no choice in his career, but she carried its burdens. Her desire to live a normal life and have a family of her own might never be achieved if the memory of her father's business stayed in people's minds. What she remembered of her life with her mother, which was little, was that they had lived while not really being a part of anything. They were outsiders because her mother had a child with a married man, and they didn't have the home life she dreamed of. Franco had remained steadfastly devoted to his wife and children, not to Gina and her mother. Visits were secretive and sad. After her mother died, her grandparents had tried to provide a normal life for Gina. They largely supplied her with the stability she craved, but she never had the brothers and sisters she wished for. While she understood Shawn's struggles with the rise of crime, she knew that none of it was connected to her, or even to her father. What Shawn did not know was that Franco had provided information to the police that got him a reduced jail term. Even though he had spent over a decade in jail, he no longer had a life sentence because he turned away from his life of crime. Honestly, Gina was surprised that his business associates had not come after him, for he shared that intelligence. But perhaps they knew of his health and figured things would take care of themselves. The TV filming crew had arrived and were loading their wares into the house. She realized she would need to go inside shortly. The day was cool and crisp, and she was cooling off well. The kitchen had been overly warm. She was used to it, but the fresh air felt nice. As the crew went back and forth with their equipment, she realized she was feeling a little apprehensive. After all, she had not been on television in years. She took in a deep breath. "Nervous?" Franco asked. Gina shook her head and patted the older man's arm. A car she did not recognize pulled up in front of the inn, and Jacques got out. He was early. She rose to go back into the inn. "Go ahead in, honey. I'll keep him occupied out here," Franco assured her. She made her escape and arrived as the producer and director were giving Christina instructions. They started filming their tour of the inn while she and Layla watched. Gina was so proud of Christina and what she had built at the inn with all its new amenities. She listened to her as they walked through the building and out onto the patios to see the view and the gardens. They talked about the events they held at the inn. Apparently, they would edit in pictures of some of the weddings they had already hosted. Christina had provided photos of hers, which were beautiful. It would nicely showcase their event capabilities. After an hour, the crew moved to the kitchen. Here Gina was in her element, and the film crew was skilled in what they needed to do as well. She had to endure a couple of retakes in order to get the lighting right as she cooked over the stove, but the team was making it very easy for her to look good. Layla brought in the mock-up of the cookbook, and they discussed where it was available for purchase. In general, Gina felt the process went smoothly. The director showed her the recording so she could provide comments and feedback about her own performance. The crew responded to her and appeared to be taken aback by how easy she was to work with. She smiled to herself, imagining what it was like to deal with Jacques on a regular basis. If he thought things were not up to his standard of perfection, they would likely hear from him, and he probably wouldn't be very nice about it. She felt sorry for them. Jacques had kept his word and had not come into the kitchen at all. He waited on the porch with Franco, who had him locked in a very intense conversation. Gina could not fathom what the two men had to talk about, and hoped that she was not one of their conversation subjects. Once she completed the cooking demonstration, the director guided them through a tavern and dining scene. Here Franco, Kevin, and Layla were sitting in each room to represent patrons. The film crew positioned them skillfully so the viewers could not tell they were using the same people. Jacques was invited in to enjoy Gina's food at the bar with some of the wine and beer selections. Franco sat in the background near the roaring fireplace. Gina opted to remain in the tavern while they completed the filming. Jacques played his part remarkably well and provided complimentary commentary on the food. It made her take a breath in relief that he didn't go back on his word. She didn't realize she had been holding her breath for his review. That was likely a holdover reaction from their marriage. After they were done in the tavern, they went outside to film Jacques in front of the inn. Jeff pulled the horse-drawn sleigh up in the background and was dressed in his formal top hat and tails. The sleigh could be used as a snow sleigh, but it also had wheels in case there was no snow during the holiday season, which has happened occasionally. Everything looked great, and the presentation was spectacular. Both Gina and Christina wore wide smiles on their faces as they watched the activity wrap up. "We can pull up the recording on your TV if you want to review it with us," the director said. "We have a tight turnaround time frame for production. I'd like to get this film prepped for next week's show. If we could get your feedback on the segments, we can reshoot anything else right away." "I don't see why not," Christina answered, ushering them into the front room so they could use the big screen there. While the crew busied themselves with the electronics, Gina slipped into the kitchen to gather some snacks for the group. They had to be hungry, and it was simply good manners to make sure that their guests were comfortable as they worked. She rejoined the crowd, jammed into the room, and was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the production. The piece looked really great, and the inn looked festive and welcoming in all the scenes. Gina held her breath while they watched the kitchen scenes, but was pleased with how they turned out. Jacques spoke from the other side of the room. "Very nice, Gina. You did a great job, and it came out great." She was startled that he was in the group, as it hadn't been planned, but they were reviewing his show, so she realized he needed to be included. He was across the room from her, which made the situation tolerable, as long as they didn't change the guidelines they'd set up in the diner. As they continued the review of the recording, Gina, Christina, and Layla exchanged excited whispers. This was going to be big for them. With all the exposure that Jacques' show would bring, they were sure to get a tremendous boost in bookings. They would be able to reuse the video and the still shots for their own advertising. This was all for free, saving them thousands of dollars in publicity that they didn't have allocated in their budget. It would put them years ahead of where they planned to be. It was truly a gift for them. Gina was in seventh heaven, thinking about her cookbook, when they finished up the review and the crew started to pack up. Jacques came up behind her, making her heart jump. "Can we talk privately?" he asked. She knew she should say no to him. After all, this was not part of their agreement. However, after watching the segment that came about because he had included the inn in his show, she felt an obligation to him. She didn't want him in her kitchen, but the office would do. She would leave the door open in case he tried something. Leading him through the maze of people and equipment to the office, she knew that this would not be a good idea. But now she was stuck. Until a scream caught in her throat, because as they entered the hall, a prone figure lay on the floor. It was Franco, and he was completely unconscious. Chapter 22. Worry surged in Gina's belly as she observed the older, pale man lying in the bed of his guest room. He had flatly refused to go to the hospital, even after they called 911. After discussing his health condition with the paramedics, they appeared to be placated by his decision to not be transported. Franco had insisted that he had just gotten overheated and overly stimulated by the activities of the past few days, with all the preparation for the show, and the room had been hot. She would give him that. He had been seated at the fireplace for the filming during the section in the tavern. It had to have been warm over there. Gina was kicking herself that she should have been watching out for him, but in all reality, she didn't really know him all that well. Nor did she know very much about his health condition. Having open heart surgery was serious. That, combined with his fainting spell, grew her concern. He said that he was coming to make amends with her because of his illness, but did that mean that he was dying? Emotions roiled in her gut. He was the last link to any kind of family that she had left, and he was a stranger to her. The family of her dreams had never materialized, and she had no potential to create one of her own in the near future. It was sobering to realize, especially since after Franco was gone, her only familial connection would be the history she had with Jacques and their failed marriage. A chill went up her spine as she considered her future. Would she end up alone? Maybe she'd be a spinster who ran the kitchen in this old inn while Christina and Kevin enjoyed a family life. Franco stirred and opened his eyes. His surprise changed to pleasure as he realized it was Gina beside his bed. He reached out to touch her hand. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked, her voice wavering with concern. He smiled feebly. "I'll be all right. I was just doing a bit much. I should have known better to have gotten caught up in the excitement." She squeezed his hand. "You should take it easy. You are our guest here. You're not part of the staff." "I enjoyed every minute of the filming," he interrupted. "I am very proud of you and all that you've done with your life." A tear rose in her eye, surprising her. Gina had not sought his approval, but it felt good to have it. Her emotions were evidently on the surface because of his and Jacques' presences at the inn, and due to the recent breakup with Shawn. There was adequate drama in her life right now to keep her sobbing in her room, which was something she was not prone to doing. "Franco, when you said you were still recovering, what did that mean exactly?" she asked. "I guess this little spell got your attention," he stated. He settled himself to lean back on a few pillows more comfortably. Gina attempted to help him get comfortable. "I am not here to have you nurse me, if that's a concern," he said gruffly, brushing her away. "I'm good and have been stable. The open heart surgery really took a bite out of me, and I'm not a young man anymore." She sat on the side of the bed as he spoke. "I actually meant, is this your goodbye tour?" At that, Franco laughed out loud. "I've always appreciated your forwardness. I know where I stand with you." He reached out again and clasped her hand. "I don't blame you for wanting to know if I came here to die. I'm not planning on it. I showed up here to get to know you and have you get to know me. There is nothing I can do to fill in the holes I left for you. I wasn't a good father to you. I wasn't a father to you at all." "Have you been to your other family?" she asked, her jealousy of her half-brothers and sister clear in her tone. Franco sighed heavily. I'm going to be honest with you, Gina. They knew me, and I was there for them. But they are grown with families and businesses of their own, and don't have time for an old sick jailbird. My job with them is done. It's you I have to make amends with. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her fingers. I never did my job with you. I was never your dad. I was and still am a stranger. We're strangers to each other. The admittance of his failures astonished her. She's always felt a void when she considered him. She knew she should love him and should know him, but she felt hollow when she considered her feelings toward him. The vacuum that had been filled with resentment had aged and become a cavity of nothingness. However, he was all she had left. I would understand if you wanted me to leave, he started. I could say hello and goodbye, and that would be that, but I don't want to. I'd like to hang around a while and get to know you a little, and maybe offer some advice along the way. He chuckled at her. The food is superb, but maybe I could give some insight into the men in your life. That Jacques guy doesn't really seem to be your type, and I certainly can't see what you saw in him. They laughed together, and it felt a little less heavy in the room. Where are his people from anyway? He asked. He looks so familiar to me. Gina shook her head. Our relationship was all such a whirlwind. His parents are gone, and he had no family left in the U.S. I never met any relatives of his. Well, there you go. I like the cop better, and I don't like cops all that much, he said. His tone changed back to the seriousness of their conversation. With the circumstances as they are, and with who I am and what I have done in my life, I would understand if you chose not to be with him, but I still think he's the right choice. And with that, Franco's opinions were all laid out. She could just as easily have him go and would never look back, except there would still be that emptiness that he could have filled, and unanswered questions of his life and hers. Did they mean anything to each other? What could they be to one another? I want to leave this earth knowing all of my children, he said evenly. I found a little cabin on the reservoir that I'm going to rent for a few months. That way I won't be under your feet at the inn. It's in a beautiful area. I'd like to stay a while, if that works for you. Gina considered the idea for a moment, her mind whirling with the gravity of what he was saying. He watched her face, a tear running down his cheek. He wiped it away quickly, embarrassed by its appearance. You remind me so of your mother, he said. We were so in love, and I was so happy when she found out she was pregnant with you. What happened? I never knew. It doesn't surprise me that your grandparents didn't discuss it. Do you remember much of what she told you? He asked. I was so young when she died. I just recall that she was very sad and very quiet, Gina replied. A shadow passed across Franco's face, as he apparently knew he caused her mother's pain. We couldn't be together. My wife's family was against divorce. They held a very large axe over my neck, he stated earnestly. As much as I loved your mother and you, I couldn't bear the thought of you both being killed because of me. A shock hit Gina's senses. What are you saying? Franco sat up in the bed, adjusting his position. I feel comfortable telling you this in confidence. It's nothing I haven't already confessed to become a free man, instead of dying in a jail cell. My wife is a Bonanno. That's one of the leading families in the mafia. I worked for them for decades when I married into the family. Leaving it and leaving them for another woman would have been a death sentence for you both. Her grandparents, or anyone, had never mentioned this information. It was not public. It hit Gina hard in the gut. She shook with shock at the revelation. You stayed away so we wouldn't be killed? Gina asked, shaking her head in disbelief. These felt like details for a movie script, not their lives. I'm walking free now, because I am already a dead man, Franco continued. No need to kill me, because the damage I inflicted is long done. I am no longer a part of all of that, no longer a part of the family. He shifted and grabbed both of her hands, ensuring she faced him as he spoke. I was a terrible man. I did awful things. Gina took in her breath. This conversation was surreal. All the rumors, the newspaper articles, and what she had learned on her own were all true. Franco was laying it all out there for her, and she was speechless. I did my time, paid my dues to society. Now I just want to live a quiet life. I didn't know about my mother. I like to say that the past is in the past, but it still hurts us. There is no way I can make it up to you or fix anything I have done." Tears slipped down his face, and this time, he didn't brush them away. Gina's eyes welled with unshed tears as she looked at her father's pale face. There was no way she could have known they had forced him to stay away from her mother and her, and that he had done it all to avoid risking their lives. It shed a different light on her experience, but it didn't make it less painful. Could she get to know this man? Could she try to fill the void he left in her early life with some kind of relationship? Pity and compassion filled her as she considered what he offered. She really had nothing to lose. He expected very little from her and would not be directly underfoot. "Okay," she found herself saying, "the cabin sounds great. We could give it a try, but no guarantees." Chapter 23. He smiled to himself. Things were going his way. She was coming along and soon would be a part of his life. There were so many things that he still wanted to do with her, wanted to experience with her by his side. It was what he needed, her presence and her love. He had been a fool all those years ago to have let her out of his life. He chose to let her go because it hadn't been the right time for them. Now it would be time for them to get to know each other again. It would be terrific. Their life together. He would make sure she was successful. It would be the least he could do. Making up for the past would be paramount to getting their relationship to go further. Right now, she was trusting him, liking him, and seeing that things could be different between them. The image of himself as a spider in his web, luring her into his lair, came into his mind. But in this case, she would want to stay. He would make certain of that. The business in town was crawling, the feds were watching, and cash flow was not what he was used to seeing. There was no way that he would lose this time, or any time soon. They had gotten close to him before, and he had paid. Now he had no one else to trust but himself, and those he paid to do his work. There was the one issue. He was a burden and was weak. He had practically run from him the other day, which really spelled out how useless he was. If he feared him so much, and his business paid for his lifestyle, how was he when he was approached by law enforcement? There was no place on his team for cowards, and for all purposes, he was one. The weak link would need to be eradicated. Then he felt he could ensure the rest of them were strong and just wary enough to ensure the secrecy and caution required to continue their operations unabated. They would succeed, he was sure of it. Chapter 24. The early morning air was crisp, with a flavor of heavy frost. Fog slowly drifted off the mountaintops as the river at Shawn's feet trickled by. It would have been a peaceful sight to enjoy, except for the forensic crew gathering evidence around the corpse on the riverbank. A couple walking their dog had called it in. They saw a body in the river around sunrise. Shawn watched as Agnes spoke with the lead investigator. Identification of someone in a small town, if they were local, was pretty easy. They all recognized who this was. Their trouble lay in the why and the how. They knew the likelihood of why was that he was killed because of the victim's involvement in questionable business practices involving drug trade. So it was the how that was the big question. He felt as though he had lost a key to the ringleader. If there would have been anyone they could have suspected and could have gotten more in-depth knowledge from, it would have been the dead man in the river. No one else in town who wasn't already in jail had come close to talking or was showing any propensity or giving any information. First Mooney, and now Jeremy was gone. And they had almost lost another. Shawn raked a hand through his hair. Murders made him feel as though he was in over his head. Even with the help of the DEA, they were not making headway since the arrest of Arthur Mack. Case in point, they had another dead body on their hands. The recent progress with the seizure of the drugs was a breakthrough, but they needed to find the leader fast before someone else was killed. Agnes approached him, picking her way carefully over the rocks of the river's edge. Her lips formed a straight line, accenting the pallor of her face. They don't think he was killed here. Instead, The killer must have dumped him upriver, and he was moved here by high water from the past couple of days. They both looked up the river. Any idea how far upstream? Shawn asked. They both stood looking up the river. He considered the terrain. Most of the riverbank is wild. It's all owned by the power company, so there's no development, and they protect it from flooding. That's a lot of ground to cover. Her face was grim. They shot him. Looks like at close range. She looked out into the distance of the river as her eyes scanned the area. This isn't easy terrain to drag a body, but Jeremy wasn't a big guy. He would have been dead weight, though. There would be signs if they had dragged him to the water, Shawn added. Do you want to use a dog team, or have the deputies search on foot? Agnes did not answer him immediately. She remained fixed in thought as she studied the area. The water was higher than usual, which prompted some concern. The river experienced varied changes in water levels by the opening and closing of the dam at the other end of the reservoir. The dam was a few towns over, and the water spanned 10 miles. The river fed the reservoir. The power company controlled the flow of the water over the dam. Shawn's team may need to ask them to hold off on any changes for now, while the investigation was ongoing. Shawn didn't want them to drown any further evidence. Where does the road cross the river upstream? Isn't there a bridge or two? Or am I thinking of something that's downstream from here? She asked. Shawn thought for a moment before answering. If they hadn't found it, the river would have brought Jeremy's body further downriver before dumping it into the reservoir. The current would have taken his corpse through the middle of town, where a bridge spanned the water beneath. Several businesses and restaurants looked into the river. Eventually, if they hadn't found it when they did, the body would have traveled into town on display for everyone to see. Had the killer meant to send another message to anyone that may talk to law enforcement? The idea chilled Shawn. There are 2 bridges upstream. One is on the route where Jeremy lived, and the other is on the forest road up by the Somerset Dam. That bridge is gated and locked. It's mostly used for the dam inspections and work up there. It's not open to the public, Shawn answered. Agnes turned and began walking back to where her state police cruiser was parked. Let's start with the most obvious choice. We'll have to check out Jeremy's house. I sent deputies to secure the house already. They're on site. I asked them to wait for us to enter the location, Shawn said. She nodded briskly, getting into her vehicle. He knew it was the right action to take and was glad she agreed with him. The sheriff's deputies had minimal but adequate training in forensics, and Shawn wanted to keep this evidence clear for the experts. There was more at play in this case at Jeremy's house. Having the professional state team inspect the site would benefit them all. It would be worth all the complaining he'd have to endure for the decision over the next few months. Following in his own vehicle, they arrived and parked at either end of the 1-lane bridge. It was a steel trestle, unlike the picturesque covered bridges in the region. The bridge deck was open, so it must have been easy to throw items from the bridge into the water. In addition, the metal was old and rusty, having survived the flooding of a few years ago from Tropical Storm Irene. It would be difficult to discern a smear of dried blood from the multiple areas of rust, unless someone was looking for it in particular. Walking toward one another on the bridge deck, each of them carefully inspected the structure for anything that signaled that this was the entry point of the body to the river. The rails were almost waist-high, Shawn noted. If the killer threw the body from the bridge, lifting it over the rails would require considerable strength. This would narrow down the list of suspects, as it would have to have been a strong male. Shawn stopped himself, looking at Agnes's physique. It would be possible for a tall, robust female to perform this feat as well, he observed, thankful that he did not yet voice that first opinion out loud. Agnes would not have appreciated the comment. He wasn't doing well lately with the female crowd, and was glad he kept his mouth shut. Agnes had stopped walking toward him and had crouched down, studying a gap in the rails. He hustled over to her. "Look there, at that rail," she said. He followed her gesture to a section of rail that was missing, creating a space between the upper rail and the floor deck. His stomach turned when he realized what he was looking at. There was a sharp protrusion of steel, where the missing lower rail had broken off, and a tuft of hair was waving back and forth in the breeze. dark smears of blood mixed with the rust in that area. Agnes snapped pictures of the scene with her cell phone camera, while Shawn studied the rest of the bridge for any further evidence. You wouldn't notice this hair just driving or walking by. It blends into the rusted areas. "Come here. Is that a handprint?" Agnes asked. She was pointing at a railing and observing it from a side angle. "If it is, the palm was facing the bridge." They both looked at each other, stunned. "That would mean he was still alive when he was pushed?" Shawn asked. "It's a good 20 feet drop into the river. A fall like that onto those rocks in the water would cause a lot of damage, not to mention the gunshot wounds." They both stood a moment, looking down into the swirling, icy river. The riverbed was filled with jagged rocks and large boulders. Such a fall would cause multiple broken bones. The viciousness of the act was becoming clear to both of them. It had been a brutal, close-up shooting. Then Jeremy was pushed, while alive, from a bridge to fall onto unforgiving rocks. He must have died from either the fall or from drowning in the freezing water. Who would do such a thing to another human being? It was not apparent that the shooting had occurred on the bridge. There was not enough blood evidence. Forensics would need to confirm what they suspected. The whole structure would need to be shut down while they completed the investigation. Shawn called in a deputy to direct traffic and taped off the area to avoid further contamination. With Agnes's pictures, they were covered because they had some reference to the scene while they waited for the forensics unit's results. Once the deputy arrived, they headed to Jeremy's house, where another one of the deputies waited for their arrival. The scene was quiet because it was still early in the morning. The rural community was unaware of the situation. Shawn steeled himself as they entered the house. The hair on the back of his neck prickled, as though someone were watching them. The deputy stationed outside the home had reported no activity, but they both remained cautious, clearing each room in the house before settling into their review the scene. The home had no signs of a forced entry, and there were no immediate indications of blood anywhere they could see. "Looks like it happened outside of the house," Agnes said as they looked around. "His car isn't in the driveway." Shawn called in the car to Madge at the police station switchboard to locate the model, year, and plates, so an APB could be put out on the vehicle. Likely there would be further evidence in Jeremy's car. The dread in Shawn's gut felt like it was growing. His stomach burned. It wasn't every day that they had a murder investigation on their hands. It was maybe a once-in-a-lifetime thing for them in this area. Now, in the course of a few weeks, they had 2 and 1 attempted killings. Murders, drug overdoses, and crime were all on the rise. He sighed. He may as well get comfortable with the idea of not being re-elected in the spring. There was no way that the community would have comfort in him leading them further down the path they were on. He had to turn things around soon. His phone vibrated on his hip. It was the office. A call just came in of a car with the same make and model. Looks like it was driven into the reservoir from one of the boat launches. There was a guy launching his boat this morning for duck hunting who ran into it. "I sent the deputy to check it out," Madge said. "Listen, Chief. Everybody's tied up. If anything else comes in..." I know, Shawn said. He felt the irritation coming through in his voice. "See if Bennington can lend us a couple of deputies to cover for the day. Otherwise, call me and the state if needed." They were dealing with big city crimes and had small town staffing for law enforcement and a tiny budget to cover any overages. It wasn't the best set of tools to confront what they had been dealt, but they did have a dedicated team. For the second time that day, Shawn followed Agnes's cruiser to the boat ramp. The car was completely submerged and not visible from the road because of the murky water of the reservoir. Pine trees lined its banks, and the discarded needles and bark colored the water a dark brown. The car might have stayed submerged for the winter with no one the wiser, if it weren't for the hardy duck hunter's discovery. Nobody else would be foolhardy enough to brave the chilly wind of the fall day. The deputy who had responded to the call stood by, soaking wet and covered in an emergency blanket. "Nobody in the vehicle, Chief." Shawn nodded to the deputy. "See anything else?" The deputy shook his head. "Real hard to see down there. I called for a tow to get it out so we can take it in." Forensics is on their way to the bridge. There's not much that we are going to find in it until it's pulled out of there. I'll stay to supervise so we can preserve evidence. You better get into some dry clothes, Agnes said. She was all business. Shawn appreciated that and her experience, which was invaluable in these situations. He and Agnes began their review of the area to collect any apparent evidence. Having the car submerged, as it was likely affected the collection of any evidence, but wouldn't totally obliterate anything helpful. He hoped for some clue to lead them to resolve the whole mess. Something needed to give, but the closer they got, the more violence they saw. What seemed like hours later, Shawn walked into his office. Madge was still on duty at the front desk. Bennington is sending us 3 deputies for the week. They said they owed you from last year, Madge said as he walked past her desk. And Chief. The tone in her voice made him pause, so she continued. I couldn't stop him. He insisted. Down the hall, he could see a pair of feet and the shoulders of a large man with his back to him. His face was not visible, but what Shawn could see looked familiar. Who is it? He whispered. Mr. Columbo. Shawn felt like he was gut-punched. If there was anything he needed right now, it was not talking to Gina's father. Her mafiosi father, to be exact. He did not need to be reprimanded for breaking up with his daughter, when in fact, it was she who broke up with him. Other than that, he did not know what Franco would want to come into the office for, and why it would be worth it to sit around and wait for him. A flutter of panic went through him. Gina. Was she all right? Investigating a murder since daybreak made you worry about the people you cared about. Someone would have called him if she was hurt, right? He knew his friends would have contacted him if anything were amiss with Gina. Kevin had his back. With a combination of curiosity and dread, Shawn went down the hallway to find out what Franco could want. The older man stood when he entered the office, shaking his hand. Good to see you, Franco said. Boy, you look like you've had a bad day. Shawn smiled despite himself. He did like the old man. He had a way about him. Even though Shawn knew his background and what he had done in his life, he had to admit that the guy had charisma. I think I can help you out with your little problem, Franco said, closing the door of the office behind Shawn. And I know you want to hear what I have to say. Chapter 25. He would rather be anywhere than sitting in his office with Franco Columbo behind closed doors. Shawn reflected on the reports he had to complete and the hours and hours of paperwork that Jeremy's murder created. The man on the other side of his desk had caused his share of trouble for law enforcement in his lifetime. It was people like him who thought that they were above the rules, that caused such pain and suffering for others. It really stoked the flames for Shawn after all he was dealing with in town. He stood and moved around his desk, reaching for the door handle, intending to ask his visitor to leave. But Franco droned on. Shawn wasn't even focusing on what he was saying. He just wanted him gone and out of his office. Surprising him, the office door swung open and Agnes appeared, letting herself in. Her expression was impassible, but her eyes told Shawn that she too was startled to see Franco. Perhaps it for other reasons than Shawn's, as a broad smile graced her face and a light blush creeped over her cheeks. Well, hello there. I'm surprised to see you here, Agnes stuttered. Franco rose to his feet, kissing her cheek and offering her the chair. He was ever the gentleman, which was another point of irritation for Shawn, as his desire to kick the intruder out of his office was waylaid by Agnes's welcoming reception. Franco closed the door behind her. I'm here to offer my services, he said. He repeated what he had been saying to Shawn before Agnes arrived. I really think that I can help you figure out the sources of your troubles here in town. As you know, I've some experience in these matters. Shawn's expression made Franco pause. Look, we really have other business to attend to today. I'm not so sure this would be a good idea. What do you mean exactly, Franco? You think you know who's behind all drug activity here in town? Agnes asked. Her look at Shawn quelled any further discussion from him. He knew the scowl that made him stop in his tracks or shut his mouth. This was that look. But he didn't imagine she could be serious. She knew who Frank Columbo was, and she knew his rap sheet. How could he possibly help them? I do. I know you have been struggling to get a handle on the crisis, and I think I can help." "No, I know I can help," Franco replied. "Can I talk to you outside?" Agnes asked Shawn. They entered the hallway and closed the office door, leaving Franco alone in the room. "I know you don't like him, but I think we should hear him out. He may have something that could help. It might be something that we or Robert could use. I think it's worth at least having a conversation with him. The guy's a known offender. He's done hard time for Christ's sake. And you want to listen to him?" Shawn said. His voice was a hard whisper echoing off the hallway's bare floors. "Look," Agnes started. "I know you have issues with what he's done, and I know you're upset about losing Gina. But we may have a shot at something we haven't considered." He regarded her for a moment, and a thought occurred to him. She wasn't usually in favor of anything like what Franco was proposing, but she had been blushing like a schoolgirl when she saw him in his office, and that may have something to do with her decision. "You like him," Shawn said, his smile widening as he watched her blush yet again. "Wow, I didn't think he was your type." Agnes smacked his arm. "That's none of your business." She strode back into the office, taking Shawn's chair behind his desk. Reluctantly, Shawn followed her, closing the door and taking the small folding metal chair from the corner. "Well then, Franco, what can you tell us?" Franco easily stepped into his overview about how he felt he could help them, seemingly undisturbed by Shawn's apparent unwillingness to hear from him. He reviewed the details that he knew from his observations around town and how the activity paralleled the way that certain crime rings functioned. Franco provided some substantial insight into how some of the New York and New Jersey drug rings worked. "I really don't think you have the drug cartels working directly through someone in town. It's too small of an operation for any of them. What I think you have is a layer between someone who is working with the cartels for supply and another person who manages the overall system themselves. The fact that the drug cartel and another outsider could be causing the issues in town was a challenge for Shawn to wrap his head around, but it was something both their local and other rural communities had to come to grips with. The small-time drug dealers were no longer in town, as it was when he was a kid. Drug cartels from Mexico and other parts of the world were directly influencing drug trafficking and money laundering in the area. It was happening even as far away as Alaska, in smaller rural communities than theirs. The demand for drugs was being fueled by the opioid crisis that was nearly everywhere. The same story was being retold, with different versions, in every small town in America. People were getting hooked with legitimate prescriptions after surgeries, injuries, or dental procedures, and then needed to turn to illegal means to get a fix when their doctors no longer filled their prescriptions. Jeff's sister couldn't hold a job and had lost custody of her children. Lives were being destroyed, and they needed to make it stop. Now that he was dead, they knew Mooney was a dealer with a direct link to someone important in the global operation. Jeremy had his own things going on, since he'd been stealing money from unsuspecting victims. His connection to a larger drug ring was not proven, but now he was dead. They might not ever get more intel on him. His murder was the answer to his involvement. Whoever they were dealing with was a nasty, brutal operator. They called him the Green Monster, as the last intended victim had revealed. As they got closer to him, the dead began appearing. It was an unfortunate way to know they were on the right track. "I realize you both know my past and what I have done," Franco stated. "I tried to absolve myself of my actions by helping the investigation that led to a lot of arrests, including mine." He sat back in his chair and looking carefully at both of their faces, gauging their reactions. "I did time and paid for my crimes. I alienated everyone I knew. And I'm surprised sometimes that I'm still alive," Franco stated. "Why help us now then?" Agnes asked. "Because it's important to me to help out. Maybe you'll see I'm not an evil man. I was just married into a life and a family that led me into those ways," Franco said. He crossed his arms resolutely over his chest, looking directly at Shawn. "Maybe I can help redeem myself in your eyes." A lump rose in Shawn's throat as he looked at the old man. His illness was clear by the pallor of his face. "A long time ago, I lost the love of my life," Frank Colombo continued. "I don't want to see you making the same mistake." The room was uncomfortably silent as Shawn and Franco looked at one another. He felt Franco knew what had transpired between him and his daughter. Had she told him, he wondered? Doubt filled his mind. Gina and her father were not that close. Still, they were trying to build that relationship that he'd started by showing up unannounced. Maybe she had said something to the old man. "Who do you think is involved around here?" Agnes asked. If she was absorbing what Franco was saying about his past and family, she didn't show it on the surface. Clearly, she had heard him and seen the exchange, but her professionalism stayed in place, protecting her from the emotions in the room. "I have some ideas. I'm going to ask around," Franco answered. "I wanted to be sure that you were interested in what I had to say, if I found something out." "You're putting your neck out for this?" Agnes asked, but it was more of a statement than a question. "I'm a walking dead man. I've gotten used to it," he answered nonchalantly, waving his hand in the air. "On another subject, I am taking the crew from the inn out to celebrate the launch of their segment of the cooking show. It's tomorrow night, and I'd like to have you both join us as my guests." Franco touched his heart with his hand. "It would delight me to have you," he said, looking straight at Agnes. "We'll come," she answered before Shawn could object. Shawn shot a glance at Agnes with a look that could kill. Her reply was a raised eyebrow that told him to be quiet. Clearly, there was something more at play between this pair. Agnes was not one to show her cards. Shawn had been so engaged in his own misery that he had not paid attention to what was happening to his colleague and friend. The men shook hands. Franco seemed relieved and happy they agreed to attend the dinner the following evening. He moved to leave the office, pausing with his hand on the door. "You know, even though you're a cop, you are the kind of man I would want my daughter to be with." Chapter 26. It was nice to be out and away from the inn, even though it was only for a few hours. Going out to dinner somewhere was Franco's treat, as a way of celebrating the release of the cooking show's feature on the Stone House Inn. Gina knew his fainting episode had embarrassed him, and he also wanted to thank his host for taking care of him. This was the perfect evening, Gina reflected. They were all so happy to be out having fun together. Kevin and Christina, the newlyweds, and Layla, Jeff, and her father made up the group. Yet she couldn't help but to notice their reservation was made for 8 people, not the 6 that were already there. Franco was up to no good, and she quietly hoped that he had not seen it necessary to invite Jacques and the director. It didn't seem likely that he would ask her ex-husband to dine with them since he didn't like the man, but she had a disquieting feeling about the situation. She'd been thinking about Jacques a lot lately, and not in a fond manner. There was something about him that was different, that was certain, and it wasn't as though he had changed for the better. However, they'd gotten along well enough for the filming and the show production because he had adhered to her wishes. And yet, there was something off about Jacques. She couldn't put language around what she was feeling in her mind and in her bones. She had gotten a sense from him that disturbed her. It made her think that the new nice guy's exterior was just another mask to hide his true self beneath the facade. Her thoughts were interrupted as the door to the restaurant opened and Agnes and Shawn entered, joining the group. She breathed a sigh of relief that it was not Jacques, and found her heart leap when her eyes met Shawn's across the room. He was dressed up in a blazer and dress pants. His black shirt was open at the collar, revealing a glimpse of the hair on his chest. Gina recalled that firm chest and how it had felt under her palms. Her mouth went dry, and she blushed. She shook herself back to the room. Franco pressed a wine glass into her hands. "I hope you're okay with this. I asked Agnes and Shawn to be my guests as well tonight," Franco said politely. She smiled and rolled her eyes at her father. "Leave it to him to play matchmaker." He quickly left her side to greet Agnes with a kiss on the cheek. The older woman's cheeks colored at the gesture. Gina noted she had never seen her in a dress, and then she realized what was up. Was there something between the pair? She observed them for a moment. Clearly, the slight gestures and the way the two were looking at each other signaled that there was definitely a charge between them. Shawn gradually made his way across the room to where she stood, after being served a beer by the waiter. Her stomach did a flip as he kissed her cheek in welcome, whispering to her quietly, "You're a sight for sore eyes." Despite herself wanting to remain angry at him, she was happy to have him there and smiled. Her attraction to him had not diminished, she observed. "I wasn't expecting to see you here," she answered. Shawn shrugged and motioned to her father. "We were all talking the other day, and your father invited Agnes and me to join you for the celebration. Congratulations, by the way. I heard the show went really well." Gina tipped her face quizzically up at him. "You've been talking to my father." He bent his head so only she could hear him. "I think something is going on there," he answered, nodding his head toward Agnes and Franco. "I mean, I don't believe I've seen her in a dress, like ever." Gina nodded conspiratorially in agreement. "Tell me everything you know. I had no clue." "You probably have more intel than me." "She isn't sharing anything," Shawn said, sipping on his beer. "Franco surprised me by showing up in my office the other day. It was the first time I think I ever saw her blush." Kevin and Christina joined them, interrupting further conversation. The two men began catching up with each other. Christina left the group to have the restaurant play their brand new marketing clip. Layla had showed her skills by creating a commercial for the inn with the footage from the cooking show. They were all excited to see the preview. Gina still had a lot of questions about what Shawn had said about her father, but they would have to wait for a better opportunity to be answered. Everyone was talking at once, as old and new friends were getting together. Clearly, the alcohol was pouring freely, as the noise level grew in the room. Why in the world was her father talking with Shawn and Agnes, and in their office nonetheless? She suspected that her father was trying to smooth over Shawn's feelings toward him. Gina had not shared why they had broken up with Franco, but their rift was clear. Could there be another reason that Franco was talking with Shawn? She would need to find out. She didn't want her father meddling in her relationship with Shawn. However, she was happy it had brought Shawn to the party. Layla and Christina introduced the preview, and everyone gathered closely around the restaurant's only TV, a large widescreen model perfect for sports. Gina was thrilled with the results of Layla's work. She had done an outstanding job. It was professionally produced with outside scenes, depicting the inn and its amenities really well. The commercial condensed the history of the inn and showcased the restaurant and the tavern, illustrating both the meals and the ambiance of the historic location. The event capabilities were displayed by showing snips of Christina and Kevin's wedding. A cut to a bridal party photo surprised her. The entire group was smiling, with Shawn looking happily at her. They made a nice-looking pair, she thought. She caught Shawn's eye as that scene played. He was watching her face as she watched the screen. His skin colored when she looked at him, but he winked at her good-naturedly and continued to look at her. She blushed for the second time that evening, and he smiled widely, moving his position to stand next to her. "This is great. You must be so proud of all the work you have put into the place." She was proud. It was surreal that they had this chance to do the show and also use the footage for commercials. It was truly a lucky break to have this quality of video marketing done for them, with very little to no cost to them. Of course, it was her ex-husband that created the opportunity. The preview ended, and they had seen some snips from the cooking show, with Franco in the background and Jacques in the foreground. The film stopped at that scene, freezing the panel with Jacques momentarily as Layla stopped the video stream. Franco pulled on Shawn's arm, interrupting his conversation with Gina. "That guy reminds me of somebody," Franco said, stopping mid-sentence as he studied Jacques' face on the TV. Franco's expression changed from looking puzzled to looking like he had figured it out. "I'm going to check in on some things, but I'll let you know what I find out." He patted Shawn on the shoulder and gestured to Gina. "All right, everyone, time to sit down for dinner." Franco herded the group toward a private dining room reserved for the celebration. He took Agnes's arm and escorted her into the room. Gina and Shawn exchanged a glance, both noting the other pair. Shawn raised an eyebrow at Gina, and they both grinned at the other. "May I?" Shawn asked, offering Gina his arm. She tucked her hand into his elbow, and it felt as though they had not been apart for the past weeks. They were the last pair to arrive in the dining room, and they took the open seats at the end of the long table, facing each other. Franco was on her right, giving all his attention to Agnes, who was on his other side. The dining room was intimate, leaving little room for the servers to get by. Shawn pulled his chair in tightly, causing his long legs to periodically brush up against hers. At first, Gina thought his movements were accidental. However, after he pressed his leg against hers a second time, she knew he was purposely touching her. She wasn't opposed to the contact and responded to him throughout the meal, brushing her bare leg against his. They smiled and flirted with each other, keeping it up the whole time through the dinner conversation. None of their dining companions noticed their under-the-table activity. Gina smiled. She had missed Shawn. It was nice to be together and to enjoy some light-heartedly flirting. Franco ordered wine to be brought to the table. Shawn and Agnes both limited their intake, Gina noted. Franco kept refilling her wine glass and his as the dinner progressed. Gina noted Christina and Jeff were both drinking sparkling water, likely because they were both driving. The wine was making Gina feel good, and she was losing count on what she had consumed. She knew it was a bit more than she should as she relaxed and enjoyed the evening and the game of footsie with Shawn. Jeff sat on Shawn's side, and in true Jeff fashion was very talkative. Gina appreciated his conversation, as it did not permit awkwardly silent moments. "So, I hear you guys have been busy," Jeff said. Jeremy's death was common knowledge in town. The police hadn't released any specific information about it, keeping the details of the investigation under wraps. Shawn ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "Yeah, we have been pretty busy. How is your sister doing?" Jeff blanched at the mention of his sister, who continued to struggle with drug addiction. "It's tough, man. I'm really worried about her kids." Jeff shook his head, his eyes pensive as he took a sip of his water. Gina saw Layla reach under the table to take Jeff's hand as he spoke. Gina wondered if she heard what he was saying to Shawn, or if she was just in tune with his feelings. The pair were a couple, and they had a close relationship as friends. Gina sighed. She missed having that kind of a relationship with Shawn. They had a friendship and messed it all up by becoming involved. She looked at him as he spoke with Jeff. He had lost weight since she first had met him. His face was more chiseled, but he looked tired. She knew he was worried about his job and the re-election, and likely it was taking a toll on his sleep. As she considered him, her foot found its way to softly caress his calf. She smiled again. Her inhibitions were clearly lessened by the alcohol. Shawn looked at her in surprise by the touch, as it was a step up from what they had been exchanging, but then he smiled seductively. A flutter in her belly had her smiling back. Jeff continued talking without noticing the exchange between his table partners. Gina was grateful for the distraction, unsure where they were heading and where she wanted them to go. Their meals were served, and the table became consumed with eating. Gina carefully assessed each dish as it was delivered. The presentation and servings were lovely. However, she knew smugly that her restaurant did a better job. Although she could appreciate that this was a popular spot in town, because it sat over the river, it was a regular tourist attraction. They were in friendly competition with the inn, as they all relied on each other to provide a pleasant location for tourists to stay and partake of all the offerings in the area. Kevin and Christina were the first pair to leave after they were served dinner. Gina had watched her friend yawn as the evening wore on. They had both been burning the candle at both ends, and she understood Christina's fatigue. Gina had ridden with her father and assumed she would return the same way she came. Soon Layla and Jeff left together, leaving Gina and her father and Agnes and Shawn behind. They worked their way to the parking lot after Franco paid the bill. Franco stumbled over his own feet on the way to their car. "Well, I should not be driving tonight," Franco said. "I'm stumbling all over the place." Gina realized she too was not in any shape to drive her father's car. "Oh, maybe we can catch Layla and Jeff before they get too far," she said. "I can take you home, Franco. I go right by your new place on my way," Agnes said. "You can pick up your car in the morning." Franco had recently moved to a rented cabin across town from the Mountain Inn. Gina liked the additional space it gave her, since she no longer had her father right on top of her at the inn. But right now, it wasn't convenient. How was she going to get home? There was only one taxi company in town, and no Uber service. I'll bring Gina home, if that's okay with you, Shawn asked her. It really left her with no alternative. Even though they flirted throughout dinner, she wasn't sure about spending one-on-one time with her ex-boyfriend. But Agnes and Franco were already walking across the parking lot to her car after saying their goodbyes to Shawn and Gina. I'm over here. Shawn led her to his sheriff cruiser, opening the front passenger door for her. He cleared her seat of the general debris of his job, and she slid in. As he started up the car, his cell phone rang through the Bluetooth. She noticed the call was from the coroner. He disengaged the Bluetooth connection so she wouldn't hear the conversation as he took the call. He stepped back out of the vehicle to talk in the parking lot. The discussion was not pleasant from his expression. Shortly, he ended the call and re-entered the vehicle. Sorry about that, duty calls, he said. Sounds serious, Gina said. She knew he was reluctant to share any information with her about his job, and she respected his need to keep material confidential. However, at the moment, his career was the only conversation piece she could think of. Shawn pulled out onto the road in silence. He looked as though he was processing how to reply to her statement. Yeah, there's a lot going on, he answered. So, my father has been in the office, she asked. Shawn nodded, rubbing his beard. Yeah, he has. He said nothing more for a few moments. Any reason? He's not in trouble, is he? She asked, worry etching her voice. No, Shawn laughed. The visit taught me that apparently I have some things to learn about your father. He wanted to help us out. Help you out? How? I was really surprised when he showed up. I thought he was going to give me hell, Shawn swallowed deeply. But he had some interesting insight into our crime problems here, so now he's consulting with us. Gina was shocked. He what? Yeah, I know. I was stunned too, but honestly, he's got some wonderful insights we can really use. He turned onto the mountain road to the inn. It's all confidential, of course. Of course, I'm surprised, but I think it's great, she smiled. Agnes seems to like him. Shawn belly laughed, and Gina realized how much she had missed hearing him laugh like that. It warmed her. That she surely does. His phone rang again through the hands-free in the car. Listen, I have to take this confidential call, all right? She nodded. Of course. Deputy, Shawn said. Thanks for returning my text. Yes, Dr. Robbins called. Right, said close-range silencer. Likely a lot of blood splatter. Right? Yeah, they'd be covered. Alert the trash collectors and the team. Yeah, right. Hunting season. Anybody could be covered in blood. We'll see what turns up. Gina slunk into her seat. This was not the sort of conversation that she really wanted to overhear. Clearly, they were talking about someone being covered in blood. Her mind whirled with the concept. Had someone been killed? She shuddered at the idea, especially after her experience finding the badly injured man on the grounds of the inn. Jeremy was dead. The details hadn't been shared publicly, but if he had died from a natural cause, she imagined Shawn would not be involved. The coroner was involved in untimely deaths that she had learned from Shawn. So maybe Jeremy's death was considered to be untimely. Shawn ended the call. Who would be covered in blood, she asked. I know you can't tell me, but is this about Jeremy? He died, but no one knows really how he died. Geez, it sounds like you're dealing with a lot at work. I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask. He stared at her. I've missed talking to you so much. He reached over and took her hand. We were friends before I miss that the most. She clasped his hand in hers. I do too. Spontaneously, she kissed his hand, smiling back at him. They drove along the dark road in silence for several moments. I know I screwed up, and I'm sorry, Shawn said. He brought their joined hands to his lips. I trust you, I really do. He paused before saying more, formulating his words. This is highly confidential and could jeopardize our investigation if it got out. But you know some of the overall details already. But yeah, someone killed Jeremy. His killer would likely have some bloody clothes and has likely ditched them somewhere. It's bad timing for us since it's hunting season and lots of people could have bloody clothes. Gina squeezed his hand. I really didn't need to know that, but I'm glad you told me. I won't say anything to anyone. You can trust me." Her emotions warred with her. She wished to reconcile with him, but she was still sensitive to what caused their breakup. She wanted him back in her life, that she knew for certain. They arrived at the inn sooner than what she wished. She hesitated to get out of the car. He still held her hand. "I'm testing out a new dish for brunch in the morning, if you are interested." He squeezed her hand. "I'll be there." He smiled at her, his gaze soft and his eyes teary. She leaned across the center console, and he took in a sharp breath at her movement. Remaining still, she touched his face with her fingertips, pulling him to her. Her lips gently grazed his, soft and breathy, and then she quickly pulled away from the kiss and exited the car. See you in the morning. Chapter 27. It really felt like old times again, with Shawn underfoot in the kitchen as she made breakfast for the guests. Gina didn't realize the extent to which she had missed Shawn's overt gratitude when she placed food in front of him. He truly loved to eat her creations, and she enjoyed how much he appreciated it. This morning, she had tried a different type of omelet with local sausage and farm-fresh eggs, adding in a variation of cheeses from the local dairy. "Gina, you continue to amaze me. This tastes so good. It's simple, but everything tastes so fresh, and I love the cheese." "It's just enough for me to ask for more," Shawn said. She was enjoying the light flirtation and banter with him. He was so easy to talk to and truly loved to laugh. Not only did she miss Shawn's appreciation of the food she made, she missed his company. It was as though a light had gone on for her when she considered their future together. Gina felt she was beginning to see that there was potential. "So I hear that you are putting together a cookbook?" Shawn asked. Gina smiled at him. "I am, with Layla's help, of course. She has been instrumental in getting the whole idea off the ground. She's a real treasure." At her words, and as if on cue, Layla swung into the kitchen to pick up a breakfast order. Although she was doing the marketing for the inn, she still retained much of the waitressing duties when they were busy. She was good at it, and she and Gina made a good pair working together. They had established a rhythm with the work between them. "It's busy out there this morning. I think I overheard a few businessmen talking about making this their morning location for the Rotary meeting," Layla said excitedly. "That would mean about 50 or so business people every week." Gina swallowed hard. That would be a nice opportunity for them, although she would worry about putting off other business in the morning. But since they would meet on a weekday, maybe they could make it work. "We should get them to talk to you or Christina. I'd be in. We could handle it on the food end. I'm a little concerned over space, but see what you can find out." Shawn nodded in agreement with Gina. That would be a great mix for the local businesses. It would give you the opportunity to showcase what you can do, and then they, in turn, might refer their clientele to you. It's a win-win. Gina laughed at Shawn's enthusiasm as Layla buzzed out of the kitchen with her hands full of an order. "I thought you were the expert at police work, not at business growth." He laughed. "Layla has a way. She'll get you the Rotary breakfast business." Gina's tone changed as she thought about Layla meeting with Agnes. Speaking of which, Agnes and Layla have been meeting a lot. I'm just curious about it. "Do you know what they could be talking about?" she asked. Shawn hesitated, wiping his mouth with a napkin. They are an unlikely pair to be friends, but they are friendly for sure. Agnes is trying to get Layla to use her talents. Agnes really thinks she may be able to help in police work. Gina smiled, but noted Shawn had a scowl between his brows. It looked like he was not happy with the discussion. "Not something you are in favor of, I take it?" she asked. "Agnes and I collaborate a lot, and our jurisdictions essentially overlap, so I really have nothing to say or that I can say about it. I just don't think that the taxpayers would be in favor of it," Shawn answered. There it was again, his concern about the election and how the actions of the police force would influence his chances. "It's not that I don't believe in it. I mean, after all, I experienced it firsthand. It's just, well, they pay us to do our job and keep them safe, maintain order and all. It kind of feels like it's an off chance that it would work, since everything's unproven." The explanation made sense when you thought of it in that light. Would you not consider it another tool in the toolbox, along with everything else? Gina asked. Actually, that is Agnes's stance. She really thinks Layla would be useful in cases of missing persons, especially kids, when you have to pull out all the stops and use everything you got to get them back quickly. No harm in that, Gina said, moving around the kitchen and filling the next order. Layla hasn't really wanted to tap into her talents, at least that's what she said. I imagine it's hard to hide part of yourself. It would take a lot of energy to do that, maybe more than using her abilities, but I can't say since I wouldn't know. Well, your talents are pretty amazing, Shawn said, rubbing his stomach. I am so glad you are reaching for your dreams, and even further with that cookbook. He rose to his feet and politely kissed her cheek. Thank you for breakfast. It was delicious, he said, while continuing to stand close to her. She could feel the heat from his body, even though she was warm from her kitchen routine. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Her heart leapt in her throat. He still had an effect on her. I think so. It's a weeknight, so it should be slow in the dining room. He smiled widely, pleased with her surprised response. Can you meet me down at the station? We'll go from there. You'll love it. Gina was intrigued. All of their dates had been great, and he had always put thought into the location and the meal. She refrained from asking for the details, preferring to be surprised. Okay, great. How does 6 a.m. work for you? She asked. Perfect. I'll still be hard at it, so text me when you get there, Shawn asked, making his exit out of the back kitchen door. It really felt like old times for a while, but life had moved its way into their relationship, and they had some challenges to overcome. Needless to say, she looked forward to it and began to think about what she would wear. Later that day, Gina arrived outside the police station. She felt nervous, as though this was their first date. She pulled her skirt down a bit to cover her knees. She had not worn a dress since Christina's wedding, and she felt a bit out of place. But she knew she looked good, and she felt good. She just hoped that Shawn did not have any ideas about tromping through the woods. Her high heels would likely not be the best choice. To cover her bases, she did throw a pair of jeans and hiking boots in the back, so she was prepared for anything. She texted Shawn, and he replied immediately that he would be right down. She observed Agnes leaving the building and driving off in her cruiser. After she had pulled away, Shawn and another tall man exited the building together. They appeared to be having a disagreement, and the tall man waved his arm dismissively at Shawn and walked to a nondescript sedan. Gina realized it was Robert, DEA agent, that had been working with them. Shawn approached her car. Hi, beautiful. Thanks for meeting me. I'll have you follow me if that's all right. Where are we going? She asked. Someplace off the beaten path, and nowhere like any place you have been before. Shawn laughed and walked to his car. Gina wondered where they were going and began to get excited. Shawn pulled his cruiser from the lot, and she followed. Soon they were driving down a dirt country road, and Gina's curiosity was spiking out of control. He had always had a way of surprising her. Briefly, she followed Shawn as he pulled into the driveway of a modest house, with a lit Christmas tree in the window. She got out of her car, careful with her heels on the crushed stone driveway. Welcome to my humble abode, Shawn exclaimed. Gina felt her stomach drop. This wasn't exactly what she had been looking forward to, dinner at Shawn's house. But she had never seen his house before, so she was intrigued to see how he lived. Her past dating history in this regard had not panned out so well. Usually her date had a disruptive roommate or a crazy dog, or it was just a mess. Knowing Shawn as she did, she wasn't sure what to expect. Rarely had she seen him dressed in anything other than his uniform, so a vision of a closet full of only sheriff uniforms emerged in her mind. She shook off the thought. Smiling, she followed him into the front door. Welcome to House to Johnson, he smiled, waving her into the open concept living area. The room was painted in subtle colors of gray and brown. The wood floor gleamed in the lights from the lamps sitting on each end of a cushy leather couch. A large flat-screen TV graced the wall space above the mantel of a gorgeous fieldstone fireplace. Tasteful paintings decorated the walls, adding color to the room. The wood from the window panes gleamed with cordless window candles. The Christmas tree that she had seen from the driveway glimmered its white lights through the room, making the space feel festive. "Wow, Shawn, I am impressed. This is a very nice home," Gina said, looking around the room. He smiled proudly. "This was originally a hunting cabin when I bought it, and you wouldn't believe the mess inside it. But lots of elbow grease later, she's gleaming. I was able to restore the wood after a lot of scraping, and I gutted the kitchen. Come see, you'll like this." He guided her into the small kitchen. The layout was perfect. Between the refrigerator, stove, and counter, the granite of the countertops gleamed and complemented the color scheme in the house. "It's so clean," Gina laughed. Shawn smiled in return. "I planned this well. My cleaning lady came today," he said. "I'm glad you admit to it," Gina laughed. "Here, let me get you a nice glass of wine." "And if you give me 5 minutes, I will return to you a different man," Shawn said. Gina looked at him with a puzzled expression. He continued, "I need a quick shower. Then I'm going to dazzle you with my cooking skills. Well, my grilling skills, actually." He pecked her on the cheek and guided her to the leather couch, where she sank in with her glass of wine. As she heard noises from the back of the house from Shawn's shower, she took the time to look around more closely. It was a really tasteful and simply decorated room. Sleek, but still homey. He was obviously proud of what he had done to the place, and by rights, he should be. It was an appealing home. Gina took her wine glass and stood to look at some framed photographs that graced a bookshelf in the corner of the room. There were at least a dozen photos, reflecting different times throughout Shawn's life. Several were with Jeff and Kevin among groups of boys, and then others displayed the friends as young men. There was one from Shawn's graduation from the police academy, where he was flanked by what she assumed were his parents and Agnes. A much younger Agnes, Gina thought, who truly was a beauty. In the back of the frame section was a small photo of Shawn and a blonde girl. Gina knew right away that it must have been Annie. She picked it up and studied it more closely. They had been so young when the picture was taken, likely right before Annie went missing. They both smiled happily for the camera. Gina placed the photo back in its spot, not wanting to be discovered looking at it. Gina moved her attention to the Christmas tree. There were several ornaments covering the tree, looking as though they had been created by local craftsmen. Again, good taste reflected. As she took in the tree and sipped her wine, Gina didn't see Shawn come up behind her. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and kissed her cheek. "I'm so glad you came," he whispered in her ear. He quickly released her and turned on his host mode by starting some background music and busying himself in the kitchen. Gina moved in to help him, but he shooed her off to watch him work from one of the bar stools at the counter. He was as enjoyable in his own kitchen as she was in hers. Gina relaxed as they bantered on. Shawn had changed into jeans and a black button-down shirt. He was barefoot and looked handsome and comfortable. Gina recalled her earlier thought about his closet full of only sheriff uniforms and was glad that theory was not proven. She enjoyed watching him make a green salad while he looked so at home. "I know it seems a little assuming of me to invite you here, but everywhere I called for reservations turned me down. They all had holiday parties booked," he said. "'Tis the season for it. We have a couple of them booked as well. Not tonight, of course, or I wouldn't have been able to come. Since my cleaning lady came today, this worked out well. And I am a boss griller. Just you wait." Gina laughed. She loved how at ease they were together. It made her think about the future with him. "Plus, this gives us the chance to talk privately about anything we want," he smiled up at her. "I can say, 'I'm sorry, I'm an ass,' and no one will be there to witness." She nearly choked on her wine. "Well, I would hear it," she said. "You would. The only person that matters to hear it." He reached up and grasped both of her hands. "I really am an ass. My head has not been on straight, and I let you slip from my life because of it." Gina sucked in a breath. "I was wrong on many levels, and I am deeply sorry. I should have not reacted how I did about your father or your ex. I know you would have told me about him in due time, and your father, well, none of his actions should be tied to you at all. Can you forgive me?" he asked. Shawn's eyes pleaded with her. and she knew that he was not the only one that was at fault in their breakup. She too bore some of the responsibility, since she withheld information due to not being fully confident that she saw her life in Vermont into the future and with Shawn as her partner. Not being fully truthful was her mistake. I really should have told you more. If you can forgive me, Gina asked imploringly. I can forgive you. Where does that leave us? Do you want to start over? Maybe we can forget about what happened between us. Oh, there are several things that I don't want to forget, Shawn said seductively. He moved around the counter to embrace Gina on the stool. Baby, I want us to have a future together. I want you in my life. Tears crept into Gina's eyes. She wanted this man, although her doubts about whether he was right for her prickled beneath the surface of her thoughts. She had powerful feelings for him. She turned her face up to his, and he gently kissed her lips. The moment was perfection, sweet and healing. It felt as though they could move on from this. After a moment, Shawn broke away from the embrace. I'm falling down on my duties as host. He refilled her wine glass, pouring one for himself. He took out steaks that had been marinating. Time for you to see my masterpiece. Shawn led Gina out onto an enclosed porch, guided her to another couch, while he turned on the gas fireplace and flipped a light switch for outside. All at once, Shawn's backyard was filled with fairy lights, lighting a small waterfall in a stream that ran by the house. Gina had thought she heard water running earlier. The stream must have been what she was hearing. It was beautiful and definitely not expected. The ambiance was perfect, and she was feeling more relaxed and at ease as she sipped her wine. As the water streamed by, the fireplace flickered and smooth jazz filled the background. Shawn hustled around, lighting the grill and cooking the steaks. Gina let him do the work, as he had insisted earlier. It was nice to be waited on, she thought. Once the steaks were done, they sat at a small table overlooking the water outside. It was romantic, and the food was delicious. After eating, they settled into light conversation. I love jazz, Gina said. Have you ever been to a jazz club? No, can't say I have, Shawn answered. Would you like to dance? Gina giggled as Shawn stood and offered her his hand. She rose and allowed him to pull her into his arms. She recalled the way they'd danced at the wedding. I had forgotten you were a good dancer from the wedding. Sorry I spoiled it. No worries, he smiled. Now I know you can't handle your tequila. Geez, now that I think about it. What were you doing in my room? Shawn laughed. I wondered when you would ever mention that. I knew you got the note because you were ready for our date. He turned her across the floor, pulling her closer into his large frame. Let's just say that you needed a little help to get to your room. I wanted to make sure you got there okay. And then you passed out. Gina chuckled. Glad to know I have a gentleman to rely on. His eyes burned into hers as he leaned down and gently grazed his lips on hers. Tingles ran up and down her spine. Funny, I don't feel gentlemanly when I have you in my arms, he whispered huskily. You are so beautiful. Those high heels you have on really look great on you. He spun her again. Her body responded to his comments, and she flushed. You brought me here and made me dinner to take advantage of me, she asked teasingly. It wasn't my original plan, but plans change, he said, lowering his head again to her lips, and this time kissing her passionately. She responded in full, parting her lips under his, as time and air stood still. Desire flared in her as they kissed. She wanted him, and recalling the last time they had made love, she knew she wanted him more than before. She pressed herself more closely to his body, moving seductively with the music. He responded in kind, running his hands along her back. Do you want to take this into the next room? He asked. Afterward, Gina lay her head on his chest. She curled herself into the curve of his body, and he wrapped his strong arms around her. Soon, she heard Shawn's breaths ease as he slipped into sleep. Peace and satisfaction flowed into her. Soft music still played in the outer rooms, and the sound from the waterfall outside soothed her, lulling her into sleep. Her eyes flew open. She had fallen. She was completely in love with him, she realized. Gina took in a deep breath, There could be worse fates. She snuggled into his arms and fell deeply asleep. Chapter 28. The morning sun filtered through the kitchen where Gina finished picking up the debris of breakfast. She was a little tired from her early morning return back to the inn from Shawn's. She hadn't run into anyone, but she was still feeling guilty. They had a few guests that came for breakfast this morning. It appeared business was picking up slowly as they headed into the holiday season. There were a few couples who were enjoying the season before their lives got busy with the holidays and had decided to stay as guests at the inn. It was one thing Gina was enjoying about being at the inn. She could really get to know people that came through. Serving them breakfast and often dinner, she would often have friendly exchanges with the guests. It was very unlike the distance she had at her other job in New York, where she mostly stayed in the background, rarely leaving the kitchens. It made her work even more meaningful because she knew the people she was feeding, and it also made it even more important to serve really good food. Melancholy floated through her as she straightened up the counters. The couples at the inn were in love and enjoying each other's company, and she felt pangs of jealousy and wonder at their situation. Where would she be in 20 years? Would she be showing a server picture of children while sharing dinner with her husband? Or since she lived her life as she had, marrying and divorcing so young, had that caused her to lose her chance? Things were working out with Shawn, and for that she was grateful. The elusive family she desired when she was growing up still seemed to be just out of reach. Hope remained that someday she would find her person and they would raise a family and grow old together. But that hope seemed to diminish with every passing day. She had fallen for Shawn, but she wasn't sure if he felt the same way. It was hard to sort out. If he had been a casual acquaintance, the breakup would not have hurt so deeply. But they had been friends before moving to become lovers, and that made the loss of him from her life ever more painful. Gina sighed deeply and tossed the cleaning rags in the trash, not realizing she was no longer alone. That was a big sigh, Layla said, as her pair of green eyes studied Gina carefully. A silence fell between them, and Layla touched her heart. Love's sweet sorrow. Gina chuckled. You've got that right. Layla poured herself a coffee from the pot. I thought we could go into the front room for our meeting. It's quiet there this morning, so we can relax and talk. They had agreed to meet this morning to talk about the marketing plan that Layla had pulled together. The cooking show would air this week, and they had wanted to take the opportunity to piggyback on other marketing opportunities. She and Christina wanted to give Layla a chance to show to them what she could do as a publicist for the inn. Conveniently, she had the requisite experience needed to do the job, and she was right under their nose as an employee already. Layla had taken over the housekeeping roles after Maud had a medical episode. Maud and Jim were now semi-retired from the inn, though they still helped and consulted on aspects of its upkeep. They were planning to move into town, away from their caretaker's cabin before winter hit. Both were in their early 80s and had lived at the inn for decades in their caretaking and housekeeping cook roles. With the new ownership and their ages, they had tendered their resignation. Christina had convinced them to stay until she and Gina transitioned everything to new people. Jim and Maud's experience and knowledge of the inn and the surrounding area was invaluable to them as they began their new venture. Gina really liked the couple. They were old Vermonters and had many stories to tell. Maud had shared some of her recipes that she had developed at the inn, and Gina had put them as staples on the menus. Christina had claimed it was a miracle Maud had let Gina into her kitchen, as no one, not even the previous owner, had been permitted into her domain. They had hit it off, and after sharing their love of food, they became good friends ever since. It saddened Gina to know they would be gone from the day-to-day operations, but they deserved to have their retirement after working so hard for so long. I'll grab a cup for Christina, Gina said. Meet you down there. Layla laughed. I have a feeling Christina may want to hold off on the coffee. Maybe some tea and crackers. Really? Huh? All right. Too many newlywed celebrations, I guess, Gina replied. Yeah. A shadow of embarrassment passed over Layla's face. I'll go set up and get plugged into the TV there. I want to show you guys what I've put together. Sounds fancy, Gina replied. Putting together a tray for their meeting, Gina placed muffins and several crackers on a plate, shaking her head at the request. Christina had always been one of those people who needed to eat or she got hangry. Having been the subject of Christina's ire when her stomach was empty, Gina knew to offer sustenance at every meeting. It was one of the things that had bonded her and Maud, the need to feed Christina. The front room in the morning escaped the blinding early morning sun that the dining room experienced. It made a pleasant space for their meeting, not that they needed its formality. It was exciting to begin the marketing plan now, since they were originally waiting to do later due to budget restrictions. Both she and Christina, as experienced business people, knew that marketing needed to be a top priority for their success. Having the exposure on Jacques Moran's show and the access to the footage to use in their own marketing plans were godsends that would take them months ahead of their original planning. Guilt crept into Gina's emotions as she thought about the opportunity that her ex-husband gave to them. Rightly, the inn and the restaurant were highly rated and part of the historic fabric of the area, so it really fit into his show and the theme they were promoting. It just felt convenient, as it wasn't clear whether Jacques had wanted anything from her. He admitted he did not. However, her gut told her otherwise. Instinctively, she might also be remembering the Jacques of old versus the new man who had given her all that space on the set. That being said, the improved version of Jacques was still not convincing her. He was still around the area, filming other episodes of his show at other venues. Time would tell if he wanted something from her in exchange. Christina joined them in the front room, looking a little pale. "Oh, great, crackers," she said, digging into the plate of saltines. Layla had them position themselves so they could see the TV, and she showed them the clips she had edited from the demo they saw the other night. "These are shorter clips than what you saw the other day. I intend to show them on the social media channels and do some test runs of a few of them on our Facebook page." "We have a Facebook page?" both Gina and Christina asked in unison. "Yes. I created a social media presence for the inn." She showed the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter pages. "I am going to work on TikTok as well. And we can start building our newsletter to stay in contact with our past guests and anyone that signs up on any of these accounts or our website." Layla showed them the social media sites that she had created. She had collected some preliminary visuals for them from photos of events and shots she had taken with the camera on her cell phone. The overall effect was professional and well thought out. Gina found herself impressed with the presentation of the social media sites. It was more than what she could have conceived for them this early in their business. "I know it seems like a lot, but the social media sites are free," said Layla. "They have some cheap advertising we can take advantage of periodically, but the goal is to create interaction and familiarity with people so they will consider coming here for their weddings, reunions, and weekend getaways." "How much time did this take you to pull together?" Christina asked. Her pallor seemed to recede as she sipped her tea. Christina had such a head for business and really excelled at it. She had excellent qualities for a business partner, Gina reflected. "I know it looks like I've been working at it every day, but once you plan it out, you can set things up to run automatically. All of this took me several hours, but it's been running now for a couple weeks, and I haven't even had to touch it." Impressed, the partners reviewed the materials Layla presented and her immediate plans to market their segment of the show. It looked great and was professionally constructed. Using these methods, we can track who we are reaching with our marketing and who is responding. Certain age groups, like brides and their mothers, would have different exposures to different social media sites, so we need to make sure we are reaching out where they are. "Is it working? How do we know?" Christina asked. Reviewing the bookings and serious inquiries for events would be one way to measure its effectively, as well as guests and meals, Layla answered. "I'm getting familiar with how to measure success in this business, but I can tell you that we are fully booked for weddings through to next fall, and will likely need to add some more help for when the baby comes." The room fell silent. Layla closed her eyes and sighed. As they watched, she reached over and closed the lid of her laptop. Dread was climbing into her expression. Christina's mouth had fallen open as she stared at Layla. Gina reeled from the abrupt change in the room's atmosphere. The silence between Layla and Christina threw her senses. Wow, that's great. I knew we were booking weddings, but didn't know we were out that far. What baby, though? Is someone having a baby? You know, Christina asked. She was looking right at Layla. How? We haven't told anyone yet, and I see the doctor this afternoon to get confirmation. Gina was stunned. You're pregnant, she asked. Christina sighed happily and beamed at her friend. Yeah, I think so. The two women embraced happily. I just tested myself a few days ago. We didn't want to say anything yet because it's a little soon. Layla, how did you know? Did Kevin? Layla blanched. I'm sorry, I didn't. Hold on, Gina said, grabbing Layla's hand excitedly. You can tell, like you could tell with my father. Gina was remembering the black aura that Layla had seen around her father the night he had shown up at the inn. Layla was watching Christina carefully, apparently wary of her reaction, since she had made a slip about Christina's personal life. Gina realized what had happened. You can see that she is pregnant? Gina asked. Christina's hand covered her belly. What do you mean? She asked. After a beat, a look of awareness passed over her face. Oh, Kevin said something about... All three women looked at each other as Christina waved her hands around, as if trying to pull an explanation from the air. Clearly, she didn't know how to say what she wanted. Layla's a psychic, Gina stated, feeling it necessary to clear the air. Clearly, Layla was thinking she would be fired for her slip, just as she had been ready to walk out when Gina had found out about her abilities. Layla looked sharply at Gina, a reproach on her lips. I'm not really a psychic. Christina and Gina looked admiringly at Layla, awe in their expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any harm by sharing the news. It just came out. Layla gathered up her things from her presentation, angrily shoving her laptop and paperwork into her bag. Hold on, Layla. It's okay. It's all right. We are all friends. Layla's hands stopped as she looked at Christina. I was trying to say something, but it was kind of unexpected. With everything that has been happening, I guess I wasn't paying close attention. Well, anyway, I'm pregnant. She joyfully spread her arms, embracing Gina and Layla together. Relief and something else passed over Layla's face as the three women embraced. Gina realized she was happy to be included in their friendship. It made her wonder a bit about her past. It seemed sad for her to be hiding part of herself for so long. Their acceptance was evidently surprising and comforting to her. The three women chatted happily for a few minutes about potential timelines and due dates. Everything was going so well for the inn and her friend's happiness, but Gina felt a niggling tug. Admittedly, she was jealous of her friend. Well, enviousness and happiness combined. Would she ever have the happiness Christina was experiencing? How would her future lay out for her? She wondered if Layla knew what would happen to her. Since Layla is psychic, maybe she could tell. But Gina knew that she really didn't want to talk about her abilities, so asking her was out of the question. After a time, they all went back to their daily routines. In the kitchen, Gina started planning the evening meals and prepping what could be completed ahead of time. It was a chore she enjoyed, as it gave her some time to put her thoughts together. Their business was moving ahead, and their lives were going with it. Tomorrow, she and Layla had put aside time to work on her cookbook. The pre-order buttons were ready, which meant that the cookbook could be ordered by anyone who watched the show when it aired. They estimated it would take a few weeks to pull together and arrange e-copies and print copies. They were self-publishing under the inn's business name. It was exciting. While she didn't have a husband and a baby on the way, she had a lot to be thankful for. Her career dreams were coming true. Begrudgingly, she had to be thankful for what her ex-husband had done for them. Her phone rang, startling her back from her thoughts. Gina, it's Jacques. Sorry to bother you, but my producer gave me your number. Dread filled her gut. Was this him now, wanting something for the show? I really am sorry to ask. I didn't want to go back on my word, but there is an emergency. Gina immediately felt bad for her initial thought. My assistant has been called away, Jacques continued. His mother died suddenly. We are filming the live portion of the show tomorrow at the cooking school. I wouldn't otherwise ask, but there is no one available that I trust to work with me. It has to go just right. She exhaled. His voice was urgent and a little panicked. The show was his life and his baby. She knew how he was a perfectionist when it came to the live portion of the show, because she had lived with him for a portion of her life. Guilt crept into her body. He had done so much for them at the inn. The results of being on the show were tremendous, and it hadn't even aired yet. She owed him. "I can help you. Tell me when you need me." She wasn't looking forward to sharing kitchen space with him again, but it was just this one time as a favor. He breathed a sigh into the phone. Thank you. I can't tell you how much this means to me. We're shooting at the technical school, right downtown, next to the high school. There won't be anyone there as it's Saturday, but a couple members of the technical classes will come to meet with me before the shoot and will be the audience. Meet me around 8 o'clock there. We can set up and run through the recipe and script. She remembered the setup for the show. It was something she had tried to forget, but once more, for all he'd done for them, she could help him out just this once. Hanging up the phone, Gina felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 29. The atmosphere in Shawn's office felt lighter than it had in days. After the dinner celebration with Franco and everyone at the inn, he and Gina were building back their relationship. Having her back in his life made everything much lighter and better. He wanted their relationship to move forward, back to where they had left off and where he had fallen in love with her. Admittedly, he was completely in love with her. There were no two ways around that fact. It was clear to him she still stung from his mistrust of her. Undoubtedly, his actions and response to her situation were not what he wanted them to be. But at the time, he had been jaded from the crime problems he was dealing with. The sheriff's department mistrusted plenty of people who were new to the area, and it had brought about almost to a level of paranoia as they hunted for the murderer. The only official connection between the murders of Jeremy and Mooney were the caliber of gun. Mooney's death had left little evidence behind. The scene had been wiped clean. It was as if the killer simply needed to complete the task, neatly and unceremoniously. On the other hand, Jeremy's death had been more violent and demonstrated more of a statement to law enforcement. And since Joe Hutton had been left for dead, that also spoke volumes of the caliber of person they were chasing and the escalation of their violent actions. They had gotten closer and dug in deeply to get to the sources in town, ever since the time Mooney was murdered. If it was the same killer, they had gotten bolder and more dangerous. Considering what Shawn, Agnes, and the law enforcement teams had worked toward in the past several weeks, Shawn had felt they were closer to identifying the person behind the drug ring. Bringing in the DEA to assist them had been a great help, but had the killer reacted to Robert Greene's presence? Right now, all signs pointed to no. Shawn considered this. As law enforcement moved closer, gathering evidence and shutting down the disbursement of drugs in town, the killer became more unhinged. Without knowing the killer's identity, Shawn's team was risking further escalation as they moved in. The thought unnerved him. This morning, Robert was meeting him and Agnes in their offices. Throughout this investigation, Robert had made connections with a few other cases that he had been working on and wanted to go through the information with the team. It had excited Robert this morning when they spoke. Hopefully, they could piece it all together and identify their target by collaborating. It was exciting to know they were getting closer, but the case was also getting riskier. What would the killer be capable of next? Gina had also texted him earlier this morning to say she would be out and wouldn't be around for their routine of breakfast and coffee at the inn. She said she was helping at the vocational school in town, but didn't share any other details about what she was doing. Since it was Saturday, Shawn wondered what was happening at the school. But he was also trying to rebuild their relationship, so he knew he would need to make sure that she felt he trusted her. He would not pry into what she was doing. He was glad she was making friends around the area. It meant she was settling into her new home here in Vermont. It sat in the back of his mind that she may someday grow tired of the quiet their rural abode offered and would look to move back to the city. That would be unbearable. Footsteps sounded in the hallway of the quiet office. Agnes and Robert appeared in the doorway. "Let's go into the conference room. It will give us a little space to spread out," Agnes said. She had a box of muffins from the diner in her hands. Shawn's stomach growled loudly. Somebody missed breakfast this morning, Agnes said. Ha, yeah, thanks for bringing those. They smell delicious, he said, holding onto his belly and laughing at himself. You didn't go up to the inn this morning? I had thought you were back to your usual schedule. Number Gina has something going on over at the technical school this morning, Shawn answered. Agnes thought for a moment. Oh yeah, my neighbor was all excited about that. Her kid is in the cooking class at that school. I guess they are filming the live portion of the Jacques Moran show over there today. There's enormous excitement all over town. Shawn felt like someone had kicked him in the gut. Why hadn't Gina mentioned that she'd be with her ex-husband? If she was going over to help him with the show, why hadn't she said that? Just as the thought came to mind, he knew the answer as to why she hadn't told him. The reaction she had gotten from him the last time was dreadful. It was likely she did not want a repeat of that, and Shawn couldn't blame her. His reaction had not been pretty when the ex-husband showed up unannounced. But hadn't she carefully arranged the filming at the inn to avoid having Jacques in the same room as her? Why would she have gone to help a friend if it meant that she had to be near her ex, especially given their shared history? It was not striking him as something she would have ordinarily done, and it didn't feel very safe. Gina must felt beholden to him for all the publicity his show gave the inn. I hope it works out okay for her, Agnes said. Her comment filled in his question. They had worked together long enough that he knew they were often thinking along similar lines. She didn't mention that, Shawn muttered. Agnes raised her eyebrow in answer, but they gave their attention to the business at hand, which was Robert's information that he had brought to review with them. He had partnered with a few towns in Massachusetts last year that were having similar issues with drug trafficking. At the time, Robert had felt that it was a single entity that was controlling the area. There had not been a connection to any of the known cartels that operated in the area. These cases were still outstanding. This same issue had puzzled them with the investigation. It had been the experience that they could tie drug activity back to larger cartels, or to smaller operations with connections to the larger businesses, such as the ones in Mexico or Central America. Shawn shuddered to think that all the challenges they faced in their rural area were because of the greed of a foreign body. It was heart-wrenching and terrifying to think about how they were influencing rural America. Robert was taking them through the complexities in their region. We know factually that Jeremy was scamming people by offering to represent them as their attorney for free, and then helping them when they had no family or money. He would either use this father's construction business or his guise as his client's power of attorney to create cash for himself, as he did with Christina's Aunt Etza at the inn. On her behalf, he borrowed money through the local bank where he was the board president and performed renovation work through his father's construction firm. He got large attorney fees and project management fees, and he upcharged all the work that was completed by his father's construction company. The life insurance policy he put on their mortgages would pay off when his clients died. And they all did. This was likely a scheme where he benefited, so from there, he searched for other opportunities to do so for others. That would be our target. When things didn't go as planned and Daniel tried to kill Christina, that incident blew open the investigation into Jeremy's banking scheme that was already underway, thanks to Christina's stepfather, Victor, Robert replied. When the money flow froze, it grabbed the attention of the boss, so to speak. Robert stood while talking, pacing in the tiny conference room. The excitement on his face was apparent. If we were to consider people that have come into the region to stay since the events with Jeremy's father, we would have a list of people who could be potential suspects. It would be a long list, but it could be worth it to cull through it. Agnes shared a glance with Shawn, and he became clear that her mind was working in line with Robert's. We can look at property transfers of utilities, talk to the realtors, and track down landlords, Agnes said. Shawn pushed his chair back from the table, shaking his head. Sounds like looking for a needle in a haystack, he said. The conversation was taking the air out of his hopeful idea that they could locate someone closer to them. This new plan of action sounded a little far-fetched and would be a lot of work for his already stretched team. It would be a lot of busy work, and he worried it would take their eye off of the ball. So we're looking for someone new to the area, and someone who is likely pretty well off. Maybe they drive a nice car and eat out a lot. It's likely they are male and have a decent amount of strength, Shawn said. He stopped mid-sentence as a knock sounded on the door. Franco Colombo stuck his head into the conference room, surprising them all by his appearance. It was Saturday, and no one else was supposed to be in the building besides the staff. "I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I found something you really need to know," Franco said. His voice was urgent, and he appeared to be out of breath. A chill climbed up Shawn's spine as he looked at Franco. As someone who recently moved to the area, he had arrived after the incident at the inn and fit the mold. His illness and pallor made Shawn pause his assessment. There was no way that Franco could throw someone from the bridge, in the way that Jeremy had been discarded. Unless Franco was faking his heart problems, who would know? Gina had not seen her father in years. His ill health was the story he had been sharing, but they had nothing other than his word. Robert's reaction to Franco's appearance was startling, as his expression changed from animation to disdain. Shawn knew that working the cases made Robert feel a little jaded. He didn't want to interact with someone who had benefited in the past from a life of crime. "Where were you last Tuesday night, Franco?" Shawn asked. Franco looked across the table at Agnes, who had flushed a deep crimson red. Franco stuttered, obviously taken aback by Shawn's question. "Is there a problem?" he asked. Agnes stood up abruptly. "He was with me, Shawn. I can see where you're headed, and I can tell you it's not the right path." Shawn sat back in his chair, puzzled by his colleague's reaction to Franco's appearance. Why was Agnes blushing at his question for Franco? And why did she give an assertion of his alibi on the night Jeremy was killed? He realized suddenly, and he opened his mouth to speak. "Not another word on the matter, Sheriff," Agnes said, her tone cutting off any further questioning from Shawn. "Franco, why are you here? Did you have something for us?" Robert sat heavily in his chair, displeased with the interruption. He had been so enthusiastic with the presentation of his findings before Franco's arrival. The wind had gone out of his sails. "Remember how I told you that Jacques reminded me of somebody?" Franco asked. Shawn recalled his comment from the other evening at dinner, but he had thought little about it since then. "He reminds me of an old rival of mine in New Jersey," said Franco. "His name was Mickey de Cavalcante." Both Agnes and Robert raised their eyebrows. De Cavalcante was the name of a well-known crime family in New Jersey. "Well, he and I hated each other, but we also had to work together to keep our territories clean. The guy was married, I don't know, like 5 times and has a load of kids. One of his wives, well, she went off the deep end. She left Mickey and took their kid, who I think was a boy. Long story short, years later, they found the kid. And when they did, the boy's mother was in terrible shape. She was addicted to drugs and involved in prostitution. Things were just bad all around. They brought the boy back into the family to give him stability, and well, another long story short, he grew up and did some bad things." "Wait a minute, Franco. Isn't this a mafioso family? Aren't bad things kind of what you guys do?" Shawn asked. Franco laughed. "Yeah, I guess you are right there. But really, this boy did bad things. He went off the deep end, so to speak. He'd do bad things to animals, kids, and women. His own family disowned him and haven't seen him in years. How is this relevant to anything? Listen, we are in a serious meeting here and need to get back to what we were doing before you interrupted us." Robert stood again, shoving his hands in his pants and glaring at Franco. "Listen, Shawn, I'm telling you this because I don't want the guy near my Gina. He's a sicko and could be the guy you are looking for. I talked to Mickey and he sent me a picture of his son. It's an old photograph, but you can tell that it's him." "How is this even relevant to anything?" Robert grumbled. He had made it clear from the beginning that he disapproved of Franco being involved in any of their police business. Franco held out his iPad to Shawn, and Agnes moved to look over his shoulder. "When your crime family disowns you because of the crime you have done, that's pretty much as low as you can get in my book." For the second time that morning, a chill slowly climbed up Shawn's spine as he looked at the photo of a younger Jacques Moran. This was a shock to his system. What did this all mean? Could he be the guy they were looking for? The pieces of the puzzle were proving hard for him to put together. Likely his senses were jaded by his feelings toward the guy, since he'd been married to Gina. Shawn looked over at Agnes, his eyes searching her face. "What do you think?" Her lips became a straight line, and the earlier blush faded from her cheeks. "He fits the description that Robert compiled. He came into town around the right time. But what about his show? Jacques Morin moves around the country filming in different locations." Robert shifted his attention back to their conversation. "Interested?" He took out his phone. "I wonder if he's filmed recently in the other areas where I've investigated." Franco sat down at the table, his face pale. "I know that none of the business that's been coming through here has any connection to any of the organizations I am familiar with. And I can say that with conviction. Your killer has got to be a small-timer, someone who's got a temper and likes to run things on their own." "Jacques has had several arrests for assault in Gina," Agnes said. Shawn noted her hesitation to mention Gina's relationship with her ex, likely in case Franco was not aware of the circumstances. "There it is. He's been filming in each of those locations where I've been investigating those other cases," Robert reported. He was studying his phone, looking at the dates of Jacques Morin's show. "The pieces are falling together." "But wait," said Shawn, feeling the blood drain out of his face. "Gina is over there with him right now, at the technical school." Chapter 30. It was early to be out and about in town on a Saturday, but here Gina was. Uncertainty made her belly jittery, since she was coming into town to help Jacques with his cooking show. It was understandable why he had called her to help. His assistant could not be here because of his family emergency. She knew Jacques' routine and could fill in easily. Plus, she owed him. The publicity that Jacques had offered for the inn was outstanding and was helping them to succeed and establish themselves. Not to mention, he'd also given her plenty of publicity for her cookbooks before they were even published. Gina sighed heavily as she got out of her car. Gratitude was one thing. Spending time one-on-one with her ex was entirely another. She was definitely not looking forward to that. Knowing him as she did, she knew his history of volatility concerning his show. Not only had he routinely cursed out everyone minutes before the cameras were running, but he had been violent, not only with her, but with others too. It could be highly likely that his assistant had quit. Maybe Jacques had fabricated a story about his mother dying. However, she also knew that her experiences with Jacques were in the past. His success had grown exponentially since they had been together. Accomplishments such as his were unlikely if he had continued to be abusive toward his staff all these years. And when they had met for coffee, he seemed calmer and happier, and he had said he had changed. Unfortunately, she had heard that more times than she could count. Before she finally left him for good, it was all she had heard. Her experiences with him jaded her feelings. She knew to be cautious. Jacques had said to meet her at the back door of the technical school kitchens. There was only one other vehicle in the parking lot, near a back door, so she headed in that direction. Passing the vehicle, she noted that it had groceries and boxes in the back. Obviously, it was a rental car by the sticker in the windshield. The car was muddied and appeared to have been abused by its driver. Jacques was meticulous with his own things. However, he frequently disregarded care for items he did not own. It was very similar to how he dealt with people. Or how he used to deal with people, she corrected herself. The back kitchen door swung open, startling her. "There you are," Jacques exclaimed. He kissed her cheeks in greeting. Come in, come in. I can't thank you enough for coming to assist me with this segment. Let me show you around. We can unload and prep while we go over the plan for the class and the live shoot." His animation and cheerful welcome surprised Gina. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad, she thought. He showed her around the small model of a restaurant kitchen. The technical school held classes for students who were looking to learn restaurant work. Additionally, in the evenings, the school occasionally offered cooking classes that anyone in the community could attend. A representative from the school had approached her a few days ago to gauge her interest in hosting some classes. It would be great publicity for her book, which was another outcome from the publicity of Jacques' show. We'll host a small class here before we start filming the segment. I thought we could do something more conversational. Let's have a question and answer session rather than a demonstration for them, okay? We'll be stepping right into the show, so they'll get that then. What do you think? He asked. The room had seating for about 50 attendees, so it wasn't overly large. It surprised her that Jacques was so animated and excited about doing the show at this location. He used to hate talking to classes of cooking school students and would say that it was beneath him to do so. This event reflected a pleasant change in his views. Okay, said Gina, a little unsure of herself. Great, let's get my car unloaded and I will tell you what we're cooking, he said, walking back out to the parking lot. Gina followed him, hurrying to keep up with his energetic pace. He opened the back of the car and filled her arms with grocery bags, gathering up the rest himself. They brought the bags into the kitchen, and he began going through them while talking about what they were going to prepare. The menu he had created was simple and elegant. The recipe was a staple of his, used often on the show for its sheer display of talent and the use of fresh ingredients. As it worked with most of the shows, they would prepare one dish ahead of time for the same recipe that they would prepare during the segment. This dish would be kept warm while they demonstrated the food preparation of recipe for the show. The pre-prepared portion would be displayed as the end of creation. Often, Jacques would invite an audience member to taste it along with him when they closed the show. So now, they needed to cook the recipe and also prep the ingredients for the show. Often, they would prep half of the ingredients, so they would not have to spend the time during the show doing all the prep work. There were sleights of hands happening in the background to make it appear as if they were preparing everything in front of the cameras. Gina was used to the routine, but it was not full of wonderful memories for her. Admittedly, she was nervous, even though Jacques was being friendly with her. Jacques brought in a small cooler from the car. I have some fresh venison as well. I'd like to make venison bourguignon. I understand it's deer hunting season, and I'd like to talk to this group about how to make this dish. It's my lucky day, as you make the best bourguignon I have ever tasted. A pit dropped into her stomach. Throughout their marriage, Jacques had been terribly jealous of her skills in the kitchen. They were evenly matched and trained. However, her results had a certain flair that his lacked. Her grandmother said cooking should reflect your soul. Gina could taste the love her grandmother put in her food. She had said Gina was full of love and hope. Likely, Jacques tasted his own bitterness and anxiety. Quietly, Gina began gathering the ingredients for both dishes. Jacques hovered around talking animatedly about the show and the area. He was different, that was for certain. His behavior was the way he had been before they married and before he changed. Often she had wondered if he had mental health issues that were not addressed. That was even more likely, as evidenced by his abusive behavior. His emotions would turn on a dime. They were seemingly happy and content one moment and ragingly manic the next. She had not stayed around long enough to know if he ever got help. The way he was acting now led her to believe that maybe he had. But she would not ask. Her goal today would be to pull it all together for him, get through the show, and leave. She had promised herself that this would be the last interaction they would have. There was no reason to continue to be in contact with him. If his team required it for the episode featuring the inn, Layla or Christina could work with him instead of her. As she prepped, Jacques continued to bring items in from the car that he had forgotten. In one trip, he had brought in a cardboard box and laid it on the floor of the kitchen. It would have not otherwise gotten her notice, but the box was open with the top flaps loose. There looked to be a smear of dried blood across one flap. She dismissed it as she grew busy cooking the venison stew, but it made her curious nonetheless. Students had arrived and began to fill the seats. Jacques was being social, interacting with them as they walked into the room. Clearly, they were excited to have a famous chef in their midst and were awestruck that he was interacting with them directly. Being part of the filming for a live show must have been interesting for them as well. Gina laughed to herself. This scene was like old times. She would be in the back doing all the work, and Jacques would be out having fun. She didn't mind the roles, really. She was not a social butterfly or as relentless as he in pursuit of his career. Periodically, Jacques would float back into the kitchen where she worked. Out of view of the audience, he would assess what she was doing and if they were on schedule. Gina had started the bourguignon and have the sauce cooking at a low simmer. It would ideally cook for up to 4 hours. She didn't know Jacques' plan for the finished product, but it would be demonstrable for a final product, even if it wasn't fully done. As she straightened up from the kitchen and organized their tools, she felt him behind her. "Did you put the wine in yet?" he asked her. His voice was casual. "I wait for the last hour," she said, but then stopped talking at his sharp intake of breath. Her stomach fluttered. This was how he used to start arguments with her. She glanced up at him. There it was. The shadow of the monster she knew passed over his face. Then it quickly left, replaced by the facade he had been displaying. "Great," he said. She imagined she heard his teeth snap together as he said the word. He quickly left the kitchen, stepping outside. So here he was. She knew now that he was still the same old Jacques. Definitely, she would not be hanging around after this. She would fulfill her promise and get through the show. She was certain he wouldn't try anything in this intimate setting with an audience. She woodenly finished her tasks and made sure everything was ready. No longer young and naive, she had no hesitation just walking out altogether if he did or said anything out of line. Jittery, she rubbed her hands on her apron. Everything was set once he came back inside, so they were ready to start filming the show. But the box on the floor caught her eye again. She knocked it with her foot, causing one flap to open, partially exposing its contents. White fabric that looked like a shirt or apron was tossed into the box, and it looked like it was covered in blood. Not wanting to have something like that in the food prep area, she opened it for further inspection, intending to close it up and put it in the trash area. It was likely that Jacques had worn the soiled fabric when he had butchered the venison. Opening the box, she saw a bundle of men's clothing, including a white dress shirt that was covered in dried blood. Momentarily, she wondered why Jacques had done the butchering without protecting his fancy clothing. It wasn't something she could imagine him doing. Her arms broke out in goosebumps as she realized what she was looking at. Shawn had said Jeremy's killer would have been covered in blood. Had Jacques somehow been involved in Jeremy's murder? Was he the kingpin drug dealer that they were all looking for? Her answer came via the touch of cold metal being pressed against her head. Chapter 31. "I don't think we need to go swooping in there and arrest the guy," Shawn said. Robert was pressing them to make a move toward Jacques Morin, and he had a point since the school was across the street from the station. Shawn was more than anxious to remove Gina from the situation, but they needed to proceed cautiously. He was desperately trying to balance out his own need to protect Gina and making the right moves so no innocent bystander would be injured. Gina had mentioned that her ex-husband had a history of being volatile. Shawn did not want to cause anyone else to be in danger, and a small audience of local people could be placed into harm's way if they just showed up there without a plan. A trapped animal would bite off its own leg to get away from a trap. He didn't want to set up a situation where anyone could get hurt. His anxiety that Gina was with Jacques was making him crazy, and he knew he needed to make level-headed choices, removing his personal bias. Robert was pressing them, absolutely convinced they needed to round Moran up. But Shawn was in charge in town. This was his jurisdiction. The state police also had jurisdiction in the area, but his authority trumped theirs. All that being said, he looked to Agnes for guidance. The weight of her experience and his respect for her judgment assisted him, particularly in this situation, where he had a level of personal involvement. "What do you think?" Shawn asked her. "They are live streaming the show and the class on the town channel's Cat TV. Let's have a look. We can always intercept him after the show is over and bring him in for questioning then," she answered. Switching on the conference room TV, Franco sat beside him, obviously distressed. The looks of disdain between him and Robert were alarming. Shawn had not realized the depth of Robert's hatred for Franco. Clearly, they had differences, and Robert was beside himself since Franco was in the room. Something else was bothering him about their exchange. but he couldn't put his finger on it at the moment. The town's cable channel was always a wild card. Local volunteers did the filming of various activities or meetings in town. Some of the volunteers were better than others, but periodically, things would be out of focus, or the camera would swing wildly from one thing to the next, creating a roller coaster experience for the viewer. Today, it looked like the camera was being handled by someone who was still getting settled in their seat or was putting the camera in a tripod. The view was bouncing around the room. Come on, show us Jacques," Agnes spoke to the TV. The cameraman eventually steadied the camera, and they watched Jacques and Gina standing side by side, addressing a small audience. Okay, it looks like they are talking to the crowd. The live feed of their show hasn't started yet. The room calmed down a bit. Seeing their suspect calmly talking to the crowd gave them evidence he was there and things were quiet. It gave them a chance to gather some backup so they would be able to intercept him as he came out of the technical school. Shawn breathed deeply. He was still anxious, but cautiously optimistic about how he was going to approach the situation. No, Franco said, jumping to his feet as the camera focused closer on Gina and Jacques. They all looked at him and back to the screen, puzzled. Something's not right. Look at what she's doing. Gina was pulling on her ear with her free hand in a repetitive motion. She pulls her ear like that when she is nervous or scared. It's her tell, and she's done it her whole life. Something's not right. Agnes stood and looked more closely at the screen. He's holding on to her other arm. She's not touching him. It's all him. The view was a little out of focus, but it was clear Jacques had a hold of Gina's upper arm, and his grip appeared to be tight, with his fingers leaving indentations in her skin. They all were quiet as they looked on intently. From the audience area, they could see another cameraman setting up and additional lighting turned on. Looks like they are getting ready to go live. Are you sure that she's not just nervous about the show? Agnes asked. She didn't pull her ear when we were filming for the in segment of the show. She was fine back then, but not now. Something has got her all worked up, Franco responded. Jacques looked as though he was conversing with his crew, giving them directions about the show. He finished talking, and then he led Gina into the back of the room where the kitchen was out of view. There was a bulge in his waistband, and it was apparent as he turned. Shawn's stomach dropped. He's got a gun, Agnes and Shawn said in unison. They quickly exited the conference room, each of them calling for backup. Let's get the audience out of there, make sure they continue live streaming, and we'll quietly move people out. He's less likely to do anything rash on live TV. He refrained from adding, I hope, to the end of his sentence. Agnes had the show on her phone. His crew will be filming his show live. They've started streaming. If he does anything on live TV, it would ruin him, Agnes said. Or it would give him a platform if he's our guy, Shawn interrupted as his stomach dropped to the floor. They had to get to Gina out of there. He prayed they would stop Jacques from harming anyone. You're not going to make a sound, Jacques hissed into Gina's ear. We're going to have a wonderful time today, just like the old times. He pulled her up by her arm into a standing position and pressed the gun against the back of her head. He pulled her body closer to his. It was revolting. Now, if you make a sound, or if you make any false moves, or try to leave or call for help, I'll start to kill the audience members. Gina inhaled sharply. Her ex-husband had become more of a monster if it was possible. Now he was threatening to kill innocent people. What do you want? She asked, her voice a whisper. That's a girl, he replied, smiling maniacally. When this is all done, I want you to come with me. It will be just as we were. We can work together, and we can be together. She shivered at his words, and her heart pounding wildly. Abruptly, he swung her around to the stove where the bourguignon simmered. Now add the wine, he growled, and pushed her toward the stove. He shoved the gun into his waistband and covered it with his white double-breasted shirt. Her hands shook wildly as she added the wine to the stew. Escape would be out of the question if he was true to his word. Running out the back door of the kitchen would likely mean that he would start shooting at the students that filled the audience. She stifled a sob as he grabbed her arm again and led her to the front. Question and answer time, he said. Chapter 32. It terrified Shawn that this situation could end badly. Not only was Gina in imminent danger, but the audience members were as well. The last thing this town needed was a mass shooting. He and Agnes hustled quickly to the scene. They had advised their backup to use no sirens as they approached the school. They wanted as few distractions as possible to alert Jacques that anything was happening outside the school. Of course, their backup comprised a couple of deputies, who were still miles away covering the county. Nonetheless, help was on its way. They needed to clear the audience. From what they could see from the live feed, the cooking class comprised of roughly 20 people. The lights for the show were up, so Jacques likely did not have a full view of the audience. They had a slight chance of quietly getting everyone safely out. Agnes had an idea to empty the building row by row without causing an alarm. They would start with the back of the room, pulling out one spectator at a time. One by one, the audience members would quietly exit. They would start with the back, and Robert would slip in to direct everyone. It was likely that Jacques did not know Robert, and he was dressed in plain clothes. His presence would be less likely to alarm Jacques and cause him to escalate the situation in any way. As luck would have it, the instructor for the class was at the back of the room. Agnes briefed him that the building would need to be cleared. He offered to text each member of the group to have them exit the building, while keeping Jacques in their sights and themselves out of his direct view. Shawn held his breath as they slowly, one by one, emptied the audience. They paced themselves to not cause alarm. It was agonizingly slow as each person came out of the building one by one, curious as to the emergency that caused them to miss their event. Luckily, the students were cooperating with them, and they all gathered a distance away from the technical school, out of the line of fire. God, he hoped Jacques wouldn't use his gun. Agnes signaled him urgently. The show was about to go to a commercial break. Jacques would take a pause and may react to the reduced audience size when he had the chance to view them. They needed to move. Agnes took the back door and Shawn went into the front, passing Robert as he walked in the door. He was trying his best to remain calm and act casually, as to not further alarm Jacques. Inside, the crew for the show comprised 3 people, and 2 additional students still sat in the audience, as though they had a full room behind them. The cameraman for the local channels moved from his station. Shawn passed him and whispered to him to exit the building. He moved to alert the remaining 2 students to leave, and they quickly hustled from the room, noting the absence of their classmates. On the kitchen stage, Jacques was still animatedly finishing up his dialogue. Gina was beside him, fiddling nervously with a table setting, her eyes downcast. Shawn saw Jacques look directly at him as he finished his speech. "Okay, we're off," said one of the crew to Jacques. "We have 3 minutes to the next scene." Jacques reached behind him, grabbing Gina's arm and pulling her to his side. "Hello, Sheriff. To what do I owe the pleasure?" His voice was menacing and terrifying all at once. Shawn felt a wisp of cold air travel down his back, as if it were a warning. Agnes had entered through the back door and was concealing herself out of Jacques' view, but she could see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, Jacques could see Robert slowly moving closer. Behind him, Franco slipped in, as if he were a shadow against the far wall. What was he doing here? He didn't need another person to worry about. The crew shuffled around, trying to figure out what was going on. "Step outside if you would, gentlemen," Shawn said authoritatively. They looked up at their boss. "What did you do with my audience, Sheriff?" Jacques said, his voice rising maniacally. Confusion passed over the faces of the crew, looking from Jacques to Shawn. Abruptly, Jacques pulled the gun from his waistband, holding it on Gina. The crew stepped back, stunned. The police all drew their weapons. Shawn gestured to the crew to leave, covering them as they scooted quickly from the building. "There's no need for anyone to get hurt," Shawn said calmly to Jacques. "We can talk this through." "Put down your gun," Robert shouted loudly behind Shawn. What the hell was he doing? Shouting will escalate the situation. Shawn glanced toward Robert, who was advancing slowly toward Jacques. His gun was drawn and pointed at the chef. Gina's eyes were wide and terrified as the situation escalated quickly. Damn it, Robert, stand down, Shawn shouted. Agnes crept around the stage stealthily, her weapon drawn. Her eyes scanned from Jacques to Robert. Jacques didn't note her presence. Shawn motioned with his hands to calm. It's all right, Jacques. We just wanted to talk. Shawn stepped closer, his voice even and soothing. Let's put away our weapons. Let Gina go so no one will get hurt. She's my wife. We want to be together. Jacques leaned down and kissed a frightened Gina's cheek. Her eyes met Shawn's, pleading with him. He knew she was terrified. He needed her to stay calm. His heart pounded loudly in his ears as he focused on staying calm. His heart was breaking. Gina was so close, and her life hinged on how well he handled the situation. Never in his experience had he ever dealt with a hostage situation. He was way out of his league, and the woman he loved had her life hanging in the balance. He had to do everything he could to defuse the situation. Set down the gun, Jacques, and we can talk. Gina wants to talk, so we can all chat. Shawn gestured to the table where the finished meal was laid out. Jacques smiled. What do you want? You need to let us go. Just talk to us. Let Gina go and put down the gun. I'll let her go when both of you put down your guns. Jacques gestured to Shawn and Robert. The two exchanged a glance. Shawn stepped forward. He held his hands up in a surrender stance. Bending down slowly, he laid his gun at his feet, deliberately standing with both hands raised in the air. Gina's gasp floored him. She was clearly shocked that he had given up his weapon and was putting himself in danger. Undeterred, he slowly stepped forward. Her eyes were wide and terrified. He had to make sure she would be all right. He would do anything to keep her safe. But that's when things became confusing. Jacques raised his weapon directly at Shawn. Gina screamed. Jacques shoved her brutally to the floor. A bullet whizzed by his head, brushing his hair as Franco shoved him to the ground. Shawn scrambled to retrieve his weapon. Jacques released another round, hitting Franco as the old man moved into where Shawn had been standing. Gina screamed again. A round exploded from Agnes's position. Jacques dropped to the ground, blood spurting from his arm. His gun scattered across the floor. Agnes rose from her concealed location, like a phoenix from the ashes. Her face was focused and intense. A shadow rose from Robert's position. Agnes spun on her heel. "No!" she shouted. Gunshots sounded again. Robert was hit. His body dropped to the floor, thudding loudly. Dead silence filled the room. Shawn gaped open-mouthed at Agnes, who had lowered her weapon and moved efficiently to Robert's side. Kicking his weapon out of reach, she cuffed him and read him his rights. Blood oozed down his arm. She released his belt and tied his arm in a tourniquet, her face stern. "Meet the cause of all our problems, Shawn." Agnes kicked Robert's shoe in anger. Shawn regained his senses and moved to check on Franco at his feet, pulling out his cell phone to call for rescue. Blood flowed from the older man's chest, and his face was gray. Shawn took off his jacket and pressed it into his wound. This didn't look good. Gina had moved Jacques' gun with her foot until it was out of his reach. Blood covered his shoulder as he lay motionless on the floor. Instead, she knelt at her father's side, assisting Shawn to staunch the flow of blood. His pulse was still strong, remarkably. Sirens blared outside the school. "Chief, Chief," a voice called from across the room. Shawn turned his head to see the cameraman from the local TV station. "I got the whole thing. I filmed the whole thing. That guy was gonna kill you." Stunned, Shawn followed where the cameraman was pointing, and his finger pointed at Robert, lying bleeding on the floor. Chapter 33. They sat in the hospital waiting room in silence. Shawn held Gina's hand in his and was staring at her fingers. He had not left her side since the shooting, although the flurry of police and rescue activity demanded his attention. Even through the management of the chaos, he kept close to her. He clearly wanted to be her source of calm in the storm. After seeing to the injured, he had wrapped her in a blanket and held her close. Gina was grateful, and she never wanted to leave his side again. In her heart, she had doubts about his feelings toward her. After all, her crazy ex that had caused all the trouble, Shawn had risked his life to save her and would have taken a bullet to ensure her safety. Instead, her father had done so in his place. There was a lot of emotion to work through concerning what had happened. When it came to it, both men had revealed their values and love for her. Both had laid down their lives for her. She kicked herself for having responded to Jacques' call for help with his show. Clearly, he had manipulated all of them to have her back at his side. It was likely the whole show opportunity at the inn, and everything was a ruse to get close to her. Jacques' mental health clearly took a downward spiral over the years they had been apart. It was chilling to think what could have happened to her if Shawn and Agnes had not intervened, though they had not yet explained to her how they even knew what was happening. Jacques would survive his gunshot wounds. Shawn said they would transport him from there to jail. They would charge him with attempted murder and kidnapping. It was likely he would be in jail for a long time. She hoped he would get psychiatric treatment that he desperately needed. They had sent the bloody clothes in the box to the forensics lab. If he was Jeremy's murderer, the clothes would match his blood type. They would have results back in a few days. Jacques was violent for certain, but Gina had doubts about the possibility that he was a murderer. It didn't align with what she knew of him. Any affiliation with Jeremy would be far-fetched. But that case was still unraveling, and Shawn had shared nothing further. She glanced at Shawn's face. He was exhausted. They both were, but there was something else between them. Maybe it was a sense of relief or astonishment, but she wasn't sure. Gina knew Agnes had shot the DEA agent, the one who had been helping them with the drug case. Shawn had been tight-lipped about that event, and had not referenced anything further about what had happened. She shivered, and Shawn pulled her close. They had airlifted Franco to Dartmouth, and he was in emergency surgery. Agnes had driven them all to the hospital in her state police cruiser with the sirens and lights blaring. She was in the building elsewhere, keeping tabs on Franco's status and the other injured parties. They had not heard an update on Franco in hours. They had said the surgery would be a lengthy process and highly risky. With his condition, Gina held little hope that there would be good news. A gunshot to the chest of a man just recovering from open heart surgery did not promise recovery. A tear slid down her face. They were just getting to know each other, and now they would likely never have the chance again. Her father had known she loved Shawn. He had risked his own life to save the man she loved, even before she fully realized her own feelings for him. If her father knew her feelings toward Shawn, he knew her better than she had given him credit. Now he would likely die protecting her from a significant loss. It could have been Shawn who was shot and in surgery now. The realization of that situation was unbearable. Hey, Shawn said, reaching down to wipe the tears from her face. He pulled her closer to him. It's all my fault. I never should have gone to help him. Shawn squeezed her shoulders in a half embrace. No, Gina. None of this was your fault at all. I don't know why you think that. If I had just said no to coming down to help him, he deceived you, Gina. That was not your fault. He deceived everyone. He was unhinged. You could have been killed, and my father. A sob escaped her throat. Listen to me, Gina. None of this was your doing. I think Robert seized the chance to use Jacques as a scapegoat. I don't fully know how Agnes figured it out, but thank God she did, he said, as his voice caught in his throat as he relived the gravity of the event. They held each other for a moment, tears coursing down her cheeks. She felt an overwhelming love for this man. Being held in his arms was a comfort. She felt as though she should have been there all of her life. It was where she belonged and where she could take great comfort. I know one thing for certain, Gina. From today and for the rest of my life, I don't want to be apart. I want you in my life for as long as I live. I love you with all of my heart. Time stopped for her as she heard his words. Had he not seen all of her faults and the failures and contemptible people that were in her family and in her past? She looked into his eyes and realized that he had seen her worst. He had seen it, and yet he had laid down his life for her. If nothing else, Such a gesture confirmed his feelings for her. She knew that he truly loved her. Her heart soared. He was the man she loved. She had never felt love's force in such a way as she did in this moment. "I love you," she cried, flinging her arms around him and pulling him close to her heart. Embraced in this way, they failed to notice the doctor in scrubs that cleared his throat, waiting for their attention. "Your father is in recovery now. We'll transfer him to the ICU when he recovers a bit more. Is he going to be okay?" They gave their full attention to the doctor. The young surgeon shook his head in disbelief. It was touch and go for a while there. I won't sugarcoat it, especially with his past medical history. But he's got a strong constitution. He's got a good chance at survival now. He was alert just before we put him under. He told me he had to walk his daughter down the aisle. At his words, a sob caught in Gina's throat, as it overwhelmed her with emotions. Her father really loved her, and he had a good chance of survival. Chapter 34. "I still can't believe that you figured it all out. What clued you in?" Shawn asked Agnes. She had shot a colleague after all, but it was one who had been taking aim at Shawn. It was unbelievable, the kind of the stuff portrayed on TV shows that was never accurate. Even more unbelievable was that it occurred in their jurisdiction in their small town. Agnes had been having a hard time over the past few weeks with the entire ordeal. Not only had she had a relationship with Robert years ago, but apparently she was having a thing with Franco. She had shot one, and their suspect had shot the other. Thankfully, though, Franco was now recovering. Shawn had a hard time picturing Agnes and Franco together, the ex-mafioso and the cop. But apparently, they had some deep feelings for one another. He knew her well enough to not bring attention to the situation, or he would experience her wrath. But now it was clear how she knew Franco was not involved in Jeremy's murder, because she had been with him that night. Robert was the other shocker. "It was kind of obvious when he drew his gun on you," she replied. Sarcasm riddled her voice as she smiled slyly at him. "Actually, when we were in the conference room, and he looked up the other towns that Jacques had filmed his show on location, I knew something was wrong." He lied. "How did you know that?" he asked. "Well, I have been trying to learn to cook. Remember how I told you I watched Jacques' show? I knew he had never filmed in those locations, but Robert kept planting ideas in our heads. We should look at Jacques, he kept telling us. And he even tried to throw Franco under that bus." Robert and Franco apparently had a history. Franco shared some details about it with me. He said he thought Robert was crooked. She stood, shoving her hands in her front pockets. When he sat there and said that stuff about the show, I knew something was up. I noticed his knuckles were red and swollen too, like he had recently been in a fight. Of course, it became clear when he was about to shoot you too. Shawn shuddered. "Thanks for having my back." Franco noticed his hands, by the way. He was the one who pointed it out to me, just as we were heading into the building. He wanted to help. Stupid idea, I know, but at the moment, I just let him go in the building. "I can't believe we didn't see it before," Shawn said. "Caused me a lot of damn paperwork saving your ass." She smiled at him. There was always a lot of paperwork, but this case had caused a bit of an avalanche. There were reports and reporters to deal with. The local TV channel had become famous overnight for filming the incident. Shawn's near-death experience televised and reshared all over the internet. They knew things would calm down eventually, so they could put this in their past. One good thing that had happened from going viral was he was up in the polls significantly. He hoped the positive attention would carry through to the election. They had solved the 2 murders and 1 attempted murder. After Robert's arrest, they searched his rental and his car and found evidence of Jeremy's murder. He had shot Mooney and Joe Hutton with the same caliber gun. They expected a match for Robert's gun. Apparently, Robert had kept a second gun on him that he used in the murders. It was this gun he had drawn on Shawn. He shuddered to think about what Robert's plans had been. With the room cleared of witnesses, he could have killed them all and pinned it on Jacques. But his plans thankfully did not work, and they had a remarkably clear video evidence of his actions, thanks to the daring volunteer cameraman from the local TV station. The FBI had taken over the case. Robert had clearly been using the cover of the DEA to whitewash his involvement with the drug ring. He had an extensive network of connections and had done damage to several small towns in New England with his greed. Already they were seeing the impact of lessened drug traffic in town, with several addicts opting to be placed in rehab in order to break their habits. It was a crime and a shame what he had done, and Shawn hoped he would rot in prison. He half wished he'd been the one to shoot him. "Whatever came of that box with the bloody clothes?" he asked. Agnes shrugged her shoulders. "That was something, all right. I wonder what forensics got back on that." She pulled up a report on her laptop to review. Gina had told him about the venison stew he had forced her to make, and how her adding the wine late had made him snap. He reflected on how horrible her marriage must have been with him, and was glad those days were long behind them. "Holy, this says the blood was not human. Likely animal." They exchanged a glance. "What the hell?" They both swore in unison. "Venison stew." Chapter 35. The breakfast crowd seemed busier than usual this morning, Gina reflected, as she filled a plate with eggs Benedict and her specialty potato side dish. It had grown to be a house favorite, so she started making it every day. Christina was transitioning with her pregnancy from a morning sickness stage to a craving eggs stage. Gina smiled happily, considering her friend's growing belly. They had found out that it was going to be a girl, and that Gina and Shawn would be the godparents. They were thrilled. The inn had a very busy holiday season for its first year. Of course, they had a lot to deal with as they took care of their guests. There had been a few reporters who were interested in their story, thanks to the trending video from the local TV station. Thankfully, everything was all behind them. Jacques and Robert were in jail and would be for a very long time. Shawn's election had come and gone. He had been voted in with a landslide. There had been overwhelming support for him from the community. Shawn was relaxed and happy, confident in his future career. Gina walked out of the kitchen with her hands full of plates of food for their guests. Shawn and Franco sat together at one table. Christina and Kevin were enjoying their coffee and hot chocolate with one another. Jeff and Layla lounged on the bar stools, conversing with the rest of the room. Agnes leaned on the bar, sipping her coffee. Everyone from the inn was there. She realized there were no guests in the room. "Where did our company go? Did you scare them away?" she joked. Franco laughed out loud. He was slowly recovering from his wounds and had been staying in one of the guest cabins while he recovered. Gina had wanted him close by to keep an eye on him until he was fully back on his feet. He looked good this morning, and his eyes were bright and cheerful. "I think it was the police presence we have here. Surely that would scare anyone away," Franco laughed. Gina placed a plate in front of Shawn, pecking him on the cheek. "Good thing we have nothing to hide," she laughed, scooting away from Shawn as he reached for her. "Phew, I have work to do." "Hold on, Gina, I have something to show you," Shawn said, handing her a folder marked with the logo of a travel agency. "Remember how I told you I had always wanted to go back to Italy?" "Really, let's talk about this later. I have muffins in the oven." No, look inside. Read what it says," Shawn insisted. She rolled her eyes and looked sternly at him. "Okay." Gina opened the folder, which had one sheet of paper that looked like a travel itinerary. "Okay, so here is a travel itinerary for flight New York JFK to Marco Polo Venice Airport. There's a layover in Paris CDG. And you booked a stay in the Palazzo Veneziano." "Nice place," Franco called out. The room erupted with laughter. Read on," Shawn said. He rose from his seat and came around to where she was standing. "2 passengers, Mr. Shawn Johnson, and... Her heart rose in her throat, reading the words, "Mrs. Gina Johnson." Shawn bent down on one knee at her feet, opening a small box with a gleaming diamond ring. "Let's go to Italy as husband and wife, Gina. Marry me?" Wordlessly, she embraced him, happy tears coursing down her cheeks. Yes! Her heart soared as she realized that in that moment, she had her family all around her, just as she had wished for all her life. And she had found her true love. The end. Thank you for listening to Killer Recipe. Book 2 of the Deep Blue Sea series, written by Julia Hess. Copyright 2025 by Julia Hess. All rights reserved. No portion of this production may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form or by any means electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher or author. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities are entirely coincidental. Published by Deep Creek Publishers, 2025.